third round, a couple of 3-set matches. Jabeur has swept her way into the third round here, getting past Paolini and Osorio in the opening couple of rounds. The Tunisian not dropping a set, 6-3, 6-3, and then in the second round against the Colombian, 7-5, 6-3. Could be the fresher, and she is somebody that works her magic out there on the singles court with that backhand slice and drop shot that will work the legs of Navarro. "23 years old now, the American."
She just looks relaxed and in a good mood, Ons. I think the break did her well last year from US Open.
Hi, Emma, this is Jackson. He's going to do the toss for us. Okay, so first thing, ladies, can we have a picture facing this way? So if you turn around, Jackson, face this camera, big, big smile. I'm going to come back.
He tosses the coin as well as he smiles. We'll begin.
Right,
Good show.
Okay, so back this way now, Jackson. Okay, so ladies, same conditions as before. So if you get to 6-all in the final set, the tiebreak is to 10 points. Towels, yours is the red boxes, yours the blue boxes. Time between the points, starting when I call the score. It's on the screens at the sides and on the big screens at the top. Keep playing till you hear a call, and we do have video review on here. So if you want to challenge, you know, like knot-ups or things like this, just make sure you do it quickly and clearly. You might have to stop the point to challenge, all right? Any questions? No? Okay, so, Ons, do you want AO or do you want John Newcomb? John Newcomb. Okay, so toss the coin now, Jackson. Oh, excellent, excellent. It's AO, it's your choice, Emma. Serve. Serve? Okay, have a good match. Well done, mate. Well done.
It's been a little bit of a sticky start to the year for Navarro prior to this Australian Open. Do you read much into that?
Yeah, she definitely got her court time these first few rounds here on Rod Laver. But, you know, I think sometimes it's really good to have a test early on and have that tough match and maybe, you know, almost be on the out to maybe have a really easy one now. Or, like, I just have a feeling that that's sometimes not the worst thing in the world to have a tough ask in the beginning.
Let's just talk about conditions. Obviously a lot warmer today than it has been for the rest of the tournament. How will that affect kind of the speed? And also, Jess Pegula saying last night that she felt Rod Laver court was a lot slower than the other courts that she had played on. Is that how you found things?
I actually found Margaret to be quicker than previous years, and I haven't hit on Laver this year, but I found Margaret usually is one of the slower courts, and this year it played a bit quicker. So I think with the sun out and a bit hotter afternoon, it's going to be quick conditions. So maybe could suit Emma a bit more with that heavy forehand, but then again, Ons is really crafty and adapts so well to different conditions.
30 years of age now, of course, peak ranking back in June of 2022 for Ons Jabeur, of 2 in the world. Currently off that because of some of the problems that she's had, particularly the shoulder, where, as I say, after Toronto last year, decided that she was going to rest, recuperate, and come back for this season. And the wins that she's picked up already against Zhang, Alexandrova, a Venetian in Brisbane, lost to Putintseva, having taken care of Danielle Collins in her opening match there. Just put herself in a good place. Emma Navarro, somebody that you played all the way back in 2017. If I'd have told you then that she would be 8 in the world, would you have believed me?
Maybe back then, no, but listen, a couple years later, just before she decided to go to college for a year, I thought it was a crazy decision just because I thought she would have made top 100 really quickly. But look, that's another thing I appreciate about Emma. She, you know, she knows what she wants, and she wanted to experience college and you know, live the normal life in a way. And when she got that out of her system, she went back and cracked the top 50, 30 pretty quickly. So definitely was hard for me to tell where she was at 15, but at 18 she was already pretty much up there with all the pros.
Yeah, it's been a pretty remarkable jump up. You saw the head-to-heads there in Charleston, of course. She was born in New York City, moved to Charleston. 2023, she was ranked 134 in the world and then ended that season at 32. From there was the springboard last season to get into the world's top 10. It's been an absolutely phenomenal rise for Emma Navarro. Some really good performances last year. Wimbledon quarter-finalists, of course, and semi-finals at the US Open in 2024. It's a beautiful day, and it is a great joy to be able to talk to the man that has guided Emma Navarro into the world's top 10. Pete Ayres, thanks for joining us. It's been a terrific, obviously, 12 months. It's been a tricky couple of rounds. How's Emma feeling?
I think she's feeling great. She works so hard on herself, on and off the court, to be able to handle challenges like she's faced in the first couple of rounds, and I think she's super excited to be back on court today.
Hey Pete, Isla here. Just a quick question. Ons is really crafty and brings something new to the table. Was there anything you guys practiced in the warm-up or in the practice to prepare for this match?
For sure. We did some work dealing with the slice backhand. We expect to see that some today, and certainly some work around the front of the court. But it's nothing new. You know, this is stuff Emma's been working on all the while. So, but she expects to have to take some of those things on today.
Pete, how does it feel weather-wise when you were warming up today? Does it feel a bit quicker?
Yeah, for sure. Warmer, a little bit quicker. Don't sense any wind. I mean, just great conditions to play tennis.
Pete, thanks for joining us. I know you've got a big match coming up here. Congratulations on what a wonderful job you've done, and good luck for today.
Total pleasure. Thanks for having me, you guys.
Love stories like Pete Ayres and Emma Navarro that have started this incredibly difficult journey together. They've stuck together like glue. And you said it, she's done it her way, and it's beautiful, isn't it? Her grandfather, Frank, who was a football coach, he used to pick her up before she'd go to school because she wanted that whole bricks and mortar experience of high school rather than doing online. And she said that he used to play My Way by Frank Sinatra at full voice while they drove to the practice session. Sadly, Frank passed away in 2021, but his spirit lives on. And we've seen huge spirit from the American to get through to the third round. Here we go.
Yeah, I think that side, the backhand side with Ons will be something I think Emma will look at to exploit for sure.
Pete talked in a lovely article in the New York Times, talked about how Emma at such a young age just didn't miss, just didn't ever want to miss. And he had to kind of redesign what she thought was an unforced error.
That doesn't surprise me, yeah. Yeah, I think for Emma, what really stood apart when she made that jump is just she added another layer to her game of just being aggressive and really taking control of points. If you give anything in the middle to Emma, you're going to get punished.
Clean start. World number 8 looking great. That's a career high ranking that she plays this major at. As we take a little look at our favourite moment of every single match here at the Australian Open. There it is, the Wimbledon. Although I have to give it credit because we pan it enough. Last night it gave Djokovic a 91% chance of winning that match against Mahic, and we were like, no chance, and Novak turned up, and the 9% was about right. What do you think of that one?
Actually, for once, I think I'm with the win predictor, but I just won't agree with it later on because as soon as someone, if Ons wins, we know that's shifting. So, but I do. What do you think? I feel like that's maybe accurate.
It feels fair. Chanda, what your maths?
I think it's pretty good. I mean, this is a tough one to call, honestly, but I'd give Navarro the slight edge right now.
Beautifully swept cross court there.
15 love.
looked a little close to me. But I guess you can't doubt the machine.
15 all.
That's the one thing. Can't argue with it. There's definitely been a few players that have been given
You
it
can
a
try.
shot look. Yeah. And Chandler, that is kind of the improvement from Emma, isn't it? Seeing something short and reacting quickly to it.
Yeah, and I actually think she looks very quick off the mark here in the early stages of this match. Her first 2 rounds, I felt like she was a little passive at times. Different matchups. She knows what she needs to do against Ons. And again, that's not letting Ons Jabeur weave the rallies and throw in the dinks and the shots from difficult positions. So maybe that makes it easier for Navarro here in these early stages.
Oh, that is special.
Wow, that forehand, you don't want to go there if you don't go there with a purpose. She just also
Navarro leads 2 games to love.
that heavy forehand line to Ons' backhand. Ons needs to find a way to neutralize that a bit better. Just stay away from it. Just nothing short to that side and really pepper more the backhand side of Navarro.
Ons struggled in her previous match with her health. It wasn't so much the tennis that she was struggling with. In fact, she played very well, but against Osorio, she had an asthma attack that she couldn't really overcome at that stage. She had the inhaler, didn't really relieve it, battled through, was very emotional.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully Ons is feeling better today, but I actually did see her after that match, and I thought she was sick, but she did confirm it was asthma, so hopefully a better health day today for Ons.
I
mean, this is a great start by Emma. I think she's learned from maybe the last 2 matches. She didn't want to be here for too long in the opening games.
A few loose shots from Ons. Navarro capitalizing on that, and it is the perfect start for the American. 3-love. Jano, is it sometimes easier for a player like Navarro to play somebody like Ons Jabeur, 3-time major finalist? You know you have to hit the ground running.
Yeah, I think that has played a part in this good start that Navarro has had. She's come out with a clear strategy, looking to take it to Jabeur and, you know, not wanting to be put on a string. Navarro likes to be scrappy. She likes to hit angles and open up the court, and she's okay with the extended rallies. But against Jabeur, that gets very uncomfortable when she's playing her best. So I think that is absolutely factored in to the mindset here, because it is a different Navarro than I saw her first 2 matches in the opening stages here.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. You really lock in when you know you're playing someone like Ons that's been gone deep into majors, and you know if you're not on, it's trouble.
A lot of love for Ons, and you can hear it in the crowd trying to get her up and running.
Love 15.
That was a very despondent turn away after that double fault.
Yeah, felt like, but I think the sun is problematic on the other side, so I don't think it was the sun on this serve.
It's definitely a very lackluster Ons Jabeur, and you mentioned the health issues she had, Mark, struggling with her breathing. She talked about after that match how unsettling it was. She almost thought she couldn't continue. And, you know, there's always a little bit of a carryover, especially if you're uncertain as to how you're going to respond in the next match. And it is a bit warmer here today, and it's only going to get warmer.
My husband and fitness trainer Issam Jalali will be a little concerned. Not just the lack of games, but the lack of points.
15-14.
Sometimes find it that Ons is a bit of a slower starter in general, so you know, hopefully this isn't a health-related thing and just a bit of a lull combined with Emma's strong start.
Super serve.
Kind of like how she went middle there, but Emma read it. Emma didn't move. She just waited. I think Emma really trusts her physicality at this stage. I mean, she was ready to go either side, but I did like what Ons was thinking there.
Just can't believe that that's...
yeah, feels like she's convinced it's in, but I mean, not missed by not much, but...
Brief signs of life there for the 30-year-old in that particular game, dragging herself back from love 40. But this set looks as though it's out of her reach already. 4-love, Navarro.
I'm continuing to notice the footwork of Emma Navarro, how well she's getting to the ball, getting behind it. She's staying low and through her shots right now. Very clear on what she's trying to do in terms of getting depth and pace. Just trying to push Jabeur around here.
This is where it gets tough when Emma's not really giving you any unforced errors and you're the one kind of doing everything. It's tough, but I think just getting on the board would really help Ons to, even if this set is coming towards an end, just to get on the board and have a good start for the second.
40 love.
Yeah, that looked, does look, the court seems a bit quicker to me. I'm used to Margaret being a bit slower, but that backhand from Navarro shot through. This is, I think, what is On's strength. She will throw everything at you in one point and just keep you off balance. So even if Emma gets to all these shots, I think just the fact that she's looking at different ones, it's going to make her maybe give her a bit more errors.
First serve.
She's there. She's not there, though.
The classic Jabeur point. Love seeing that. Threw everything at her and made Emma run for it. But also love Ons doesn't really feel like she doesn't talk to her camp a lot during play. She's a very independent player, and she's going to problem solve this set, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, Emma actually said the same thing. She said sometimes she doesn't really want a lot of conversation. She feels like she problem solves well. Needed it up against Peyton Stearns in our opening round.
Yeah, you don't say no to help when you need it.
Well, Ons does need some help at the moment, yet to get her side of the scoreboard moving. 5 love.
Navarro leads 5 games to love.
Isla, if you were in Issam's shoes right now, what would you say to Ons as she steps up for this next game?
Yeah, well, hoping that physicality isn't an issue. I know Ons has this cool swag around the court, but I would say maybe a bit more intensity between points, and just to get your headspace just in a better place, because I think that, you know, these matches can turn on a dime, and even though it's love 5, she did show some better tennis, I think, these last 2 games. So yeah, just a bit more urgency from Ons' side.
Is through the middle against against Emma Navarro a good play to get some rhythm, or not actually?
I think it's a good play if you go hard through the middle. But like I said, anything short, Emma will take care of.
Time.
And it's good hard through the middle because you take away the ankles.
Arena, where Emma Navarro is racing away with this opening set, and just an indication, everyone, Jana and Isla saying how well she's hitting the ball compared to her opening couple of rounds, and as you can see here, she's found an extra 4 Ks off that forehand. It is some clean hitting from the 23-year-old American.
Just feels a bit rushed on these points, like just not getting ready on time. I wouldn't mind to see Ons move in on some of the, I felt like the shot she played to Emma's forehand that Emma sliced could have come to the net and finished the point off and just create visual pressure for Navarro. I love that 1-2 punch.
15.
Definitely get her fitness in this match, but like her coach said, she's ready. She's put so much work in the off season. You can see how fit she is from up here. That backhand droppy was amazing. Wow. I also sometimes, I don't know if this is important or not, but if I were on the shoes, I'd be happy to hold here, because also even if I lose this set, I'm starting the set serving. And I think in a second set, I prefer that over being the one, you know, kind of always playing catch up.
Sure you all can see and hear it from up there, but there is definitely more thump behind Ons Jabeur's shots right now. You could see the energy, a little better footwork, and all of that contributed to her holding serve and getting on the board, and the crowd absolutely appreciating her efforts there. They want to see a match.
A few more errors from Navarro almost feels strange.
Jabeur getting traction in this opening set.
14.
Stunning. What a backhand from Jabeur. One good hold and a break, and this set may get interesting still.
Well, maybe she heard us, what we said on the change of ends before these two
You're going to take credit for that?
I think I am.
Okay.
Yeah, over her coach. It's all me.
Going to take a commission, prize money commission, if she turns this around. But you're right. I mean, it's and just what Chana was saying as well. It's interesting just how much cleaner the ball seems to be coming off her racket suddenly.
Yeah, and I feel like it was a bit more pace behind her ball. Even got Emma crouching and couldn't really defend the balls from the serve. But also, do you feel like Emma could maybe mix up the serve a bit more? It feels a bit predictable with the slices. I don't know, we saw it on the monitor, but yeah, feels like it doesn't feel unreturnable, that's for sure.
There's definitely opportunities here for Ons Jabeur. Question is whether she can hang on to her next service game and make some inroads in the next one. On a cloudless day here in Melbourne. Ons Jabeur with a couple of games in a row. Can she continue the fight back? If she continues to hit spots like that, she will. Huge uptick in pace as well off the ground from Jabeur after the opening 3 games. Look at that. Found 10 kilometers more off the backhand and 4 on the forehand. Dubbed the Roger Federer of Tunisia when she was growing up because of those lovely silky hands.
She's just so fun to watch when she does stuff like this, which is all the time. Ons doesn't have the fastest serve, but wow, does she place it well. And something with her motion always makes me feel like it's coming in quicker than what I read on the monitor. Maybe that's just me. She holds court so well. I mean, I was looking at her footwork. She didn't really back off the baseline, and it's not like Emma is hitting short. It's just she plays her best tennis when she takes the ball early and is being the one that's, you know, being the aggressor. Was the right play, though.
Chandler thinks it got a little interesting, a little more interesting than perhaps you Americans won.
Well, you know, I'm enjoying, you know, the match from down here, certainly, and Navarro now with a little bit of work to do. But I think she would have expected at some point for Jabeur to pick her game up and that this was going to be a tougher match than it seemed the first 5 games. You talk about Ons Jabeur's serve, and it really slides through the court. It isn't as easy to read, to Isla's point, and it picks up speed, I think, as it hits and it shoots through. So that's another challenge for Navarro right now.
Nicely segued to neutrality there.
Yeah, that side is so tricky with the sun at this stage of the day. I mean, also both of these girls not using a hat is incredibly impressive to me. I don't know how they managed to do that, but maybe we'll see Emma or Ons, you know, adjust their starting point on their serve. Could help, but definitely it's the second shot where you're blind, is that it affects you.
Yeah, we saw Sabalenka yesterday struggling, didn't we? Having a serve very slowly from the end that Navarro's at right now.
She's just so good at making you hit shots that are not even easy to practice. I don't think Emma was ready for that shot, but also neutralizing the point with her slice. Just so crafty. But if you look at Ons' demeanor, I mean, she's won the last 3 games, but it's kind of similar to even when she was losing. So she's got that poker face.
From courtside, these balls look nasty. I mean, they are sliding through the court. They're staying low. She's got a similar take back when she goes to the slice as when she goes to the drop shot. And she is yanking Navarro around right now.
I always feel like when Ons gets her opponent to slice is exactly where she wants him to be. Nothing like a first serve to get you out of trouble.
Followed by a second one.
Feels like she just wanted to make that return in, especially break point. Didn't feel like it was unreturnable, but just had to give it a bit more power.
Advantage, Navarro.
A couple of chances for Jabeur to get back on serve in this opening set have slipped by. And a chance now for the American to secure this opening set.
Definitely more errors creeping in from Navarro. I think Jabeur just pushing her around and making her hit more balls, different balls every part of the court. Definitely setting up a really good battle even for the next set. Changes quickly, doesn't it? I mean, just feels like 10 minutes ago we were talking about what does Ons have to do to get back into this match, and she's a point away from leveling it to being on serve.
Couldn't find a first serve to bail herself out of trouble, and Jabeur jumps all over the second, and we are back on serve. 4 straight games for Jabeur. That was a classy stroke.
Yeah,
First time she's done it
Yeah,
off that return, on that side.
I feel like it's what you got to do against Emma, because sometimes the second serve can get a bit predictable, so you know it's probably coming as a kicker to your backhand, and you got to take a few chances and almost invest in it, even if you miss, to make Emma think that she has to maybe force the second serve more and give her more errors. But we also know that Ons can produce that off her backhand and you know, go for the winner. So I'm sure Emma's not happy to not have closed that out, but we're happy to see a battle.
Jabeur, a little bit like what's on top of her head at the start of this match, kind of bizarrely. She was ice cold, but she is suddenly red hot.
Time.
Well, Jabeur is looking to try and do something that she hasn't done for quite a while, and that is beat a top tenner. As you can see, this would be her first WTA top win at a Grand Slam event since beating Sabalenka at Wimbledon in what was one of those great runs through, wasn't it, from the round of 32. Beat Andreescu, former Grand Slam winner, Kvitova, former Grand Slam winner, Rybakina, former Grand Slam winner, Sabalenka, as we just saw before, coming up short against Vondrousova in the final. First time that had actually happened since Serena Williams back in '99 at the US Open. And it's that type of quality that Navarro's up against right now.
Yeah, you could see Navarro motioning that she needs to move up to that ball, but that's the quality Ons has. She plays this kind of like a tough ball, but it lands short and makes you kind of stuck in your feet. I feel like that was going out. Maybe Shonda had a better view.
15.
Tough to tell. I think when you are in doubt, as you know, you play it. But I think she maybe second-guessed it at the last moment.
Line first serve.
Yeah, Navarro just has to stay aggressive here. Definitely always have a chance when Ons hits a second serve that you can attack it. Both of these girls, I feel like their demeanor on court, you can't really read them. They're very leveled. Almost if you just look at them, you wouldn't be able to tell who's winning, who's losing. And then off the court, I feel like they're quite different.
Great athleticism on the stretch there from Navarro.
She's just so casual with that volley.
14.
Almost feel like if she maybe got a little lower, she could have had it, but that's Ons for you. She will do it with flair. Almost thinks that now it's out. I mean, it's not convinced.
It looked out when it hit, honestly. But it's electronic line calling. You go with it.
gorgeous.
That's amazing. Wow. Her team definitely liked that one.
Jabeur.
I actually got worried that she maybe came in and didn't hit enough of a, didn't spread the court enough, but what she makes up with her hands is unbelievable.
What a shot.
Well, they're definitely bringing the best out of each other this game, that's for sure. I thought also it was a smart play to go to Emma's backhand on the serve, but that's just too good. I like that play though, just a bit more urgency and commitment to that shot. Looks like she's motioning, she wanted to give it more shape.
Can Navarro shake off Jabeur? Third set point. Yes, she can. Another mistake up at net for the Tunisian, and finally the American takes it 6 games to 4. And that is an exhale moment in a match, isn't it,
Yeah.
Isla, for Emma Navarro, having led 5-love.
I think Emma's happy to close this one out, especially after having 2 really long first matches in the draw, but yeah, I mean, still got more tricky than I think she would have liked.
Yeah, just taking a little look through some of the numbers there, and a few too many unforced errors, particularly from Ons early on in that set.
Exactly. I think those the high number creeped in the beginning. She definitely picked it up, and like I said, you know, you got to invest in the second set, like, and in the rest of the match. I think Emma's thinking, you know, I won this set and I was up 5-love, but I'm kind of playing against a different player coming into the second, because she really picked up her level and played some great tennis at the end.
As you said, you can't really read either of these two. Navarro just looking. So what differences are they off the court? You said they look the same on it. What differences off the court?
Yeah, I mean, Ons is one of the players that when I'm having a bad day and we have lockers next to each other here, she's like my therapist. So there have been plenty of times where, you know, she gives me a pep talk and I feel comfortable enough to share some stuff with her. So she's been there for me a lot. And yeah, on the court, I feel like sometimes she's more negative than she is off the court.
Emma Navarro looking to get through to the round of 16 here at the Australian Open for the first time. You kind of forget that her first ever win at a major wasn't that long ago, back in 2023 at the French Open.
Second set, Navarro to
That's
serve.
crazy.
Yep.
Feels like she's been around for years.
And then last year, of course, first title in Hobart at the start of the season. First semi-final at a major, finished the year at world number 8. Most improved player on the WTA. And would have been at the best of the best event in Saudi Arabia had it not been for Krejcikova, of course, who had won Wimbledon, and then that rule that if you won a major and you're inside the world's top 20, you get in, and Navarro missed out.
Rude.
Yeah.
You know, you got to hit a good drop before Emma not to get to it. So I think she's definitely in this set going to keep an eye on, you know, but she sneaks it so quickly. She disguises it so well, but great athlete, Emma. I mean, you know, she's going to be getting to more of these than in the first set, I think, where she was caught maybe a bit off guard.
gorgeous forehand.
Just a short take back and bang. That's what I mean. She loves to take it early and use your pace as well. I mean, that's as much negativity as we will see from Emma. But Ons making way more returns here and making Emma work for this one. Some scoreboard pressure as well.
First game, second set.
It was a quality start to the second set by Jabeur.
Yeah, it was a couple of nice strikes, picking up where she left off, so close to getting herself alongside Navarro in that opening set at 5 apiece, but wasn't to be, as we take a look up from above at Melbourne Park, which has been a place where the records have been tumbling in terms of attendances as we build towards a second week.
Does feel like Ons has taken some deep breaths here, but seems pretty good in play.
Promising start in the opening 3 games where she was subdued in pace and also in temperament, but has turned things around magnificently.
Yeah, just mixing up the serve as well, making Emma hit different shots. Can't really see where it's coming from, where it's going.
Jana, it's nice to see Ons put this kind of performance in against one of the elite players.
I mean, this is the type of tennis we were expecting from Jabeur now that she's gotten healthy. I mean, it's been a tough couple of years, as you mentioned. And right now, she just looks like she's found the rhythm. She's very comfortable behind these returns from Navarro. It'll be interesting to see what Navarro tries to change. She's lost her last 3 service games. And right now, it seems like the serve is not pressing Jabeur enough. It's not moving her wide enough or pressing her in terms of pace often enough.
I was just going to say, Emma needs to try to get that ball above shoulders on the back end for Ons, but she gave it a little jump, and I think she's seeing the ball like a basketball right now, which doesn't help Emma, but I think if she just tries to put more shape on her shots and get the ball out of the strike zone for Ons, could be a better story.
It's interesting, Isla, you say that. I'm sitting here courtside and I'm trying to figure out how do you get it out of Jabeur's strike zone. I mean, even the serves that are a little higher, a little more kick, she's very comfortable taking it above the shoulders and hitting down on it more than probably most players. And so that's part of the challenge on some of the returns, even when Navarro gets a pretty good serve.
Yeah, well, that's the That's the tough part now when Ons is playing this well. This is when she's sort of at her best. Nothing really works, but you got to stay persistent. And trust me, you know, there is a height you can go to where it will be hard for even with the jump to get over it. And I know Emma has that in her forehand and in her kick serve.
Wizardry, wonderful. And it is a winning pattern of play that Jabeur has found at the start of this second set. 3-love.
Jabeur leads 3 games to love.
Jana, you have nightmares looking at those drop shots, wouldn't you?
It is awful. I mean, you don't realize the amount of improvisation that Navarro is having to do out here, because some of these shots you will never see but for playing on Jabeur, and it's really a beautiful game to watch.
Yeah, that's the trouble about facing Ons. You actually can't even practice these to play against these shots because
no one else does it.
No one else does it unless you ask her to have a hit before you guys play. But there's something refreshing, I think, about Ons' demeanor on and off the court. I think after taking that break and becoming hungry again to play, I think she had so much success before the injuries came, and then, you know, it's not easy to play with pain, and I think she's done it for a while. So now that she's healthy and hungry again, it's just, you can see it in her game.
For a lot of guys out on the tour, when they do a charity gig, it's sort of $100 for every ace. For Ons Jabeur at Wimbledon back in 2023, her sponsor actually donated $100 for every drop shot she hit for renovating a high school in a neglected region of Tunisia. And she produces quite a few. That would have been a fairly hefty check. That's unplayable.
And also, I think, you know, you just weather the storm as well. When your opponent is playing this well, I mean, Emma just has to stick to her, what the game plan was in the beginning, and kind of weather the storm and wait for Ons to start missing a few. Tell you, it's not fun to be Emma now, because this is when you feel silly, because you feel like Ons starts toying with you. But you just got to accept it that also this is probably one of her biggest strengths. Also, given how the first set went, I think Emma needs to keep in mind, you know, Ons turned it around from love 4 to 4-5. Why wouldn't Emma be able to do the same?
Well, she talked a little bit about that in her win over Badosa in the quarterfinals of the US Open. She was down heavily in that second set, she said, but I just didn't see myself playing a third set. I always thought there was a way back. And we're still just halfway through this second set at the moment. Front-facing hot dog.
I don't even know how she does that, because I'm very not talented with this stuff, so I always get impressed. And I want to know if that was that the only choice, or did she want to give a bit of fun to the crowd? Maybe both.
It does look as though she picked it up a little bit late. Beautiful length from the American, sticking to her task well.
Yeah, and that's the forehand I was talking about, that got, I mean, even Ons played a great drop shot. I don't think she meant to do that, but to get it out of her, above her shoulders and to the corners, you can't go wrong with that.
Chanda, she's over having a chat with the coach. Of course, it's legal. Would you like the towel boxes that close to your opponent's coaching team is more my question.
It's a little close for my comfort, I would say, but you know, everybody's getting used to it.
I was wondering what the players were thinking about. Actually, Emma said after that win against Peyton Stearns, of course, out on Laver, that, you know, walking up there to the opposing coach was a little uncomfortable after a big point because they're out of their seats roaring for Peyton, and she's standing right there.
Maybe that's a moment you can intimidate them right back. You know, they get scared to cheer if you're really close. Give them a look or something.
Got to pick herself up. Might be down a set at the moment, Jabeur, but she just has to remind herself she's won 7 of the last 9 games.
Try to beat her at her own game. But yeah, Shonda mentioned that earlier. It's really tough because it's this, Ons has the same take back for her slice and for her drop shot, so you don't technically know what's coming, and sometimes you even have to anticipate it before it even comes out and start running before. But yeah, very hard to do when you're on the other end.
Second serve.
You can see Ons' longtime coach definitely encouraging that, knowing that that was the right shot. Just needs to clear the net a little bit, but 100% what she needed to do on that second serve.
Navarro inching her way back into contention in this second set, just the 1 game behind. 3-2, Jabeur. And that calmness from Navarro shining through there after what was a rocky start to this second set. So impressive from her in terms of her ability to problem solve. And Chanda, sometimes you've just got to ride that storm out, haven't you, and just wait for it to blow itself out when you have the kind of extravagant style that obviously Ons does.
I think you do, and I think players who are up against Jabeur, they know that, and you know, you sometimes do feel silly with the ability Ons Jabeur has to hit the drop shot out of nowhere, and you are struggling, feeling like a hack out there. But
I know that feeling well, Chanda. Thank you for describing my entire career.
We all do at some point, and it's almost embarrassing. You feel that, but you got to let go of it because that is the skill set that Jabeur has, and Navarro's doing a great job of working through it.
Beautiful Melbourne Park, and the convertible roofs are open, and play is underway on the first Saturday of this year's Australian Open, and it's been some contest. Looked as though it was going to be a one-sided affair in the opening set, with Navarro grabbing those opening 5 games, but a good competitive second set and first. but just wavering here a little bit on Jabeur.
A bit of hesitation on that forehand. I had a feeling she might go back across, but yeah, just a bit more. On's taking no time in between. She tends to play fast, but wouldn't mind a few seconds extra here. Did everything well there up until the last one, but hard to say with knowing that this is how Ons is, but body language is a little bit negative last 2 games.
Great desire and determination from Navarro, as ever.
15-14.
There's not a ball she gives up on, which is probably why she's such a great player, and also why there are so many matches that she's come back from when she's been down and out. That's a way to save 3 break points. It's funny, Emma taking her time more than Ons here. Always feel a bit of pressure when I'm on the other end of the court and have to almost skip and not make, because you want to play by the server's pace, but you're allowed to take your time as well. Feels like she mishit it a little bit. I feel like it was a clean hit. Not sure she wanted to go line there.
Great escape on offer now for Jabeur. Couple of missed second serve returns. She can't believe it.
New balls, please.
Jabeur once again moving away from the American in this second set.
Jabeur leads 4 games.
I feel like when there's a lack of emotional reactions from both, it's hard to tell where the momentum is, because I thought it was completely with Ons, and then, you know, a few errors here and Emma's right back into it. It's been really hard to pick which direction this match is going in.
Did you like the intent there, Chanda, or was it a little overly aggressive from Navarro?
I didn't mind the intent, just because that's what she's had to do to break serve. Incidentally, I've called both of Emma's first 2 matches 3 sets. I've never seen her sit down. And she sat down as she went to the towel, as if just to contemplate what happened the last 5 points. And it's been that kind of match for her. But I like that she's trying to problem solve. She's trying to do different things, even if it means the occasional miss.
Yeah, this is definitely a match where Emma is going to have to adapt and change things as they go, because Ons, when she gets hot, I think that there's different things she can try and vice versa. That's unbelievable. It's just not a shot you expect when you're on the run, on the forehand, to have to run back for a drop shot. It's just what you've got to try to expect when you play ons. Like that just doesn't make sense. Holds the court so well. I mean, she doesn't back off from the baseline, and such good timing and hands to redirect the ball and use Emma's pace.
A couple of points there that you can see tennis's gain and handball's loss back in Tunisia. They were desperate to get her into a very popular sport over there in Tunisia, but tennis won out. Superb use of the court. May not have quite the flair that obviously Jabeur does, but that was great court craft from Navarro. 4-3 to the Tunisian.
Yeah, having hit with Emma after she's had the success last year, and this is the biggest difference I found was the heaviness on her serve, and then the forehand off that she can, the power and the height that she can create, and just the angle really makes you not want to go to that side.
Yeah, that one was half court. The three-quarter forehand pulled across court is one of the most important shots out there. That was a lovely example of something even more special from Navarro, and that's what she's needing to produce right now.
I think Navarro's also in a new position, having had an amazing year last year, and it's never easy to back that up. And coming into this year, people know you more. You're feeling like you got to defend results, and you're not really the new kid on the block anymore. You got to back up what you did the year before, and that's never easy. So she's got a big task ahead, but I think she'll do well just because of the grit and determination she always shows.
8th appearance here for Jabeur in Melbourne 2020. She made the quarterfinals. As for Emma Navarro, this just her second appearance. Last year she reached the third round. I didn't know quite, Chana, why she runs that way to hit that serve.
I think she's just a little more comfortable on the backhand side. That is the more steady wing for Navarro. Her forehand can get a little whippy.
It takes you so far out of court, though.
Well, you know, tennis players, they want to be comfortable, Petch. You know that. Doesn't matter.
You've got to be comfortable being uncomfortable, Chana, like you under that umbrella, getting hotter and hotter by the second.
I feel like she almost gave up on that point, thought her ball was out. God, that was right on the line. So, I mean, at one point, when you play ons, you just want to like sit down and give up just a few of those drop shots. Yeah, I think you were right saying about Emma kind of avoiding that forehand on the first serve, because she even moved her positioning on the return on the ad side, moving closer to the middle. But to be honest, I don't see why, because she looks for the forehand in the point. It's not like that.
Well, it's jamming her. It's chasing her and therefore squeezing her space on the backhand. She's playing it out of her left hip. If she went the other way, the ball's sliding. It's actually creating space for her.
And then she's closer to the middle of the court.
Correct. That's right in Ons' wheelhouse.
You can see that Emma's feeling it too from all the sprint. I mean, if we could know how many sprints she's done in the last two sets, it's probably more than what she did in December. But credit to Ons, even the amount of drop shots she's hit, they're all quality. There hasn't been one hiccup where it's either too high or too long. I think big game here, though, for Navarro. Just you want to stay close and have Ons serve it out if she can.
Just one of those errors that's kind of earned by Jabeur's wizardry down the other end. You don't want to give her too much time on the ball to be able to produce those drop shots. Emma trying a little too much from down low.
Yeah, it's too good. You know, I think Ons' ball is really hard to see from the screen, but it's actually a very uncomfortable ball because it's, in a way, it's really doesn't have much net clearance, and you can get jammed quite a few times. So, you know, the errors that are creeping in from Navarro is also credit to Ons.
Been waiting for a moment to say this, but Jabeur's shots, her trajectory, you mentioned the low clearance over the net, and then when it hits the ground, it's like it doesn't come up. It stays going lower, where most players, even flat hitters, once it hits, it'll come up a little bit from the court. Jabeur's oftentimes does not.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, Sean. And as when you're playing Jabeur, you want to get it above her shoulder, but then it's tough because her balls stay so low. So it's almost easier said than done to, you know, stick to your tactics if that's what you agreed with your coach.
Out.
Good save by Navarro. Just want to extend the set as long as possible. that's a gift. That's a Christmas present and a right time.
Set point gratefully received by Jabeur. Not just her coach, the crowd and everybody within Melbourne Park. An absolutely stunning finish to the second set, 6-3. Just Jana, an amazing drop shot to finish that. Just robs the ball of the bounce when she hits it like that.
Yeah, and it's counter to the depth and the flatness of her shots, the previous shot in that point. So it's difficult to deal with both. And Navarro, you mentioned she's a terrific athlete and a speedy mover, but she couldn't come close to getting to that.
Oh, now look at this. Slow motion, beautiful technique.
I gotta take pointers.
And you said it already, part of it is the deception that comes with it. You're not sure what's coming. I mean, Novak has a couple of drop shots. He's got the one where he's got the left hand up the throat to hit the drop shot, so it looks like he's going to hit the slice. He's also got the two-hander on the grip, and then he just at the last second takes the left hand off the racket and hits the drop shot, and that is part of Ons's appeal with that drop shot. You can run the credits in a Ons-Jabeur match, but to be honest, it's so unique that whatever unforced errors the opponent hit, I think you kind of almost got to asterisk it against it because of just what you're dealing with.
Yeah, and I thought it was an interesting stat over there, how much court Ons has covered in the first set compared to the second, and she definitely ran a bit less in the second, just showing that she's the aggressor, and it was a bit of cat and mouse that she was playing, and that's what Ons wants you to do. She wants you to get into that cat and mouse game because she's the best at that.
She wants to hear the love, and she deserves the love. It has been a very, very tricky 12 months for Ons-Jabeur. Well, surgery after the Australian Open in 2023 after losing to Vondrousova. Came back here last year, got demolished by Andreeva, 0-2. Knee problems, the shoulder problem. But more interestingly, right now, she's proving to be a problem for Navarro. But we talked about wheelhouses in terms of the trickery that we see from Jabeur. Look at this. Emma Navarro has played 33 set matches since the start of 2024, more than anyone else. She likes this format, and she's been super successful at it, winning over 20 of those matches. Glued it to the line.
I mean, the amount of different shots Ons threw, because I was thinking during this point how Emma needs to find a way to be more aggressive and be the aggressor in this match, but Ons just giving her 4 different looks from her backhand side, and you can't say Emma did anything wrong there. The one thing with Ons, though, you know, she will come up with spectacular points, but she will give you gifts here and there. It's just part of her game. So if you're Emma, you just got to stay calm and look for your opportunities, because you will get them.
All to 13. Cain, Jabeur.
Yeah, a bit of hesitation on that forehand return. Just doesn't
First
look
game,
settled
final
in
set.
her return games, Emma Navarro. But at the end of the day, I think that's credit to Ons. This is just what she does to you. She makes you feel very uncomfortable on the court and makes you question your choices. And that little bit of doubt can really turn a match around.
In keeping with obviously how she's got to this stage with the win against Stearns, that was a gritty one. Had to put a horrible miss on the overhead behind her on break point to go 4-all in that third set, but got it done in the longest match of her career. And then against Wong, going to 3 sets again. She was impressive down the final stretch.
To deliver some salt and some energy gel packages at the next change events for Jabeur.
And you can hear there from the umpire that Ons just wanting to get something from the doctor, some salt, some energy gels. But Balforth, the umpire for this one.
Love 15.
Emma Navarro just looking a little bit rattled. I think needs to find what works best for her and just go for her favorite spots, favorite shots.
Absolute genius from Jabeur. She still had a little bit of work to do to tidy things up. Look at this. You've been asking for it, Isla.
This is incredible. I mean, it just shows you the variety on the serve. But you don't expect a drop shot off of your serve. It's just something that is very hard to look at.
If you want to highlight just how confused Emma is at times, just need to look at that point. She was so hesitant about coming in, and yet she had got Jabeur completely on the run. Look at that, looking.
Yeah. But this is what she has to keep doing, because this is what gave her success in that first set, even if Jabeur did have a slow start.
That is massive. We might bookmark that point at the end of this if she manages to hang on to this service game. That was a huge dig.
She slid into that as well and had control with her 2 hands to pull that line. Unbelievable.
Doesn't always teach a character, this sport. People love to say that, but I tell you what, it always reveals it. And Navarro's shown in the last 12 months just how tough she is down the stretch.
I actually love that saying. I couldn't agree with it more.
That's all you can do.
Surprised she didn't move in on that one. Yeah. I mean, that would have been probably a volley.
One game.
Jenna, that's great coaching from Pete. He knows how big that game was. He was out of his seat immediately, not just sitting there rocking back. He is just up, showing Emma the intensity that she needs to bring to this next point. So easy just to sit there and kind of chat. He is his body language and everything else.
Yeah, since getting up 5-love in the first set, it's been difficult for Navarro to hold. So that type of hold, she got a free point during the middle of that game. I think that was big. All of that just helps, you know, shore up the belief down the stretch here.
Out. 15.
Something about Ons' serve is not working for Navarro right now. Just, in my opinion, a bit too many gifts.
I think you know, we see Emma Navarro play a lot, and a lot of times she's getting that return back in play. Right now, she's trying to act on it because that's her best chance to, you know, try to get the break, and that's where she's been more successful this match.
But
I think it's causing her to throw in more unforced errors. She's playing a little bit outside of what her norms would be.
Great point, and you're absolutely right, Shonda. I mean, I think the fact that Ons' serve maybe isn't the quickest and Emma cannot use the pace, it's making it harder for her to neutralize it and get into the point where she feels like she has to put something extra on it.
First serve.
Is the balance of power in this match going to suddenly tilt back towards the American?
This is where sometimes Ons can get sloppy because she makes spectacular shots and she keeps going, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. Tough choice to pull that one line, but did give it height.
Advantage, Jabeur.
Just not enough.
Chanda, just quickly, she looked a little winded after that point.
Taking a couple extra deep breaths, got a little bit of shade, but it's just a reset.
Try to pull the trigger on the return very quickly. Jabeur survives. 2-1, final set to the Tunisian. Good scrap this, Isla. Good scrap.
This was a great hold for Ons, but you know, I was just thinking, you're never going to play the best match against Ons. It's just impossible because she's going to try to make you as uncomfortable as you can get. So all you can do is find Ons' weakness and try to exploit that, but and then stay mentally tough, because like I said, you're going to get little bits and pieces from Ons that are a bit silly and unforced errors, because she sometimes also gets carried away with the drop shots and with the trick, not trick shots, but just like the flair that she brings. And yeah, I think that's where Emma's strength comes into play, where she's leveled pretty much the whole match, and she never gives up, which she showed in her first 2 rounds.
Time.
Opening match out here on the Margaret Arena has proved to be a absolutely riveting affair between these two. Didn't look that way if you're just joining us for the first time. Navarro, the 8th seed, ran away with the opening 5 games before, as you can see, Jabeur closed the gap to 4, almost got back on level terms, and it has been pretty equal ever since then.
Love.
That's just too good. Too good, but Emma just has to find a way to get Ons to not have all that possibility. But hard to do when, like we said, the ball stays low off of Ons' racket. Always adds a bit of her own twist. Great point by Ons. She knows how big this one was.
15-30.
You can just feel that Ons is controlling most of the points now.
Something a little more conventional from Jabeur. Carves out a couple of break points for her.
Latin. First serve.
Every point feels priceless.
30-14.
Really important for Emma, just really to take it 1 point at a time and just to get this back to juice, then have another battle. Also, if I have to pick, I would back maybe Emma a bit more physically. Ons feels a bit more weathered at this stage of the match, and you know, we did here ask for some more electrolytes and salt on the change of ends. So if Emma can make this as physical as it can get, I think it can help her.
Yeah, these two, they've been playing just over an hour and a half, but it's been the intensity of the match, a lot of the running that Navarro's had to do. We know Jabeur's issues that she had with her breathing in her last match, and so there's a lot more that's coming into play, and it's getting a little toasty. Even under the nice umbrella that I'm under, I can feel the heat beaming down a bit more than at the start of this match.
Yeah, I've just pressed the button on our digital air conditioning up here, Chandler, and just knocked it down a couple of degrees.
Yeah, we can feel it too.
You'll have to show me where that is, Petch, when you come down.
She was a little cooler on that point than she would have liked. Navarro back to the relative sanctuary of juice in this important fourth game.
Great point from Emma here, really pressing, putting pressure on Ons. But even some of the shots Ons comes up with, you know, she doesn't get out of balance too easily, and she's right back in the middle, so really playing good defensive tennis as well.
That's what we want. Big third-round clash between two iconic names on the women's tour, and we are locked at 2 apiece in the final set. And it will be interesting, of course, because Jabeur hasn't played a lot of these elite players and what they bring to the court as well. Last year, of course, had to pull out in Berlin in the quarters against Coco Gauff. She had a viral illness there after dropping the opening set on the breaker. Played Coco at Roland Garros in the quarterfinals, lost in 3 sets. But just 3 matches against top tenors last year. Did get the better of Ostapenko in Madrid. Former champion there, of course, Jabeur.
Having not used up the break points, there's a mental lapse maybe that's coming for Jabeur.
Yeah, and I think also we're even at 2-all, but Emma Navarro's got to feel like she's ahead with how she saved the break points. She is on serve, even though she could have very well been down by this point. And for Jabeur, I think it's the opposite direction.
Chanda right on point, and big points here for the American, having survived in the previous service game. Issam Sjarj is in danger of going behind a break in this final set.
Yeah, really important for Emma to take her time before every point here, because Ons did come back from some love 40 games, so it's not like she hasn't done it before, but every point is crucial here.
Good discipline. She has stuck to her task so admirably in this final set, has Navarro. And she gets the success. A break, 3-2.
Yeah, I feel like she definitely put it in another gear on returning here, Emma, and definitely I feel like that was the difference. Bit slow from Ons maybe first few points. You could tell that she's maybe feeling it a little bit physically, but I think the mental lapse was really big of not having executed the break points, and maybe in her mind she felt like she should have been up 3-1 and not 2-all, and Emma with some extra energy to break and just happy to have hold it to 2-all. But yeah, excited to see what Ons comes up with here, having the coach on that side too. Maybe she taps into that.
Time.
And it's been great to welcome Jabeur back to another major. Start of the year as ever. An unwritten script for tennis always gets underway here in Melbourne. Biggest headlines of the year get written in January, and then we start taking our cues from that.
Didn't really do enough with that serve. Just felt like it was right in the wheelhouse of Jabeur's forehand. I feel like once you start the point off running with Jabeur, it's really hard to get back into the aggressive side.
Great start to this game.
Love 30.
That was some dig from the 23-year-old on her two-hander there.
And that was an important point.
15-30.
You know, 15-30 compared to love 40 makes Emma feel like she's still in this game.
Great counter from Navarro with the slice down the line to get out of that exchange.
Yeah, it was also a good reaction. I don't think she expected that, but I always get nervous when you slice back to ons from her slice, but I did think that that was the right choice in this point. I feel like pressure's a bit more now on ons, being a 30 all, like she has to do something here.
What an onslaught, relentless from Jabeur.
The physicality from Emma is evident, but I just would love to know the thought process on Emma serving, because it's pretty low in the 140s or 150, and not sure about the placement. Is it body backhand? Yeah, not sure what the goal is.
One of her quickest serves of the day, particularly as it was out wide on the outside. Her quickest is 166. That one coming in at 163. There was a clear decision made by the American there to look for the quick point with the big serve. Jabeur got back in amongst it, but is she wilting a little bit here in the Melbourne sun?
That's outrageous. That's incredible. I don't know if I'm more impressed with the drop shot off the serve or the second passing shot. I want to know also, when does she decide this? There's no way she's waiting at the line and being like, okay, next one. It must be a bit of a last-minute decision of and feel.
I just feel like as this becomes more of a physical battle, it shifts even more to Emma Navarro's side of the court. All these break opportunities here in the third set could start to take more of a toll on Jabeur, especially if she doesn't get the break here.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a blessing and a curse with Emma Navarro being physically so fit that sometimes she relies maybe too much on her legs and her lungs and you know, isn't as aggressive from the ground. But look, she's finding a way in the last round, so I definitely think physicality is not an issue here. Great placement on this serve to get it back to deuce. We always come up with the best serves when we're backed up in against the wall, don't we?
You might have. Don't put me in that category. What I love about Emma Navarro is discipline at the highest level, is seeing an open shot, knowing you can make it, but knowing if you don't pull the trigger on that one and just make a normal shot, you're more likely to win it. She is so good at not playing herself out of situations. The one thing she isn't is sorry.
Well, knowing Ons, she probably is as sorry as she can be in this situation, but then pretty glad it's back to deuce. That did come in very lucky. I mean, wow. I was thinking, had a feeling that could clip the net.
Couldn't quite get the feet probably around that to hit a forehand, which he would have liked to have done. Had to force the backhand. There was nothing to work with pace-wise. And there is so much pressure out there at the moment.
Gotta give it to Ons. She really went for it here. Brought it back to 3-all. Some big returning on second serve, taking your chances. What you got to do at this level against someone like Emma. There's not going to be many looks that you get, but when you see it, you got to go for it.
When you think about all of the tools that Jabeur has in her tool bag, does she get the lets as well, though? I mean, how does that work?
That was a bit unfair. Yeah.
9 minutes. Navarro for on Jabeur as she pulls up alongside Navarro in this final set. A contest that has proved to be everything we hoped it could be.
Bit of a momentum shift here. It's like she doesn't take too many steps back, even when you push her back. She's just so good at working with not a lot of space and still making shots. Not that one, but throughout this whole set, 2 sets and a half. I do like that play, though. I think the more pressure you can put on the second serve of Jabeur, the more she might think of it, think about it, throw in some doubles.
Ran out of air.
Yeah. One thing I really like about Emma Navarro, I feel like she's really clear about her strengths and weaknesses, and she's clear on what she wants to do out there. Even if sometimes we might think differently, she's really clear that, you know what, she wants to hit the back and return, she'll do it all set.
The return left the line open. Jabeur took her shot, couldn't make it.
You can see she's feeling the importance of this game, this point.
Yeah, and the more balls that Emma Navarro keeps getting back into court, they are having much more of an effect now. Jabeur just having to work harder. Can she keep pushing through here?
Stunning. And is that the moment that carries Navarro potentially to the victory? Back in front with the break, 4-3. And that's where the hard yards paid off for Navarro in the gym. That got that extra half a step in to get behind the ball to make the pass.
Yeah, and just the consistency of her physicality over the almost coming up on 2 hours. I think this is also where it really kicks in, and you can see, you know, we saw Ons Jabeur slouch over on that one point, and I think there's a mental edge to it. If you see your opponent at, you know, 3-all in the third feeling like that, and you're feeling pretty good yourself, I think it gives you a bit of a kind of a good feeling, like you're maybe doing better in this set.
And I've been keeping a loose tally on how many games Jabeur has been ahead and has lost that game. And I think that also starts to take a bit of a toll. You just know Navarro is not going to go away no matter the scoreline.
Tunisia on the right, the USA on the left. At the moment it is advantage USA, but these are the moments that we live for as fans watching on. Edge of history or the edge of heartbreak? What will it be for one of these two players out here today? Former world number 2 with it all to do.
Yeah, this is exactly where you want to get her out of range. Having to get her back and out of the air, not easy to do. I do also think that even if maybe physically we're giving it the edge a bit to Emma, I think the experience is on Jabeur's side. She's been in this position many times, and no matter her current ranking, you know, she knows what it takes to go deep in the slams.
T15.
Navarro doing absolutely the right thing, not trying to overplay the situation. She wasn't actually entirely sure in flight that ball was going to drop in. But the value of making Jabeur at this stage of this physical contest play one extra shot was pretty evident.
Great hold by Navarro. Does feel like she deserved that one after ruling last couple of games with a lot of momentum shifts. She's been maybe a little bit more consistent and solid in this third set. That's what you want to easier points to start the game.
Play that three. world to love, which she'll love, given the circumstances. Emma Navarro, though, with a chance to serve out for another 3-set win at this year's Australian Open.
The amount of ebbs and flows this match has had, I wouldn't say Emma Navarro is gonna probably go to the line and be so confident knowing that this is, you know, she will serve it out for sure, but it makes it interesting because I think Ons also is coming in and knowing she's broken her before, and why not now? It's pretty much the most important game for Ons Jabeur, this one, to stay in the match.
Yeah, I don't think Emma Navarro meant to give that game up so easily, but you know, I think it was a bit of a miscalculation to not make Jabeur work for it a little bit more and to try to get that break, because it has not been easy for Navarro holding. And I agree, I think this might be a tougher game than you would normally expect.
Time.
Well, number 8 may well have broken her opponent in this final set a couple of times, but she is yet to break her resolve, as we just saw in that last game from Jabeur.
Yeah, you can see the aggression from Emma Navarro's racket off that forehand, just a bit deep on that one, but she's going for it.
Just a little bit of the effervescence gone from Jabeur, given all the effort that she's put into this final set. Haven't seen any of those drop shots for a while.
Looks like she was a bit late on that one, maybe it skipped through the court. Navarro just staying solid here. This has been not maybe the longest 3-set match, but it's been so physical and intense.
what a competitor Emma Navarro is. Uncharted territory for her here in Melbourne, through to the 4th round for the very first time.
Yeah, unbelievable effort from both, really, but Emma just really mentally and physically so tough. She'll enjoy that one.
3rd straight 3-set win for Navarro. Hasn't soaked in her success from 2024. She's come out here, hit the ground running in 2025, and keeps impressing at the majors.
Good to see Ons Jabeur back playing healthy. I mean, we definitely have seen her cough a few times today, but I think she looked good for the most part of today, and happy to see her progress in the year and stay healthy and just play good tennis.
Yeah, she does produce beautiful tennis. She exports a fair bit of misery to her opponents, and Navarro felt that today. A lot of hard work once again in the legs of the American, but she did not succumb. And more importantly, she did not succumb to any negative thoughts as well about how tricky that was out there. She was the higher seed at the moment, but she was well prepared for the battle that ensued.
Yeah, or she fooled us with her poker face.
So good to see Ons back. Let's hope she can have a healthy 2025. One of the great stars out there on the WTA Tour. And it's better for her with all the drills in it, yeah. And seemed to recover after the asthma attack that she had in the 2nd round. That was a concern coming into this. Navarro, who states that problem solving out there in between the rectangle is one of her great strengths. Well, she proved that once again for a 3rd straight time. Whatever problem, and there are a multitude of them when you're playing on Jabeur, is thrown at her, she figures out a way to come out on top.
And I know she's always so measured, but just like, I mean, the biggest negativity we see from Emma Navarro is if she just puts her hand in the air and that's about it. I find that very impressive because tennis is a roller coaster sport.
Just her 2nd appearance here in Melbourne. She's through to the 4th round. She's going to have a chat with Chanda.
Emma Navarro, incredible match. You got off to a 5-love lead, very well start, and then it got physical, it got intense. 2 hours and 3 minutes later, what made the difference?
I love 3 sets. Yeah, I love tennis so much, I can't resist. I got to play 3 sets. But yeah, I came out playing really well. Maybe she wasn't playing her best, and then she played a really great 4 games to get it back to 5-4 and a really good 2nd set. And I just wanted to stick in there and keep believing in myself and know that, you know, if I put myself in the best position to do what I want to do, then maybe I'll come out on top, and I was able to do that.
Speaking of 3 sets, you've played, I think, 31 of them now in the last 13 months, more than any other player on tour, and you have won the majority of them. I think over 2/3 of those 3-set matches you've won. What do you attribute that to?
My dad used to drag my siblings and I have 3 siblings, and he used to drag us on a lot of really long bike rides, a lot of really long hikes, and we made up a term, biking and crying, because we'd be 6 hours in, we'd all have tears in our eyes and just exhausted trying to pedal up a hill, and it feels like your bike's gonna roll back down backwards. So yeah, I think I learned a lot of toughness growing up, and that's a lot thanks to him.
Now, I have a specific question about playing against Ons Jabeur. I mean, it's tough with the shots she can mix in, the drop shots. I mean, you kept getting to them time and time again. That made a huge difference in the match. What was your mindset in dealing with that during the points?
Yeah, she's tough because she'll pull out the slice and go either short or deep, and she kind of has the deep one locked in as well as the short, so it's tough to try to cover both, but I just tried to be ready for anything and put an extra ball back in play and make her play one more.
Now, you're starting this year in the top 10 in the world. It's a new place for you. Are you getting used to the limelight?
A little bit, getting there. But yeah, it's awesome to you know, have so much support, and I really appreciate all you guys supporting me and tennis in general, and thanks everyone for coming out. It means a lot, and it makes it really special to play here in Melbourne.
Well, it's been a real treat to watch you work through these matches. Congratulations, you're into the round of 16 at the Australian Open. Emma Navarro.
Big smile from her dad. What an incredible journey it has been for Emma Navarro, and pretty swift in the last couple of years, it has to be said. I've got sweaters that are older than Emma, and she's handling this global attention, the pressure that comes with being a big star, your own expectations as well, Isla.
Incredible. I mean, the fact that this is her second Australian Open and she already has 2 wins on Rod Laver and 1 on Margaret court, you just don't feel that when you watch her play. Me loves 3 sets. Well, that's on par.
She's going to have to take over the mantle from Petra Kvitova. She had that period where she put a 3 in her surname, didn't she? We're going to have to do that with Emma. But I tell you what, though, it does build a bit of a reputation tax for players to have to pay when they take her on, when they get to the decider.
Absolutely. You know, if you're facing Emma, you got to win that match. She will not give it to you. And that, it's very hard to play someone that never gives up.
That is the tail of the tape. You can see she did almost, what, half a K more than Ons Jabeur in terms of those little sprints. That was a tough part of this. 38 sprints to just 10. We don't often go down right to the bottom of that page, but that probably is the most significant stat from it.
Yeah, but you know, she looks pretty refreshed still after these 2 hours, so it just shows the amount of work she's put into the off season, that she's ready to go and be here for as long as it takes, really.
And that is where she slots into for the very first time in Melbourne, into the 4th round. Putin-Savers taking on Kasatkina at the moment. Lise was a lucky loser. She's through to the 3rd round, takes on Jacqueline Christian. Swiatek losing just the 1 game in the heavily billed contest with Emma Raducanu. And a potential blockbuster quarterfinal with Navarro and Swiatek if we get there. But she will be thankful for a day's rest after another hard day's work, but successful one for Emma Navarro here at the Australian Open.
We're ready for our next match here at Margaret Court Arena, men's singles third round. Please welcome from France, Fritz Monfils. And joining him on court, our fourth seed from the USA, Taylor Fritz.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to day 7. It is the weekend, baby, and the grounds are pumping here at Melbourne Park, and I'm sure a lot of the American fans that are visiting Melbourne and want to come and watch some tennis want to see the top American in action. Taylor Fritz, what a season he had in 2024, the winningest percentage that he's ever had as a pro. When we have a look at tour level results, and he's had a good start to the season as well, played some seriously good ball at the United Cup. And after making the finals of the last major of 2024 at the US Open, he will harbor ambitions of going all the way. The confidence will be sky high. But he's up against somebody who is the ultimate athlete, the ultimate entertainer. And after not winning, not making it to a finals of a tour level title last year for the first time in his career, he thought, I won't be having any of that. I'm just going to win a title early on this season, and that's what he did last week in Auckland. My name is Robbie Koenig, delighted to have one of Gail's former coaches alongside me in Roger Rashid.
Hello, this is Harry. He'll do the coin toss for you. All right, after the coin toss, some photos over to that side with Harry, please. For the match, 5 tiebreak sets, 6 ball, 7-9 ball change. I call the lets. For your towels, you can use the red one, the box with the red, and you can use the blue, please. 25 seconds between points. The time is shown on the boards and also all around the LED boards. Any questions before we start? Would you like to choose? We have AO or John Newcomb. Okay, Harry, all yours. Nice. AO it is. Serve. You stay? Okay, just some photos over there. Harry, this is yours.
Harry with a good toss. That helps Taylor. Harry Fritz decide what he wants to do first. Good afternoon, Rog.
Good afternoon, Robbie. What a beautiful day it is, and a warm day, a warmish day. That the temperatures got a little warmer, and so it should too as you move into the first weekend of the major. And these two guys, well, they can bring some real heat. I'm looking forward to watching the electricity on this court.
Yeah, this guy is a shot maker of note. Always has been, and has always been a feisty competitor ever since the junior days. I know a fair few people that have worked with him in California, and he always loved to play points. He's not one of those guys who's been drilled a million hours a day, and I think that's what makes him, for me, I just call them natural players. I think Alex Mickelson's another one of those, and this guy as well, he probably falls into that category. What a standout junior he was. Came oh so close to winning all 4 junior majors. It was Viktor Troitsky who actually beat him at the US Open in the 3rd round to stop him accomplishing that amazing feat that only Stefan Edberg has ever been able to do. Both these guys were top juniors. He's ranked 41 now, is Gail, and of course coming off the back of a great win last week in Auckland. And you know so much about this guy, you've worked with him, Rog. What's he like to be around and work with?
Well, I guess he's like a son to me, really, but he's one of those people that he makes you smile. But on the tennis court to work with, he was a delight, because at that point of his career, he was wanting so much information. He needed to understand how to transition himself from around this ranking, Robbie, actually, he was when we started working together, and how do I get into the top 10, Roger? What's the ingredients I need? So to be able to be involved in that shaping, yeah, and ever since he's been one of those players that we love watching because of the shot making that he does, Robbie. We don't know what shot's coming, and especially when he's in extreme parts of the court. We know his athleticism. I'm still not sure why people drop shot him to this day at 38 years of age, because that's like a game for him. And yeah, we've all been marvelled, haven't we, worldwide?
Yeah, Tommy Paul was asked about the quickest guys in his post-match interview yesterday, and who would be the top 3. And Tommy left himself out of the top 3, but the top dog, as far as he was concerned, in a 100-meter race was the Frenchman. And he's going to have his wheels on him today because Taylor moves the ball around the court so very well. We saw him win 2 titles last year, one in Eastbourne in Delray.
2 minutes.
He made the ATP Tour Finals as well as the US Open Finals, and he was a model of consistency and really excelled, especially behind his serve. And when you have a look at his under pressure numbers, and especially when you have a look at his ranking peer group, how he performed under pressure, it's a reason why he had a season best career.
And I think the big thing for me, Robbie, watching him over the journey, you've got to remember he's 27. You wouldn't have thought so. It goes quick, doesn't it? Yet the years fly by really quick. Through those years, the last 5-6 years, he's always believed in his game. You know, he knows he's got a great tennis IQ, but now I think he's matched with Michael Russell, his coach, the hardness. It's the conditioning that, you know, the hard yards where you've got to roll up your sleeves and get out there and go to work. And I think he's taken that to the level, and that combination and the maturity as a person has got him to this stage. But he's got, again, as we know, enormous weapons on the court.
Where the conditions are perfect. And not a cloud in the sky. Hopefully we won't need the roof. Doesn't look like it. Don't see a cloud for miles around. Got the Rod Laver Arena next to our terracotta color roof. Just on the right there is court 3. The logistics of this Melbourne Park are fantastic. So easy to get to, so easy to navigate around. And just a 10-minute walk from the CBD. Well, this guy's in good hands. He's with a very good friend of ours, Mikael Tystrom. And Mikael, it's Robbie and Roger here. And first of all, congrats on a fantastic week last week in Auckland. What is Gael doing so well that's got him into title territory again?
Well, he's winning matches. That's what he's doing really well. No, he's been, I mean, obviously we need a little bit of luck to get out of that first round that we were down 6-1, 5-2. But after that, he's been serving really well, and after that first match, he never dropped his serve. So obviously that makes a big difference to his game, and everybody knows what he can do defending when he's returning. So, well, we need good serving today to stay with the Taylor.
I was going to say, what are the 1 or 2 things that you feel that Gael needs to own here in this match to really press?
Protect his own serve, first of all, and then need to guess right in the big points. We know how good Taylor is behind his first serve, so we need to, you know, take some chances, don't be too passive, and go for the shots.
Can't wait. Let's see how this one shakes out. Michael, all the best. Thanks for having a chat with us.
Thank you.
2 Americans taking on 2 French players today. Taylor Fritz is going to get us underway. Yeah, so often the cornerstone of the game. I think that's what I was alluding to. My open-ended question, Jim, early on. Yes, he is winning. Of course he's winning, but why?
Yes.
You serve well, you play well. It's something that we talk about in the locker room all the time, but it absolutely holds true, doesn't it?
Yeah, it tends to be for everybody. There's not a player that wouldn't agree. I think for Taylor, I spoke to Michael Russell a little bit about 45 minutes ago, and I asked him the same question: what are the key things that you're looking for your player to own? And he said, well, we obviously know Gael's movement, his defensive ability, he's got the power, he can play you know, big tennis and hit clean, he can take the racket out of your hand. But so I want Taylor to be aggressive. It's got to be an aggressive mindset throughout the course of the match and come forward. He wants him to be coming forward a lot. And there's a reason behind that, Robbie, because when Gael does get into that defensive, behind the baseline mode, you'd rather him, you know, you'd rather your player to come forward. And Taylor's got reach. Yep. He's got height. Good
start. And I almost need a visa to commentate in this match. I've got one Aussie alongside me, and I've got another one who used to play with me as well, in Josh Eagle, holding down the fort, keeping a beady eye on things. Good afternoon, Josh.
Hi, guys. It's extremely warm courtside. I just want to check in with you. Are you okay up there in the air-conditioned booth? It's brutal down here.
You've got an umbrella? I've never used an umbrella ever, Josh.
Well, I will. So,
I thought those Queenslanders were tougher. They were used to the warm weather, Josh.
We are. Don't worry about us. We'll be fine. But talking about the serve, just a little tidbit. Taylor Fritz is yet to drop serve all tournament. That's how well he is serving. So confidence is high on his end. And look, I think the warm conditions really should suit Taylor, because he's just got a bigger game. Getting it out of his hitting zone, forehand, backhand from the baseline, he's dangerous. He holds that baseline better than Gale. So Gale, he does need to take some chances today. But look, what a clash. What a mouth-watering match we've got. You guys just keep relaxing up there, okay?
We will. Can you pass me that cold water, Robbie? A classic serve volley point immediately from Gale. The time? 10 past 2. He loves the sliding serve. You'll see a lot of that through the middle. Not Gale's best time to be playing, because one of his, I guess, pet hates is the sun.
Really?
And it's currently in play. And just, it's that ball toss. He feels like he finds it hard to get it, to move it out of the sun's space. So this end's really the tricky end for him. And I think if you've watched Gale's matches right throughout in New Zealand and also here early, he's come in and out of the matches, and there's been a lot of passive matches that he's played. This needs to look a little different. Taylor engages you more often, doesn't he? He makes you need to play at a level consistently through the time.
Yeah, he was chatting with me yesterday. There's Michael Tillstrom, who we had a chat to on the right. And Monfils, I was asking him about that opening round against Pedro Martinez. He was down 6-1, 5-2. And honestly, I'd actually just gotten up to leave the lounge thinking, what have I just seen? He's gone all the way to Auckland, and his agent is the tournament director, and he hasn't given a best effort. Come on, Gale. Anyway, I come back 2 days later, and the guy's in the semis. I couldn't believe it, Rog. He was awful there, but just shows you it's never over, and he ends up winning the title.
And your long-time agent and tournament director walks out onto the court, just have a little peek at you, Gale.
Yep.
And you eyeball him, and you're down.
Brilliant.
Gale thought, I'm scared. Dig in.
You know, it was the first season last year since 2005 that Monfils failed to reach at least one tour level final. Maybe somebody reminded him of that fact, and he thought, okay, 2025, I'm going to come out all guns blazing. And I tell you what, he entertained those in New Zealand big time.
Out. 14.
One of the best serves around. I love the simplicity of the Fritz serve. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll show you some nice slow motion shots of it later. 2-1 to the American.
Time.
Well, Taylor Fritz has been with Mike Russell on the left for a number of years now. Wolfgang Oswald on the right is long trusted physio.
Is that a tight shirt Mike's wearing? A tighter shirt? He likes it.
Coach of the Year last year was Mike, so big props to him.
Does a great job.
Yep. And of course, a fun fact, it's not often that Taylor plays against somebody that Mike's also played against. And of course, he played against Gail on 3 occasions, did Russell. And unfortunately, that head-to-head is one-sided, 3-0 in favor of the Frenchman. So he's going to hope that Taylor can turn things around for him. He's heading in the Djokovic-Monfils direction.
Yep.
Was Mike, and he thought, I better quit while I'm only 3 down, rather than 19.
At least you get to play them. You're doing something right. Josh, is it on this side for Gael? Will it be that serve onto the backhand side that where he just hit that ace where the sum would have an effect?
No, I think you called it in the opening game. I think the other end is more problematic for Gael on serve. I think it's it's definitely the other end. I'm just peeking out from my comfortable umbrella. No, it's definitely lively. The conditions are very lively, so it's hard to return. I think we'll see, shots like that where the ball's just flying off, and just keep an eye on whether any of the players send a racket back to get restrung as well. Just might need to go a little tighter with the tension as well. So it's as quick as you can get down here at the moment.
Well, he didn't make it, got there easily, and there's the issue for me for Gael. If he decides to hit the off-pace ball that's sitting through the middle of the court, I'm sure that the instructions are for Taylor is you've got to attack. You've got to hit, be aggressive, come forward. Let's make Gael pass from 10 feet behind the baseline. And you can see that jump up a bit, didn't it, Robbie? The one thing for me for Gael, you looked at his year, you look at how many wins has he had against players of this calibre recently. There was only one last year against Alcaraz.
Not a bad one to have a win against.
No, great win. And he would have enjoyed that battle, that hyped up competition. Cincinnati in the second round. On the other side, there's a few more, isn't there? Taylor Fritz had a lot of success against Zverev last year. Why do you think that is, Robbie? Lost once, won 4 times.
I think he's so good at
where's the matchup?
Negating the serve. And I think he's so disciplined about going forehand to forehand. He's good at breaking down Zverev's forehand. When he decides he needs to get the jets on to move out wide, and he's engaged the Frenchman. And his job will be very much about keeping this scoreboard tight early. Must keep the scoreboard tight. That would be my messaging. You've got to play big early, keep the scoreboard tight, create that anxiety into the back end of the set. And that's when you find Gael might come up with these big electrifying winners. He may take the game. It's the part of the match that it always inspires him and excites him.
Behind the players, please take a seat quickly.
He's done a good job so far. Didn't do too much fancy there. Gail just played the ball back through the middle parts of the court, didn't take on the lines at all. Accelerated a forehand, saw what he got out of it. Just a lot of different spins and speeds that come at you when Gail plays. And he can do that because he feels like he can defend well. It's tiring though, Robbie. To play like that is tiring over the journey.
You might beat who's in front of you on the day, but you're not going to win a Grand Slam playing like that, Rog. And that's what is frustrating as a fan of Gael Monfils, and as good as he is. You know, I pose the question, has he underachieved or has he overachieved in his career?
Josh, I would answer that question by saying I think he hasn't used his athleticism in an offensive enough manner. He's used it to defend. And I think perhaps a little earlier on in his career, I would have encouraged him, even throughout the tail end of his junior days, to be a lot more offensively minded. Just qualify that by saying, if I have a look at his record in finals, I think he's 13 wins, 22 losses. 15. You would just expect those numbers to be better for somebody of his class. And I always think under pressure, if you can be rather more offensively minded than hoping that you're going to get the errors from your opponent, I think you win more tournaments as a result of that attitude. And you just win more matches in general. Now, I'm very interested to hear from Rog, because he's been in the trenches with Monfils. But that's from the outside looking in, Rog.
Yeah, well, I've got a good story around it. We might not get to it all here. But our first ever match that he played was in Toronto against Igor Andreev. Big forehand, flighted forehand. Gael wasn't allowed to go backwards in that match. He's working hard here. So we talked about that at the start, and I said, I need you to have an offensive. We're going to use your weapons forward. I need you to get access to all your weapons, your big hitting, your athletic ability to move forward and take some balls at the net and your reach. So in that match, you can take one step back to defend, but you can't actually run backwards or move backwards. He lost 6 and 6. He came into net like about 40 times. And there's a reason, nice serve, and he was 41 in the world at that stage, Robbie, and there's a reason why he went into the top 10 very quickly, and that was because he was a lot more offensive-minded. That period that we were together, his offense was a different level. This is a bit more old school.
Yep.
So he had definite awareness about it. But you needed someone to drive it, and he could definitely play that way if needed. And Josh is right. This type of tennis, it looks, and it's okay at certain times in a match. Absolutely, you cannot deny that. But for the majority, when Gael is shot making, and he's at his most creative, that's when he's most dangerous.
His best results, if you were wondering, at a major, 2 semi-finals. Nicely done from Taylor. Nice soft skills there.
And I think, guys, just ultimately, I think collectively in this discussion, we all agree he's so capable, and we believe in him. So it's not a beatdown or a negative comment. He's just so capable, and he can step up and play big, but if you don't practice like that, you don't compete like that every day under pressure, it's hard to change, isn't it?
There's that nuclear athleticism that we're talking about.
What did I say, Robbie? Do not drop the French drop shot, the Frenchman. With ease. Spare a thought for his wife. She's playing next on this court. Oh. Svitolina. What a great return she's had after becoming a mum.
It's almost like an "I told you so" comment from Mikkel Tidstrom there, as if to say, let's go after that forehand side with a bit of pace.
This is the matchup we're getting that Michael Russell didn't want. He didn't want this just trading off the back of the court piece. Wanted his charge to be a little bit more upbeat.
Wow, he has clubbed that forehand, and I promise you that's not an easy shot from up there.
Not with your grip on the forehand, Robbie.
He would have chipped that and come in.
You know it.
No, but this is what the modern day player does. It's Alcaraz, Mensik, you know, I could keep going, Sinner. That's how it's played. So, and Gael can play that way too. We know he can. I'm actually interested also in your thoughts on whether you think Taylor Fritz could be the next guy who hasn't won a Grand Slam to actually win one. I'll put Zverev up there with him as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, he's a big-time player. He loves the biggest of stages. As does his girlfriend, Morgan Riddle. It's 3-2. Josh, I definitely think this guy will be in with a shout. He showed us last season that he's ready. He's competed in the finals of the US Open, and I think he's got the belief. He's incredibly strong between the ears. I think he's clutch. He's not scared to go for it.
And he can play on 3 of the 4 surfaces, like the 2 hard courts.
Yep.
Are his chance. We know that. And he's not bad on grass either. So he beat Zverev on grass. And, you know, Roger posed the question. He beat Zverev 4 times last year. But if you look deeper into those numbers, he used to lose to Zverev all the time. So it's a strong bounce back. He's improving his game more so than other players. So he's a player still on the up for me.
Now the Grand Slam Oval, you've got to get your picture taken in front of it. Post it on social media, because this is the place to be and be seen and enjoy the very best tennis players in the world plying their trade. It's day 7 of the AO 2025, the first major of the year.
It's when the gears change, Robbie.
It's the weekend baby.
Yes.
Of course, we did have a Sunday start.
Players, please, take a seat quickly.
So 7 days into the tournament. More and more of the majors are doing that. It's the case for Roland Garros and the US Open. Give the fans an extra day of main draw action. It's also good for the revenue stream.
But generally it is free movement. No, I know. I'm just, yeah, that's the announcement I made. Okay.
Eva Astaraki-Moore, she's been around for a long time. One of the most experienced and best chair umpires in the business.
Let's for service.
I think it was 2015 that Eva did the men's final at the US Open. And I want to say she made 8 perfect overrules.
Perfect.
No mistakes. Some of them were within a millimeter or two. And after about the 3rd or 4th one, Roger looked at her and kind of gave her the nod of approval, as if to say,
You're going
"Man,
well."
Yeah, you're going very well.
Just not sure when we're watching these rallies what rally ball or what position Monfils wants to get in and feels that he's going to win those rallies.
I think Josh, because he plays so freely and whatever comes, I'll deal with. He's not like a, you know, specific players are looking to get into that best forehand position or.
Okay, so both guys have started serving well. I'm a big fan of the Fritz serve. Do you like it, Roger? Take a closer look.
3 games.
I do in general because of, as you said earlier, it's very natural. It's got a good ball toss. It's very simple. His release, beautiful knee bend.
So upright on contact. I like the way he leads with the left arm, and the serving arm stays behind for a long time. That means it's got to move quickly to catch up, and there's no hitch.
And he's not a player that jumps too far into the court.
Yep.
And that's important. The best servers in the game, our best servers that we've ever had, you'll notice they don't really jump too far in the court.
Interesting too, he's got a platform service motion where he doesn't bring that back foot up too as well, so I like that, and you got to time it very well. But Robbie, you're right, his throwing arm on ball toss is perfect. He's got a great release.
Just worried about the fans that are walking in behind Taylor. So there's free movement allowed. I do think that is something that Fritz needs to do a bit more of. Moments like that come in and finish off at the net. He typically doesn't like to. He's more than happy just clubbing balls from the back of the court. And I think if he does want to get across the line in a major, that would be a nice addition to make. But you've got to start working on it in match sooner rather than later.
and he's been asked to do that. I was hoping we were going to get Michael Russell on the cans because he was asked to do that in this match. Michael, he said our best way forward is you've got to attack. You've got to come into net.
So far, Fritz has made 69% of his first serves. So not only does he serve big, but he's serving consistently.
New balls, please.
Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. It's a great serve. Simple, so effective. 4-3.
Now, Robbie Gale has a lot of different, sometimes he can stand up on the court to return, sometimes a long way back. Let's have a look at this. This is the average returning hit point for Gale so far in 2025. Before this match, remembering in the first round here, he played Pechi Pericard, who serves bombs. Today, he's decided to take a more defensive mechanism on the first 3 metres back and then 5 metres on the second. So that's a massive change compared to the fact that on his first round match here, he played arguably the biggest server we've got in the game at the moment, first and second ball.
Yeah, it's a nice illustration. And it's a perfect example, folks, of how players will adjust depending on what they feel comfortable with and who's on the other side of the court. And I tell you what, a lot of other players in the draw would have been delighted that Monfils put Pericard out. Bidding to reach the third round, the fourth round, excuse me, for the third time is Taylor.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Behind the players, please take your seats quickly. Thank you.
14 Americans started in the main draw here, time most in the men's singles department.
Love 15.
Oh. I'll take it.
Yeah, and you get lucky with those, don't you? Because sometimes they hit the tape and they're flat. This one actually accelerated after it hit the tape and stayed low. So if you Taylor here, Gale's, his favourite serves are wide on the first court and through the middle with the sliding serve on the second, so you'd be hanging there. Yeah, that's a poor... so, yeah, if you have done your homework on Gale, that you've got to be ready for the sliding serve. Give the middle away, that's fine. Especially the pressure points.
30. 30-40. Game Fritz. Fritz leads by 5 games to 3.
Well, we were wondering if Monfils' level might just drop, and when you're playing top 5 opposition, you just need the smallest of drop-offs and you end up paying the price. That's why these guys are where their ranking is. It's because the margin for error against them is so small.
Thank you. Behind the players, sit quickly, please.
It's outstanding. Quality ball striking.
And what Gail's got up the other end is a man who's prepared to dig deep and actually absorb the extended rallies and keep pushing. So that's the challenge he's got today. I actually like Gail up on the baseline on the second serve return because he has the ability to manipulate his hands on both sides and hit the ball into all sorts of directions, Robbie. And he can hit it with power too when he wants to. And I don't, at the moment in his tennis career, he doesn't, right now, this phase, he doesn't use it enough. So it becomes the rally starter from
30-15.
as he moves further back on the second serve return, so it becomes a rally starter, and then you get into these baseline rope-a-dope type rallies.
That's what we're talking about, a bit more of that. That's mainline from Monfils. It's got to be pretty close to, I reckon, 140, 145 kilometers an hour on that forehand. Set point. So you serve well, you play well. Morgan's happy. So is Taylor. He's won the opener 6-3 against the Frenchman.
Well, the numbers aren't too bad, Robbie. I mean, there's a few unforced serves for both players are just a little bit negative, but the serving numbers are actually, for Gale, the first service was on 0.1. He'd like a little bit higher, but in general, I thought it was a high-quality set, which just fell against Gale on his serve. And the reason is you do realise he just doesn't have that second serve that's got a bit of shape, the kick serve. It's always a slice serve, and so at times under pressure he will slide that one into the net and make that mistake. Did Taylor Fritz do enough attacking for Michael Russell? Were they happy with that, his positioning in the court? Probably not. But it's the first set of a big match here, and probably getting that under his belt, well, it's definitely gone in his favour now.
Time.
Cameron twice, won both points, did Fritz. 2 of 2. Just putting on some new treads.
Big first set for the American, because when you're playing someone like Gale, he's 38 years of age, had a lot of tennis recently, so there is a fatiguing factor. We know the athleticism and how good he is athletically, and he will keep pushing, but you're now in an extended tennis match.
Yeah, and on the other side, Fritz has dropped the fewest games of any player to reach the third round here, so he's feeling very, very fresh, Rog, to your point.
Second set.
And to go deep in a major, you need
Monfils to serve.
that early start where you, as Fritz has had, limited amount of time on tennis, on the court. Oh. I think they both found that quite humorous. How do you miss that, Robbie?
I don't understand how the ball's gone up off his strings when it's so high above the net. I mean, surely this has just got to go straight down. Oh, man.
Did he use all the strings, Josh?
That's extraordinary. I mean, what an opportunity. You've won the first set. You know, try and get an early break. Mike Russell was not happy looking at his reaction.
I think that's top seed on the blooper reel today, maybe even for the tournament, that one.
Such an advantage, though, isn't it, for Taylor Fritz? You know, it's very hard to see Monfils winning 3 of the next 4 sets. You know, it's a big boost, I reckon, for Taylor and his team. And I've got this first set that would have been spoken about, the importance of getting an early start, getting a lead. I mean, you win Auckland, but it's about 10 degrees over there. It's very different conditions to playing here on a really warm day.
And that's what he can do. Josh made mention of it. We all know. He can stand up on the baseline and just accelerate the ball with ease.
I just love him to play the whole match like that. Win, lose or draw. Just get out there and play big serve, big, go for it. Come on, Gale. Let's go.
Does he want popcorn down there, Josh?
No.
I think he wants a popcorn match. I know, I agree with you. And
yeah, it's just, I mean, we know how good he is and what he's capable of. I find it extraordinary that he just can't bring himself to play like that consistently. Like, you know, whether it goes in or not, but he's got the weapons to just do so much damage.
And you got to remember, his junior years, he was not brought up like that. There was no doubt about that. He played a certain way. Then, you know, then there was an injection of time when he was a lot more proactive. As I said, throughout time, that was a genuine top line activation. But his fallback and his default position is this that we're seeing. He still gets the wins though, doesn't he, Robbie?
15 love.
You can just imagine him being so good in the juniors because he was such a good athlete, right? He didn't really have to worry about being too proactive because...
I don't know if you guys have ever seen it. You can YouTube it. There's a junior match that Joe Wilfred Tsonga and Gale played, and it's identical to how they virtually play now. Sensational. And that ball there, you know, that was an accelerated forehand. If you watch it, it's just arm. This is how much power he's got, the Frenchman. This is all arm. Talking about some high quality DNA.
Just to Joshua's point, last season, when Fritz won the opening set, he only lost 2 matches. He was 44-2. That's testimony to what a great frontrunner he was. Unfortunately for him, one of those was against Lorenzo Musetti at Wimbledon in the quarterfinals. He ended up losing that in 5. A heck of a comeback from Musetti after losing the opening set. The other, if you're wondering, was against Holger Rune in Indian Wells. So those are 2 results that would have hurt. It's almost like his home Masters 1000. It is his home Masters 1000. 5th major for Fritz, that one. It's from just around the corner. And a former champion there, of course. Would have been a bitter pill to swallow. Elastic energy on that forehand, so loose.
And the angle he's able to find from virtually mid-court, middle of the court. Look at that angle. How short he can get that into the service box.
Advantage, Fritz.
He'd be disappointed with that. He's generally a good player at putting ball back into play off the return. He's a Frenchman.
Cain, Fritz. One given.
And if you're Taylor Fritz, every time you see Gale do that, you're probably happy when you see him go out to those wide balls and have that big slash at it going for a clean cold winner. It may be in your mind that, you know, that push, you're starting to win a little bit of the physical battle.
It's not coming back. That's about as short as it gets and still can stay in the service box and go over the net.
30, love.
Conditions are as toasty as today. These kind of service games are such a blessing if you can get a quick hold, get the balls back over to your opponent's side of the court, let them serve. And that serve was good for both boxers. Right on the apex of the line. 2-1 second set.
Time.
Well, there's plenty of Le Mans fans out there today. Someone who I know is a big one is a young lady we are zooming into with a Lakers fan. Big LeBron and Lamont. She's got two pretty good role models there, and she is just keeping a low profile. That, of course, is India. That's Roger's daughter. What an athlete she is. Of course, playing football for the Adelaide Crows AFLW team, one of the top picks in the draft this year. You can be very proud of your daughter. She is a fine young woman, and we wish her all the best for the upcoming season. She's been around Grigor and Gail for many, many a year. So much so that she actually went behind Roger's back and wanted a courtside ticket for today. And spent her own hard-earned money to buy it. Respect.
Yeah, well, she respects the player box, and Gail's got a lot of people here, so she likes doing things on her own, in her own way. So, and I love that about her too.
Really so good at making opponents play. I think that's one of Fritz's biggest strengths. If you get something short and central, hits the corners so well.
Out. 15-13.
More like it.
And you can see there the evidence. The minute, if you've got Gail a couple of metres back and you can deliver blows like Taylor Fritz can, well, there'll be more retreating, and you're definitely going to own the points of the net. You'd have to come out on top, wouldn't you, Robbie?
Mm-hmm. You would.
You'll get that amazing passing shot every now and then, but He was pushing there, Josh. Gale there on top of the court a bit more and really pushing.
A little better, but this is not putting any stress on Taylor Fritz. He's not getting him where Taylor's feeling uncomfortable, not only in core positions, but just physically as well. Like Taylor, for me, totally is in control of the bulk of these rallies. And on a warm day, I think that needs to change.
Game, Fritz. Two games over.
One of the measurements for me of the great players is how well you deal with short central balls, because you get a lot of those over the course of a match. You alluded to spectacular passing shots. That's what we see on the reels and on the highlights, but those are few and far between. It's how accurate can you be when you've got the simple shot. And I think it's something that Taylor does very well. And as you go in the different ranking groups, Josh, sorry, I interrupted you there, you get less and less accurate. That's what I found.
No, if you do a deep dive, the +1 shot, whether it's the serve +1 or the return +1, it's the accuracy is absolutely key. You know, the better players, they hit it closer to the lines. They put you more and more under stress, under pressure. It's a good point you make, I reckon.
Beautiful touch there. And the other part to that is their acknowledgement. They can acknowledge the ball quicker and will action. They'll see it through the air quicker and they'll have no hesitation to action.
And it's actually hard to train. I find as a coach sometimes, you know, do you just feed them a short ball? Do you do repetitions like that? It's not easy to... It's sometimes hard to put a player in training under pressure with such an easy short ball, is I guess what I'm trying to say. But if you execute that well and hit it close to the lines, you will be rewarded with your rankings for sure.
Yeah, another strong service game from the Frenchman. That'll delight him and his legion of fans, of which India Rashid is one. 3-2.
Time.
What a beautiful sporting scene. The Yarra River winds its way through Melbourne. And record crowds for the 2025 Australian Open. Been blessed with pretty good weather so far. We've had 2 rainy days. They weren't complete washouts, that's the good news. And what is good news is that we have 3 courts that have retractable roofs, so you get a lot of tennis. And of course we keep the broadcasters that tune in around the world very happy. It's the only major that has 3 retractable roofs. A little bit of Monfils magic.
Love, 15.
So there's Taylor coming in. It was a little awkward volley. And as you said, a little bit of magic. Quick to anticipate, wasn't he? will be disappointed with that. Does that stop in your mind someone like Taylor progressing forward? Is he a big believer?
I haven't seen big progress in that part of his game, so I think it might. If he doesn't win a major, I reckon it's the one area that's held him back.
30-15.
Because there's going to be times in 5-set matches where you need to be different. If your A game is not hitting the mark, just to change the way the feel of the game is going. And we saw that last night, didn't we, with Jack Draper against Alexander Vucic.
40-15.
It was Jack Draper who, when his back was against the wall, kept wanting to press. And he was taking risks and coming in, and he knew he'd lose a couple, but it was his way home at the end.
Yeah, well said.
Game Fritz. 3 games over.
Do you feel like the clock's ticking for a guy like Taylor Fritz, just given where men's tennis is at in terms of winning a Grand Slam? We know we've got Sinner and Alcaraz, but boy, it feels like some of these young guns are coming up quick as well, fast on their heels. So do we look at it and go, well, this next 12 to 24 months, he probably needs to strike? Or
Yes, I'm with you, Josh. That's the feeling I get, absolutely. I think there's a window of opportunity. He's got the experience of playing one major final, so he's got experience in the bank.
15 love.
He's won Masters 1000. He's had an incredibly consistent year. The belief that he belongs with these guys is right up there, but I'm worried about the fact that he can't finish off at the net as well as some of the others, because he's going to have to. Sinner, Alcaraz move too well. They'll put extra balls in play. We're not talking about an overhaul of his game, are we, guys?
No.
We're just talking about moments that define matches where the opportunity presents itself, and you've got to be brave, sneak in and finish off.
Out. 30-15.
I think that is something that Darren Cahill has done very well with Jannik Sinner. I remember doing the Sinner Alcaraz quarterfinal at the US Open. I think that was 2022 already. Nice soft hands from both. And both guys are already there, coming in a lot. And they made a hash of things on occasions. In fact, Sinner came in more than Alcaraz. But they were prepared to come in, do the right thing, and lose the point, because they saw the bigger picture. Look at them now.
And you must do it in game.
That's the hard part, right?
That's the hard part. Am I prepared to sacrifice
lose
that? Yeah.
Lose a match to gain the experience for the long-term game.
What a game.
Game Monfils.
That was a Monfils special, that forehand.
New balls, please.
Allez! 4-3 it is.
Monfils leads by 4 games to 3. Time.
Saturday afternoon, and where else would you rather be? Cheers to you as well. Warm weather, brilliant tennis. Why not have a drink? And the Frenchman has done a great job to be ahead of the count here in the second set after dropping the first. Just where he wants to be. Good response.
Yep, certainly is. Have you got your hands on a lemon ace yet, gentlemen? Of course, that is the drink of the Australian Open. They'll be competing with the likes of the honey juice of the US Open, which was very popular in New York. It was one of those ones you needed a selfie with, Josh. And yeah, it brings in a lot of revenue.
Didn't it ever? It was some extraordinary amount. Yep. Something like 25 Australian dollars per one at least. It's, their revenue was off the charts.
Yeah, I think it was 12 million off that one item alone.
I'll have half a glass, thanks. At 25 ahead.
The piccolo version, please. More like it.
30-15.
Yeah, from this far back, you're in an advantageous position, but you also have to get the volley right. Because you know if you don't and it's got some time, the Frenchman's going to track it down.
Bit of joie de vie.
How did you like the backhand that he just jumped on top of and delivered that big blow? I know, Josh, you would have loved it.
Yeah, it's great to see. And he's done it better this set, guys, we must say. He definitely has been more aggressive, and he's identified that if he's to get back into this match, he needs to just try and force himself up onto that baseline. It's been better, but Taylor Fritz has certainly been able to manage and go with him to this point.
First service.
Played a lot of tennis in the last 10 days as Monfils.
Yeah, I'd imagine just a tiny bit of breeze has just crept into this match where it's at Taylor's end, it's going down the court, so he's hitting into the wind now, Gael Monfils, so I'm sure Taylor will be pushing hard here. What, 4-all, second set? If he can just put together a good 2 or 3 minutes of play here, he might be able to crack this match right open and nab a 2-set-to-love lead.
Got him. Was always getting him. It was a little game he was playing there. Just put that little short ball in, come in and give me a target. What a set of serving Gail's had as well. It's been a big factor in this one, Robin. His current set, what is he, 75% of balls in, winning 93% of that first ball, and there's another one.
He's only lost 2 points in serve this set.
Yeah.
One on the first, one on the second. That'll tee you up nicely. Another comfortable hold for the Frenchman. It's just a game away from evening things up at 5-4.
Time.
Well, if my friends back home ask me how the day is looking here in Melbourne, I would respond by saying, it's a beauty, mate. It's a ripper. I think that's what they say, Josh, in this neck of the woods.
They certainly do. They've got nothing to complain about. It is as good as it gets here. We've been lucky all week, really, just a few little interruptions, but overall, and if you look forward to the forecast, it's more of the same. So it's absolutely cracking out here, mate.
There's testimony to how well Fritz deals with anything that is short and central. This is his +1, normally a forehand, but if you do find his backhand, you don't get too much reprieve either.
And again, there's another +1 shot, and you know you hear commentators or coaches talk about the +1 because it's that 0 to 4 shot band that is so crucial. If you win that stat, you generally win the match. So it's all about executing really well early in the rally when you get the opportunity.
And Josh, that 0 to 4, they're 33 apiece currently.
Let's see by the end of the match, though. I actually think that 0-4 should be more like 0-6. I think that's more indicative of the rally bands. I know they sort of break it up into 0-4, 5-8, but I prefer 0-6 because I think you find the person that wins that stat wins.
Clean game, and I felt Taylor Fritz needed one of those as well, Robbie. A quick game. They've been quick on the other side of the court.
Nice to see him use the body serve. He tends to be very frugal with it, just generally pumping the corners. Good tennis intelligence. He's always had a great tennis IQ as Taylor. Definitely increased the speed on his ground strokes in this set.
15-11.
Testimony to that. Winds up a little bit, 3 Ks an hour. Backhand, as you boys were alluding to. He's got a bit more bite on that. 5 kilometers an hour up from set number 1.
And what you find then with when Gael does have a more of a proactive positioning in general and ball striking is limits that hard aggressive running that he's got to, where he's got to defend across and back from the baseline. Saves his body.
Led for service.
And it also, Robbie, gives him a different look at the court. It's an energised look at the court. He feels like he can create his own painting.
Well, he's been the painter of so many beautiful pictures on the canvas that has been his tennis court for the last 20 years or so. 6-5.
Time.
Blue is beautiful. When we're talking about Melbourne Park, of course, the tournament moved here in 1988 from the beautiful Kooyong Tennis Club, just down the road, not too far away actually. And how the venue has grown over the years. Colin Stubbs was the first tournament director back then.
I remember walking out on day one. First round, it was 34 degrees at about 11 o'clock. Got caught in a 5-set battle, and I asked my coach at the time, Bob Carmichael, nails. That's a good start from Gael here in this game. I needed something to eat. He came back with a hot dog.
Oh, that's a classic Neil story. Beautiful. I tell you, this is the story that Monfils would have wanted. Winning the opening point, chances of breaking up about 26% when you do.
There it is. We normally see that shot on the clay courts at Roland Garros, where he's got time and he just throws his body with that forehand winner of 156. It hasn't been the quickest one he's hit, but it's the most important one so far. And that time, Robbie, it was all about, I'll make the ball, I'll put balls through the middle of the court, and here you go, Taylor. Go as hard as you like, but if you miss or you get a little nervous, I'll have 3 set points.
Tournament, and that means Monfils even things up at a set apiece.
Well. It's his best set of tennis so far of the tournament, Robbie, and it's obviously highlighted the numbers. It's all yellow down the Frenchman's side of the court, and look at these are outlier numbers, aren't they? The first service points 1, second. How many points did he lose on serve? 2 points.
Between first and second, he's lost 2 points on serve the whole set.
That's extraordinary. Doesn't happen very often throughout the whole calendar year that you can have a set where you've only lost two points.
And especially against a guy who's a top 5 player, right?
So he served well. We know that. A lot of first serves in the court. That actually helps you. Gives you confidence, as you said, Robbie. If you serve well, you play well. And he definitely did do that. He stepped up on the court like us three were asking a little bit more of. And we didn't see a lot of... He didn't have to do a lot of defending. A lot of it was about his shot making. The variety of his shot, the different speeds. But he had better court presence. And the look that he gave his crew at the end, well, that one there, I'm here, boys. Let's go.
The winner of this contest will take on either Ben Shelton or Lorenzo Musetti. Checking the order of play as to when those two will lock horns. That'll be on the John Cain Arena, not before 5 p.m. this evening. I'm sure Ben will be keeping an eye on this one, as will his dad, Brian.
And the beauty, Robbie, of breaking as you come out your serve first, start of the third. If he can continue this service, you'd think the numbers aren't going to stay where they are, but if you can keep it near And he's opened up like that.
30 love.
Taylor Fritz will have a big problem on his hands.
Spot serving has been good in this match, especially out wide. Cut that one a bit fine.
So when the greats of the game, when they ever lost a set, they would come back out. It was like a religion. They would come back out and play a big game. If it was on their serve or returning, you could see they would like to let their opponent know that their heavy investment was still there immediately.
We told you he was serving accurately, and hopefully we can illustrate that for you.
Cain, Monfils. First game, third set.
That was an impressive game, wasn't it?
Yep.
Because it is important. You've won that set. You can sit down. You can. There's a bit of a high, Robbie, and then to be able to pick yourself up and play a strong game again was really critical for the Frenchman.
It certainly was.
And I remember always talking to Gail about the importance of the emotions that are played out at the back end of sets and at the start of sets.
Yes.
And how he had to continually, he couldn't leave them. He couldn't have that dip. The engagement part of that and how those could be really, they could have huge effects. Let's see what his push is like here. Taylor's been rattled.
That's more like it. That's what we're talking about.
They were big. This was a big forehand here. Had a look, wasn't really sure if you wanted to, but then finished off with a pretty good volley. You've got to hit them though.
Even in the shade, it's pretty warm.
And with the players being able to use coaches when they're up the same end to talk to, I wonder if Michael Russell did push a point home about we need a little bit more forward movement from you. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because if you've got a high tennis IQ, that's brilliant. But as we know with a lot of some of the players, they're so stubborn.
That's what makes them good at the same time, isn't it?
And even though they might be able to feel it and see it, the willingness to do it's the key, isn't it?
From my playing experience, sometimes you get so involved in a match, you don't quite have that 10,000-foot view that a coach has. That's not coming back. He has cranked that forehand.
15-all.
And to your point, Robbie, look at how accurate that ball is.
He's one of the best in the business. 157 clicks. Beautiful beyond compare. That combination of shots was gorgeous. It was in the Jagger Richards range. Working well together. Continues to back up the serve beautifully. 2-1 to the Frenchman in the third. Well, we know it was a serving masterclass in the second set for Gael. Lost just 2 points, and he has been deadly accurate, hasn't he?
And the big part for me, Robbie, is on that first court out wide. Those numbers decrease. He went through the middle. We tend to see a lot out wide on the first and through the middle on the second. But look at that 77% went through the middle on the first court. That was a shift.
Yeah, and if you get that ball so short, your opponent tends to lean that way, which means you don't have to necessarily be deadly accurate going down the middle. It's accurate enough, but you're not going to lose too many points on your serve if Taylor Fritz is at the end of his range trying to make returns. And he lost just 2 points in total. 1 on the first, 1 on the second. DJ's got his A game on. A little bit of Paul Simon. We've had some John Farnham yesterday evening that had Fitzy out of his chair, bopping and weaving. It's a rare sight, but it was a good one.
His wheelchair?
Yeah, that would not be a great sight, seeing Fitzy bopping and weaving, by the way. Wouldn't be quick, Josh.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Would have taken a long time once he weaved to the left to get back to the right.
Right for service.
Big thing for me as well was watching Gael and also seeing all his previous matches. His energy levels in this match are, the stocks are a lot higher. It came in and out of some matches throughout the course, but in this match, particular match here, they're very level.
Vibration dampener that he has in his racket. A little round pink one. It's one of the original ones Gael has there. Players often tinker with their rackets in the off season. And generally, if they play with a vibration dampener, that pretty much stays throughout the course of their career.
And Gael's also one of these players that can instantly change a frame virtually in a couple of minutes. He can grab a new frame. We went from one manufacturer to another manufacturer, tried to get them spec'd up the same, and he said, Roger, just feed me 3 balls, and I'll tell you if I like the racket. One through the middle, one out wide to the forehand, one out wide to the backhand, and the first racket he said, no. Second racket, 3 nice hits. This is the one.
Brilliant.
Took it into the tournament the following week, 2 frames. Oh, he's playing some ball at the moment. This is a bit of vintage. Gael, there's no doubt about that. Look at the accuracy of his ball striking as well. And we took 2 frames into that tournament, kept restringing them, and he made the final. Wow, couldn't believe it. Didn't look back. And then there are some to try and, as you know, Robbie, just to get a tiny bit of change can take years.
You guys, but for me, Taylor is just looking half a step slow today, and he shouldn't, because he's played the fewest amount of matches, fewest amount of games of anybody in the 3rd round, so he should come in looking fresh. Not as sprightly as what I saw at the United Cup. And just leaking unforced errors, and perhaps there for the taking today. 3-2, 3rd set. The effort with the banner there. Deserve to get on TV and spend an hour or so making a nice one.
What's it feel like to you, Josh, down there?
Well, I think you're underestimating the heat, Robbie.
Okay.
When you're sort of saying he's struggling. I mean, you wouldn't be human if you're not in these conditions.
Fill me in.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the court, once it gets heat in it, it just keeps getting warmer and warmer. It retains it. There's heat everywhere. The ball, even these signs, the backboards, they're very warm.
Ladies and gentlemen, the physio has been called to court.
There's nowhere to hide. You can see Gael, he's going up the back there to get a bit of shade, but boy, oh boy, it is brutal out here.
So I believe the physio has been caught. Looks like there's going to be some running repairs for Taylor Fritz. Monfils has wandered over to his coaching corner and he's sitting down. whilst he's chatting to Mikael Tillström. He's allowed to do that whilst an opponent gets a medical timeout, so that's one of them there. And Monfils just sitting on coach's chair, having a chat with Mikael.
He'd be feeling pretty good, I would have thought. There's not a lot you'd want to be changing about the way this man's playing right now, to be honest. In fact, I wouldn't be changing anything. It'd be the same as the same. An extended break here. Gail's actually had the match rhythm. You know, right now the match rhythm is all on his side of the court, the way he's serving. He's been able to engage in games on Taylor, and as you allude to, you thought that maybe there's something in that here with his foot, but it might just be retaping some blisters potentially.
I was in Perth for the United Cup start of the season, and he looked pretty good. He lost that match against Felix Auger-Aliassime, which he shouldn't have. He served for the match in the second set.
Yes.
First time it ever got broken
Yes,
by
of course
Felix,
you
and all the previous sets they played. He's a pretty comfortable winner against Borna, against Zhang, against Hubi Hurkacz. He snuck out a 7-6 in the third. That would have given him a lot of confidence. Definitely feeling the effects of the warm weather that Josh has been talking about.
And what's your we've seen Taylor a lot, his tolerance level to a bit of duress, bit of pain.
Ladies and gentlemen,
that may be there with a foot
Fritz
now.
is now receiving a medical timeout.
Where do you rate it, his tolerance level? Because you need a high tolerance level to win these events.
Well, I think to win the biggest title of his career, he showed some good tolerance there against Nadal and Indian Wells a number of years ago. They were actually both a little injured going into it. I think it was his ankle that he had injured in the warm-up, and he just thought, stuff it. I'm playing in basically my own backyard here in Indian Wells, and I'm going to guts it out. And they both went in there a little wounded, and it was Fritz who came out on top against Nadal on that occasion. So that's the one that springs to mind, Rod. So I would say it's pretty good.
Yeah, I love that, because if you've got an athlete who doesn't have a high pain tolerance level, well, these tournaments are, and they've got that skill set, they're very hard to win, because you're going to have to go through and go through a bit of it through the journey for sure. Is the stadium favourite virtually everywhere around the world, this song, Robbie, isn't it? Just slowly just leaking the volume out.
So good, isn't it?
Is this just an injection to the bank account every time this gets played?
Should be.
Here they go. Even Josh is giving it some down there, I think. You like this song, Josh?
It's rocking courtside, guys. It is rocking. It's great to see the crowd really embracing Super Saturday. Why not? I'm mentally already in the ice bath, guys. It's brutal. It's so warm, and I'm sure Gail just enjoyed that little break. He went and sat in the shade with his coach, spent 2 or 3 minutes chatting about some tactics. That was a really clever move, showed a bit of experience, and let's see how he comes out here.
Yeah, I remember.
Time.
Just pulled it up. Fritz's comments after he won in Indian Wells against Nadal. He said, I can't even begin to describe how ridiculous it is that I was able to play today, and how I could play today. Never experienced worse pain in my life before a match.
Nice. Love it. And maybe at any other event, he does not turn up for that match. So he discovered something about himself. What do I say, Robbie? Do not drop shot Lamont. This was always going to come forward toward. It was actually meeting Gale as well. It wasn't a good execution of the drop shot. Disappointed with that. That's a poor return.
Because if you saw Fritz tying his shoes during the timeout, does have a new sponsor, of course, with A6 now. That was a new collaboration that started in August of last year. Strings when he got broken at the tail end of the second set. It was the forehand that let him down, that leaked unforced errors. And another big point, it's that same side that is lacking control. This could be big for Lamont.
There's a few opportunities there for Gale to get around and actually use his forehand and actually be creative with his forehand there aggressively. He was in two minds then. He was just throwing the ball back, saying going miss, and then all of a sudden he thought, well, maybe I need to be aggressive. Let him off the hook.
Yeah, big time. So effective when he goes after it.
How many different types of balls were thrown in there? There was a slice, there was the off pace, there was the firm one, there was flighted one, and then that hook forehand, which not many players in the world can do, Robbie.
Yeah, power angle.
You can't actually see it as well because it just happens late.
And that right there is the joy of having a world-class serve. Because in the tightest of moments, with just one swing of the racket, the point is yours. that'll work. And as well as I can remember, I think this is the first point that he has won. Playing the drop shot, won it outright. In other words, Monfils hasn't got there.
I'm surprised he didn't put his racket out at it. He generally does. Wasn't too far away.
It's a very important hold in the context of this match.
3 games over.
Yeah, that was impressive. There are times in matches where things aren't going your way, and as you said, you got out. You can get out of it just with one particular shot, the serve that time.
Thought for a second there, that might be our co-commentator. He's so popular in this part of the world as Fitzy.
That was a different attitude, wasn't it? The opening at that point. Thanks for letting me breathe, Gail. And now I might throw something at you. Hasn't lost too many opening points recently.
Good spread. If you have a look at the contact point there of Fritz on the forehand to where he would have had to contact the ball on the backhand, he's got to cover 10, 12, 14 meters there at least.
And with just easy power.
Yeah.
How he can accelerate that ball.
Plenty of sprints going on. Monfils doing the vast majority of them. That's going to lick the line as well.
And that's why you're looking for Gail to get around and use his forehand. Yes, he can generate that big one off his backhand as well, but the way he's able to use his wrist to come around the ball in disguise.
This is a Monfils masterclass at the moment. And he is giving Fritz all kinds of headaches. It's 4-3.
Time.
We've got an exciting clash here on Margaret Court Arena. The 38-year-old taking on the number 4 seed, and right now he's got the upper hand. Fun to watch so far, Robbie.
Yeah, there's not only the tactical battle that's going on, but the physical one too, given the oppressive heat. Is that the slightly older version of David Wheaton back in the day, right?
Yes.
You remember that, Josh?
30, love.
Sure do. Yeah, very, very good player. I'm not sure what his career high would have been, probably 4. But made the finals famously there in the Grand Slam Cup.
Always had the American flag bandana, didn't he? Famously. I'm going to go with career half 6, Josh. He's gone with 4. Wow, top 5 Wheaton.
Go to work, Robbie. Let me know.
Career high was number 12 for Wheaton. I thought he was top 10 for sure.
You guys had no idea.
Yeah, miles off that. I'm shocked. He was a very good player.
I can feel for Josh. He's got some warm conditions out there, so, you know. But you, Robbie, come on.
Australians.
Are you disappointed with your pick?
I am.
6? Yeah, I thought you'd be knocked about.
I was influenced by Bully. That won't happen again.
Huge game here.
Yep. Continues to impress on serve. Has he been going this set? He's only lost 3 points this set.
Staggering.
One thing that Fritz is very good at, that is maximizing the moment.
And the hard part for that from Taylor as he looks at his crew is when that goes to the forehand side, Gale can shape up as if he's going to let that go and let it go down the line. And then he's just got those hands where he can just make adjustments.
Okay, he's got a half chance here now.
30-all.
Heart rate will be slightly elevated, serving at 4-all.
40-30.
Just a lot more offensive, isn't he?
Yep.
Gail. There's no, he's got weight on the ball. Not letting Taylor take control of the baseline at all.
Cain, Monfils.
He's doing well in the ace race as the Frenchman. He leads at 16-9, and he leads 5-4 in the third. Oh, that is a motley crew of note there.
Time.
Our sponsors helping out the fans. Well, it's been a fantastic performance so far from Monfils. Given that he's played a fair bit of tennis this week, especially in the opening match against his fellow countryman Giovanni and Pecci Pericot. That one was long. 3 hours and 46 minutes. It's been 2 sets to love up.
And match point. Because I was waiting to go on after that. Then I went and had to rest for another couple of hours. But he's looking fresher. There's no doubt about it. He is. Monfils, he looks good. You know, winning becomes a habit. It's like he's just all of a sudden started in Auckland, just got on this run, and he's forgotten how to lose. He's the little things that sometimes do worry him, certainly not worrying him at all at the moment. So, gee, if you could grab a 2-1 lead, it's a long way back for Taylor then.
Yeah, and Josh is right. This next, I think, 15 minutes. Big for the number 4 seed.
Yeah, fairly likely, I think, for both players. Whoever wins this set, I think, has to be a massive favourite to go on and win. You know, he doesn't give a lot away, though, does he, Gail? Like, he's always sort of moping around. You know, I don't know how he's feeling, of course, but he's a heck of an athlete, Roger.
Yeah, he's got some push. Yeah, he does. He doesn't give you... Well, and sometimes you can have the signs that you think he needs a stretcher. You know, and then he's racing around like a rabbit. In fact, faster than a rabbit.
No, he's playing possum.
Well, it took me.
5 games on.
You know, I obviously watched Scale, but then, but when you're working like side by side, it just took me not a long time, but a bit of time to work out when is he fatigued, when isn't he not fatigued. But what we do know is that he's got this. He does have an inner competitive mind when he's got his mind right there. And he loves this stage.
Third time's a charm.
15.
First time we've seen Taylor as well go continually back behind Gail as well. That was a different type of movement pattern, and it generally will get you a lunging chip reply. As I said, it's playing the wrong
game. Especially given how good he had been on the previous point, by going aggressive and back behind Monfils. More of the same.
30-15. For service.
Beautiful placement. That's beyond special. French flair to take a 6-5 lead.
Monfils leads by 6 games to 5.
Josh, you're next to the Fritz camp. Has there been? Are they are they communicating much?
Oh, they are, yeah, but it's calm. They're trying not to overhype it or underhype it. They're trying to get that message just right. And if anything, it's Taylor who is the one gesturing over to them. Can't quite exactly get what he's trying to say, whether he's feeling fatigued or uncomfortable with this extreme heat. But he's definitely feeling it. There's no doubt about it.
And Gail, you're directly opposite him. What's he look like?
Oh, look, he's got to be hurting. I mean, everyone out here has to be who's sitting in the sun like myself. So, yeah, we're hurting. Don't worry.
We love it. This man's got some work to do. He'll step out and try and stay in the third set. At the same time, in the previous set he was broken. Full house. And they're loving every minute of it.
Serving numbers almost identical for both. That's what's going to make the tie break so fascinating. They've both only lost 6 points on serve in this set. Okay, forget about the service games now. Let's put our games under the microscope of a tie-break. What's your gut feel? I want to hear from each of you. Josh?
Yeah, I'm tipping Taylor Fritz. I just think... I don't know why.
Okay, that's why we call it a gut feel, right? What about you, Rod?
Well, I got a big gut.
Well, you know where I'm leading. I think I'm leading Gail. I like how he's serving, but also I feel like he'll take a cut at a few balls in a moment that might bring some magic.
Filthy from Monfils. How about that?
The feel, the touch, the use of the full court, and then this over the top. And everyone was in the stadium was riding that ball in the air until it dropped. That is the Frenchman. We've seen the Frenchman the last 2 points. That is his package. Full defense, still had some strength, weight on the ball. And again, defending at the greatest level and then able to hit the ball in the right spot when it mattered the most, when Fritz was coming forward. Look at that.
What a start to the breaker.
3-0.
And Robbie, that's what I was talking about, the differential there where Gail will just make something happen off a ball and take a point. That return. Has he hit one like that so far this match?
Can't think of one, but that forehand return melted into his strings. So often such a big swing set is the third set when it's 1-1. And if Monfils looks down the other end of the court and he can see that Fritz is struggling, that's got to give him energy. Plenty of it. 205 kilometers an hour. Placed to perfection. 18th ace.
I'm 38 years old, but just move me side to side, I'm good. This is like a training drill.
6-0 Monfils.
What an injection of pace. What an engine he's got on him. What an engine.
It's vintage Gail right there.
Has not dropped a point in the breaker.
We're in great seats, but I wish I had Josh's right now for that this tie break.
Yeah, I got it completely wrong, of course, with calling Taylor Fritz, but gee, this is such a breaker. I mean, the crowd have just come to life as well.
Hangs on in there.
I mean, how did he lose that point?
6-1
I just thought there was going to be a curler around the net there. It was all set up. All credit to Taylor, though, for coming forward.
He's got a handful of set points left. Glorious choreography about how he plays this game, Rog. Artistic, athletic, and authoritative. He's 2 sets to 1 up against the 4th seed.
Monfils leads by 2 sets to 1. New balls, please.
That tiebreaker was so good. I mean, the opening point set the tone, didn't it?
It did, and the ball striking was off the charts. Out of the racket from Gail the whole time, but also his precision throughout the course of the rally. It never looked like he was in trouble. Calm, collective, was moving the ball at will. His ability with his wrist, Robbie, to just manipulate the ball. And when he's in that space, that zone, wow, can he do some things on the court? I shouldn't say wow, because I've seen it. And I've been lucky to witness it there, but that was an extraordinary set of tennis.
Just so well controlled, and especially when you think of who's on the other side of the net. Fritz is so good at dominating opponents.
And it was a high quality set for both players. Taylor also was, his service numbers was big, both having big numbers on serve, as you mentioned before, at one point barely losing points. And Taylor threw everything he had at Gail at the time. Tried to be aggressive, tried to come forward, didn't miss much, but the Frenchman, he was in rare form.
What a point that was early on. You knew he was feeding the ball well. Both guys came into the tiebreak looking really solid behind their respective deals, and we were thinking, well, who's going to return better? Who's going to defend better? Who's going to make it happen? But it was this guy. Just the tiebreaker, in a nutshell, is what his game has been like for the last 2 hours and 20 minutes. It was a bit of guile, there was some good power, and great mentality. We know how good his movement is. We saw plenty of that too.
But his ball striking, Robbie, and is so good. It's why he's been in the top 10 players in the world. It's why he's been to a couple of semis and majors. It's why he's won so many tournaments. And yeah, he's lost more, but he's been able to give him so many chances. When he's in this type of form, when he's seeing the court and feeling it like that, and he's taking that sort of positive, proactive positioning in the court. He's one of the most exciting people to watch. Look at that. That was the accelerator one. Then he's got the touch here. And again, it's got this beautiful feel. And the lob over the top, that was special, wasn't it?
Yeah, genius. Absolute genius. Talent hits a target no one can hit, but tell you what, genius hits a target no one else can see. That was just otherworldly. I always remember Bjorn Borg, and he was the first coach to tape all his fingers. Then it was Gael, then it was Rafa, wasn't it? Because
yeah,
just want to stop themselves from getting blisters. You can see he's pretty accomplished at it. Doesn't need a trainer or anything to do it for him. Because you get a bit more grip tackiness when it's sweaty, and that can cause a little finger cut, and it can be awfully annoying.
Where to for Taylor here? How does he? I mean, we know he's got the tools. We know he can bounce back, and he's a fighter. So not going away, but if Gael plays at this type of level and he doesn't have a flat patch, what's the shift from Taylor? That makes a little difference. I know it was a 7-6 set.
Yeah. The only shift for me is that on a couple of occasions when he went big, he missed. So he's going to have to make. I don't see how he's going to improve his energy levels, because it's going to remain hot for a while. Whether he gets a second wind or not, we'll have to keep an eye on that. But he is hurting, and when you're running out of energy, it's not easy to keep on pounding the ball, Rog. It takes energy out of you to do that. So this is going to be such a fine line, because what he's going to have to do is go for big shots early on in the rallies. That assumes risk, doesn't it?
100%. And so that's why if you're Gael, you're sitting there, you've got to throw the same level out, though. You cannot allow someone to feel like, especially the number 4 player in the world, feel like there's another way in, because, and Gael does suffocate you, because you don't get the winners. You can't hit the winners from him, because he's always, he's a great defender. So he does make the court feel different when you're up the other end, and challenges your thinking a little bit. Taylor would be used to most players. He would have had them. He would have hit a lot more winners. I'm also surprised in these conditions, Gael doesn't generally wear a hat. Have you noticed Taylor wear a hat at all during the year? Is he a hat person? Because if you're struggling and it's warm, putting on a hat would help in this heat.
Agree.
But if you don't like wearing them, they're very reluctant to make that shift, aren't they? And this is what we love about tennis, our sport, isn't it? You've got someone like Taylor Fritz, who's had a great year last year, pressing. Look where his ranking is. You've got a 38-year-old who, 41 in the world, wins the opening event in Auckland, was almost on a plane, was a few points away in the first round.
Yeah, set 5-2 down.
And he's sitting here playing some vintage tennis.
And I think we can both agree he probably wouldn't have played this kind of vintage tennis if he doesn't win that first match against Pedro Martinez and go on to win the tournament. I mean, the sport it's bonkers at times.
It is. The amount of sliding doors moments.
Yeah, lovely phrase there. So true. They're in a good mood. They've probably got some lemonade there in their respective hands.
And if you saw the schedule and you were quick to buy this ticket, weren't you?
Yeah.
Regardless of what number you had to pay, because you knew you might get a bit of this, and well, potentially there's going to be a lot more of it.
Fourth set, 3-7.
just maybe the change of kit and 5-6 minute reprieve. Just recharge those batteries somewhat for Fritz. He's going to need it.
And if you Gail, I actually want to see the same. I need to see the same body language from him, because I don't want to see a bit of anything that's cruising around that maybe I'll save a few points here or there. I need to give Taylor the same visual. Engage him early here. As we know, tennis matches can turn very quickly. Taylor will not go away.
There's going to be moments in this set, just like we saw. We had a half chance for Fritz in that third set. I think he had Monfils love 30 in one of the games, and can you maximize that moment? Normally he's so good at doing that.
And he'll be, hopefully, in his mind, you know, you've got to play your brand of tennis, but he'll be hoping that there's a bit of Gail that does want a little breather. Does the serve, does it come off a little bit? Do I get a few more opportunities on the second serve? Different change up there. That was the second serve to the backhand side at 181 kilometres an hour.
Intelligent tennis. He is going to make Fritz suffer as much as he can.
Yeah, it's a good word, isn't it? When you're watching that, you're thinking they're worth more points down the road somewhere.
I mean, they're serving wonders. They've got to be some of the best in a long time for Monfils.
And in this rare form that Gail's in at the moment, you know, when you're playing a player who's number 4 in the world, your form, you know, to be a 2-set-to-1 leader, your form has to be at a premium.
Yep. And that's what we're seeing, no question about it.
And it's premium from Gail. And if you're up the other end or you're Michael Russell in the coach box, it's hard to coach against. Because where are we going? What type of tennis can beat this player when he's playing this well? Look at that. Things like that, his ability to track the ball down from anywhere on this playing surface. So that starts playing on your mind. I've got a feeling that racket cracked, Robbie, too, when it landed on the ground. Have a good look at it. It's not going to change it, but it did make, you know that crack sound you hear?
Yes, it's a horrible sound when you're a junior, isn't it?
Yeah. How do I tell the parents?
First thought.
That was pretty brave.
15-30.
Needed to own that point. The comfort level of actually staying in the rallies at the moment for Taylor Fritz is not at its highest. He would feel that, and Gail would definitely be aware of it.
Oh, I tell you what, that's a good hop. It's good athleticism here from the California kid. Oh, that is a magnificent shot. Needs, must.
This has been a very good effort to crawl back from up 30 here. There were signs that it might have just got away from the American.
I love the attitude. He is not going away. He will bleed himself dry to get back into this one. Gear.
Time.
I've been wondering what the fatigue factor might be like for both players. So often, every barometer is the speed of the shots. We've got to keep a beady eye on those. And you can see the Fritz forehand from set 1 to set 4, it's way down. Monfils' forehand from 1 to 4 is way up.
And that was because Gail became offensive, didn't it? And the accuracy of the ball striking from the Frenchman is the key. When Taylor does move Gail, that ball that he retrieves generally finds a good mark.
Tell you what, we haven't seen the erotic service action replicated so well for many, many years. That thing is dropping the hammer today. And just to give you an idea of how well this serve is working, and I'm comparing the numbers to his 2024 season, his most recent season. The first serve percentage is up 4%, so that's a nice uptick. Points 1 on his first serve is up 11%.
Wow.
From 74 to 85.
That'll help.
And second serve points 1 is up 21% today on a season average.
And that'll win you a tennis match.
No kidding.
Big time. That number. Taylor having a little look a couple of times now down the other end just to see whether that extended rally does it. Am I breaking through at all? He's 38. Yep. Am I making any inroads on the physical part of the game? First time, it's been a long time since the rally was totally controlled
Advantage, Fritz.
by Fritz, where he could stand in the middle and actually use his forehand and just dictate play with heavy blows. Gives himself an early look here in the fourth. Must feel good, Robbie, just to be able to do that.
This is confidence right here,
Yeah.
right? Winning matches.
100%.
Just no hesitation. The decision making is clear. It's on a 7-match win streak at the moment.
Got a serve, 177.
Advantage, Monfils.
Finds the line. And these are the things that you need to do to beat players that are sitting so high. You've got to play at this level.
A win streak like this was 2020. Of course, he was one of the players that was most affected by the onset of COVID because he had won Montpellier, he had won Rotterdam, and he lost to Djokovic in Dubai. Remember, he had 3 match points in that second set tiebreak. And then, of course, the tennis season shut down right after that. And then he went on that terrible losing streak. Couldn't get it back. Memory serves, Rog, that was the chance to end the win streak against Novak at 16. And he ended up not getting it done. One of the better streaks in his career. First set just dropped off a little bit in this set. Just dropped off.
And this is one of those games, if you go and you're his team, this is one where you just want to try and find a way through. And on the other side, if you're Taylor, it's the game that you must break. You've been given some good looks.
Plenty of looks at second serves.
Give you an idea, that's 187, Robbie, from Gale. He points to his head. I don't know if that was a gun to my head, because his average first serve percentage numbers are 189 kilometres an hour. So his last 3 or 4 second serves have been
first serves.
First serves.
Advantage, Monfils.
Well, there's a fine line between genius and stupidity. And right now, he is looking like a genius. Whenever we see these kind of games unfold, you know they take on so much meaning in the context of a match.
Yes, good point.
He's kept him honest there. Previous point, big bomb down the middle. And then the slider at 179. Just soaked in spin, that one.
Second service.
massive hold in the context of this match. His fans know it, his team knows it, and his reaction says he knows it.
2 games all.
Oh, good. What theatre. And that was a tug of war there. Big miss for the American. And because I'm in Australia, it's a let's go. And Taylor's done a good job, Robbie, because for a lot of other players, Gale's tennis would have frustrated you today. Didn't find a way through. He's been able to get to everything. He gets up to the drop shot. Taylor's emotional control's been pretty good.
40-15.
Yep, double thumbs up. That was good.
Let's get a little bit of slap tennis there and see what happens.
40-13.
Gets a couple of wins and all of a sudden the game tightens up.
Another good hold from Taylor. This camp's happy. He leads 3-2 in the fourth.
Time.
Well, alongside the Australians, Americans have the most men in the main draw, 14. French are close behind. Then it's Italy, 13 for France, 10 for the Italians, 8 for Argentina and Spain. Germany comes in with 5. It's the top tier of country representation in the men's draw. Australia, France, Australia, USA, France, Italy, Argentina, Spain.
They take a fair few, don't they? They take a fair bit of the draw up at the moment.
And it's great for the sport, right? Such a big market, the US. Got Coco flying the flag on the women's side as well. Emma Navarro, Jessica Pegula. So many. Who could forget Danielle Collins? She's always front and center.
Yes.
And like Novak, I love her pugilistic nature. Bring it on. Come on, all comers. I'll take you all on. Love it.
Yep. She's definitely prepared to live in her lane.
Oh, yeah. Unapologetic for it. Refreshing. That's in. That's in is the lane between the white lines. Okay. Things start to get a little bit more interesting. If you do break or get broken, especially for Fritz, there's not as much wriggle room now.
Expect a push here from Gael. He'll be working hard early in this game here. That first point, when you serve that second serve and you got someone like Gael in that form, when that sails long, you, yeah, don't you?
Continues to impress on serve. Just the 4 points lost in total in the set. Make that 5.
13-15. Left for service.
That's a beautiful serve. Classic swing serve through the middle of the court.
Yeah, strong hold again, Taylor. Well done. Just plodding away. 4-3.
Fritz leads by 4 games to 3.
Not sure what the gesture was all about to this coach. It's interesting because he's not one who's big on coaching. He doesn't like it, doesn't think it should happen.
No, he's very strong on it, wasn't it? He thought one of the great skills is to be able to work things out on your own on the court. It's one of the things that it's a differential, isn't it, in our sport? Why do we need to be like the other sports?
Yep. So
good argument.
Yeah, no, it is a good argument. But it'll be interesting to see in desperate times now whether he looks to his crew for a bit of additional information or not. There was definitely some sort of gesture after that service game. The old trick when you take the shoes off on the change of ends, when you put it back in, it feels cooler, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's pretty warm out there. Almost 3 hours now. This one has been ongoing. And the courts, well, as you can see from the shadow, it's about almost halfway across, and it'll edge into shade pretty quickly. And I think as long as there's a bit of sun and heat out there, it plays into Monfils' hands.
And Mike Russell and Taylor Fritz then were having a lot of dialogue around some sort of footwork activity. Oh, it's a big miss. Hasn't missed one of those since the opening set. And you mentioned Taylor is not really in favour of the live coaching. His team is sitting in the second row, so they've got be happy with that. Salong Garley is in a defensive position. Michael Russell, the coach, you can see they're sitting in the second row. At the front row, there's a tablet which gives you all live data on the match. And so they've obviously chosen that that will not be part of our setup.
Shine going after the Fritz forehand. Hey?
Yeah.
Noticed that today.
30-15.
And it is the wing, isn't it?
If you can rush it, yeah.
If you can rush it.
Yeah, because the backhand's more compact. Defends quite well off of it, doesn't he?
Let persons.
It's an absolute masterclass in point construction. He engaged him.
40-15.
He denied him any rhythm. And then right here, he just taps his talent. And he does it again.
Game Monfils.
Genius at work.
And they're enjoying it because, and they should be, because it's not often in the later part of Gale's career that he's playing this high quality. Well, this is top 10 tennis for this period of time. It's almost been 2 hours. In fact, it has. It's virtually been about 2.5 hours of tennis.
Oh, yeah. And we've just ticked over into the 3-hour mark in total now.
And there's the reason why Taylor Fritz feels very reluctant to come forward, because He does come forward to the wrong spot, first of all, and then doesn't have any idea of what movement pathways to take in that forward half of the court. And that's something, Robbie, if you want to invest in that, that's time. Oh, I've seen this picture before, and this movie doesn't normally end well for the opposition. Gale defending for his life. It's like he's protecting his family at the baseline. You're not coming through me. And then when he gets the opportunity, the bullet, he's laughing. He's hurting a bit there as well, and he's thinking, this is what it felt like. How good. Well done. Difficult scenario there.
15-13.
You feel like the serve is the only thing that's going to potentially take Taylor through this game. What a move from the Frenchman. Stepped inside the court, understood the situation, and smothered that quickly.
15-14.
Tell you what, this is a big pressure moment right here, right now. Good serve. Good serve, but he got a decent amount of stick on it. You would have expected to make it. Monfils has got to be brave here. Monfils will serve for the match after the break.
Monfils leads by 5 games to 4.
And the minute the American had to come forward, Gale's eyes, they lit up. He had a target.
Monfils sending the fans into a frenzy, looking for one of the big upsets of the tournament, but there's still a little bit of work to be done. Given how well he has been serving in general, he'll back himself. The last service game was a little tricky.
Listen to them. They've appreciated how good this is. And does he have the nerve to play that? What he's done in the last 2.5 hours right now and just finish this off. And I say that because when he led 2 sets to love against Petri Pericard and went to serve for the match, he had a couple of match points, just served big double faults. That's his biggest. Struggled there, didn't he, Taylor, to get to that ball? You could see that was almost, there was some conditioning attached to that. Didn't have to move too far, and that was a let off.
Well, it's been mesmerising, that serve.
30-15.
It's been top tier in that department.
Can you believe it?
Can you believe it? Yes, we can, say his fans.
A ball that he never had any right to get to as well, by the way. The Taylor Fritz backhand was a ripper, but the lob.
2 match points for Le Monf. Of so many beautiful pictures in this sport, paints a masterpiece today. Hang it in the Louvre. Monfils takes down Fritz in 4. A masterclass. 3-6, 7-5, 7-6, 6-4. Well, the man loves the game, doesn't he? And he deserves all the rewards that he gets. What a start to 2025.
That was turning the clock back and more. How good. How good is it to see someone play at that level where they've got full, it's like you've got control of the ball on a string. And he gave us every part of the tennis court.
Yeah, he certainly did. He was artistic, he was athletic, that's a given, and he was authoritative when he needed to be.
For Taylor, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a tough one, bitter pill to swallow. But he will be better off for the experience. Losing is not the end. On the contrary, it's the beginning of the inner dialogue upon which progress depends.
And you don't often play someone that has everything at their disposal and has such great ball control when they're at a premium, and that was hard to handle.
And to be able to sustain that level for 3 hours, that's the hard part, isn't it?
He hasn't done it for a long time.
Yep.
And he's one of the most exciting and enjoyable players to watch when he's in full flight. There's not too many other athletes currently in the draw that you would say sit with him as an entertainment package to watch when they're at full flight.
Yeah, either. Well, let's get on to Josh. Speaking of great athletes, one meets another. Let's see what Gail has got to say.
Gail Monfils, congratulations, my friend. That was an incredible win.
I mean, this crowd absolutely loved every minute of that. Can you just talk us through just a little bit, especially after losing that first set, where did you get the reserve, the energy, the mentality, the effort to hang in there? That was phenomenal.
First of all, thank you very much. I mean, it was an unbelievable match, so thank you very much. I really appreciate it. You know, Taylor starts strong, serving well, and it was just one break. I played a very poor game, but I felt like I could move great today, and the game plan was to hold my baseline and definitely change the tempo, hit some big shot down the line, and use you know, some shape with my forehand, some slice with the backhand, and serve well. And I think I've done the job. I mean, I've done the job. So.
I mean, can you believe it? 38 years of age, everybody. He is 38 years of age. And we must remember, just a week ago, you, of course, won in Auckland. It's like you've forgotten how to lose. You're playing that well.
Been just fortunate, you know, fortunate. But, you know, every day is different. We work hard. You know, I try to be very disciplined with the recovery. I have a strong belief of myself, strong belief that I can still do some damage, and I have a big trust to my team. And obviously, you know, with a little bit luck, you know, here we are in second week of Australian Open.
I know it's incredibly hot conditions today. How long will you spend in the ice bath? How many minutes?
I mean, my physio wants more than, to be honest, I will try 2 minutes maximum, but I'm a little bit like, you know, with the cold shower, try to sneak a little bit out, in, out, so house bath is not, you know, not for me so much.
All right, you need to toughen up a little bit. And just lastly, mate, your wife is playing next up. Everyone, Aryna Svitolina is on next. Now that's pretty cool. Husband, then wife playing.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I think I warmed up the court for her. She's played also the world number 4, so I guess it's going to be tough for her. And Elena, I hope she will clutch this one.
Yeah. Well, Gail, that was simply phenomenal today. One of the best matches we've seen all tournament. Congratulations. Well done, mate.
No, that was a great interview.
It was.
From our man Josh, and beautiful words from Gail. He's so fun. He's just a ball of fun. And of course, up next it will be Aryna Svitolina on this court. And as he said, he's warmed it up beautifully for her. She'll take on Jasmine Paolini, who is seeded 4th. Well, I mean, the man alongside me, of course, he's got a special connection, having been in the camp for so many years alongside Gail. What does this mean to him and to you?
Oh, well, to me, I just, you know, I always get emotional when I watch him. We're still very, very close. So, and just watching his tennis come out at that level is sort of, I guess it brings all the memories. So, that was the emotions of that. I love watching great players play. And there's a hi to his daughter, who's back home, and for him, you know, he just enjoys the game, and he gives him an opportunity in the second week of a major. It doesn't happen at 38, only for Novak.
Yeah, they're in rare air. What a performance today for somebody who just loves the game, and that's why he's still playing. And, well, they say that the man who loves walking will walk further than the man that loves the destination. And it is so true. Gael Monfils is the epitome of that. He just absolutely loves it. And he'll be loving this win. It's not every day you beat a top 4 ranked opponents. He was able to beat Carlos Alcaraz last year. But this is a major, and this is against a guy who made the finals of the last major we had on a hard court.
Yeah, it's an epic. It was an epic match, really, when you think. You mentioned, Robbie, that the time that they spent on court, and for the amount of time you can see there. He's pretty happy. They'll be happy campers there. But the amount of time he was able to play a high-level brand of tennis, and that normally comes with a big volume of matches and a lot of wins, and he's just had those, hasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has. The champion in Auckland is a champion on the match court today here on Margaret Court Arena. The smile on his dial says it all. Thoroughly deserved, Gael Monfils. We enjoyed it. I hope you did as well. And next up for him, as we mentioned, either Ben Shelton or Lorenzo Musetti. And
Gotta like a bit of that, don't you?
Oh yeah.
You have to like a bit of that.
That should be a fun one.
And look at the other section to that. I mean, gee, if you can keep that form up.
Yeah, learn a
38-year-old.
Learn a 10 taking out Daniil Medvedev. Hence, not too many high-ranked seeds in this section of the draw. So good point there, Rog. Well, my thanks to Rog. That was a lot of fun. Big congrats to Lamont. He is through to the 4th round. What heart he showed today.
from yesterday.
Friday night in Australia's sporting capital. What better place to be than at Melbourne Park, watching one of the greatest of all time, eye off a record 11 Aussie title. On Rod Laver Arena, Novak Djokovic was at his vintage best. Serbian shrugging off discomfort and a few rogue fans to blitz past 2016 Thomas March 6-1, 6-4, 6-4.
Signature shot to finish it off. Djokovic accepts his stay once again at Melbourne.
And the Serbian success continued on RLA as another big name was sent packing. In just her second Australian Open appearance, Holger Rune shocked 7th seed Jessica Pegula.
Was really playing three of those points.
With compatriot Novak Djokovic in her corner, the 55th seed prevailed in outstanding fashion, 7-6, 6-1.
Dominance from Djokovic to career best win. Serbians everywhere celebrate.
Coco Gauff's domination down under continued, extending her win streak to 7 matches so far this year. And for the second time in 2025, the third seed took care of Canadian Layla Fernandez 6-4, 6-2.
Coco Gauff, she's through to the last 16.
And another day, another 5th-year Australian opponent for 15th seed Jack Draper. Alexander Vukic pushing the bridge to a third consecutive 5th setter, and the local hope was flying.
Celebration sensation.
And while Draper almost lost it,
And there goes Jack Draper.
held his nerve through to the 4th round in another thriller.
Jaw-dropping efforts from Jack Draper.
This time, next weekend, we're going to be full finals like all the Australian Open, and imagine you with the ultimate experience to be there. Grab a ticket in the ATM lottery now, and in particular, the flights accommodation, exclusive dining opportunities, and your choice of either the women's or the men's final. All proceeds from the lottery go towards the Australian Tennis Foundation, and their ongoing work helping disadvantaged young people right across Australia. You grab tickets now, also.com/win or scan the QR code on the big screen now.
Good evening and welcome along to coverage of our first night session match here on Margaret Court Arena. It is day 7 of what's been a fascinating week of tennis action across the beautiful Melbourne Park precinct, where a record-breaking 62,000 fans have been in attendance today for the day session. And the fans slowly but surely making their way into Margaret Court Arena for the start of the night session. Jasmine Paolini, the woman of the hour, takes on former world number 3 and now mother, Aryna Svitolina. I'm Pippa Horn, delighted to be joined by former world number 6, Chanda Rubin. And what a day of tennis it has been, Chanda. First off, a win for Emma Navarro, and then a win for Aryna Svitolina's husband. So hopefully she wasn't watching too much of that.
Monfils, her husband, also with a tough match against top seed and Taylor Fritz and an incredible 4-set win. So that's going to be a little inspirational for his wife, who is taking to the court now. But I would imagine she was focused a bit on herself, maybe catching some of it on the telly. I'm gonna assume that, but it's always tough when you want to support your spouse and you are out here in this tennis world. It can be a lot in a day's time.
Absolutely. What a beautiful arena this is. Margaret Court Arena. We've seen some phenomenal tennis on this very court throughout the duration of today, and we're set to see some more. Let's get the players out.
For round 3 women's singles action, please welcome to Margaret Court Arena from Ukraine, Aryna Svitolina.
A name that many will be familiar with. She's one of the most accomplished players of her generation, and now 17 titles, an Olympic bronze medal, and a baby later. She's back with a vengeance.
And please welcome their opponent from Italy, Jasmine Paolini.
Another big name on the WTA Tour. Last year saw her become a 2-time Grand Slam finalist, a feat that no one saw coming. An Olympic gold medalist climbing from outside the world's top 30 to inside the top 5. But how will the 4th seed cope with attempting to back up what has been undoubtedly the best season of her career so far? Now, Chanda, this is going to be an exciting matchup.
I think it'll be interesting because both of these players can make a lot of balls, get a lot of balls back. Maybe consider Jasmine Paolini with more firepower. She looks to really attack off the forehand side, especially Svitolina. Her movement is a real weapon, and that's something that can counter a lot of big hitters. And she's got so much experience, Svitolina, in these types of matches.
Doing the toss. We do picture after. Yeah. Just a few reminders, live electronic line counting on this court. We have serve clock on each corner. Also video review, so you could challenge a not up, for example. And for your towels, red box for you. And you take the blue box, please. Okay. Yeah. Do you have any questions? No questions. Stilla, now it's your turn. You want to ask Aryna, it's AO or the player, John Newcomb? Player? Player's called. Okay. Ayo, you choose.
I serve.
You serve, you stay, and picture please, facing this way. Yeah. Well done, thank you.
Big smiles for all, including our Hot Shots player. Inspiring the next generation of Australian talent, following in the footsteps the likes of Alex de Minaur, Ayla Tomljanovic. Let's turn our attention to this matchup. It's tenacity versus experience. So Aryna Svitolina, a name that many will be familiar with, 17 career titles. And now, of course, she is a mother. The last title came in 2023 in Strasbourg. And what a career she has had. 2018 defeated 5 top 10 players en route to the biggest title of her career at the WTA finals. and Chandler, she's made the quarterfinals of every single Grand Slam, semi-finals of a couple. So that just, I think, highlights how versatile she is as a player.
Yeah, she's been a quarterfinalist a couple of times here, the Australian Open. She has the game that can translate to just about any surface, and a lot of that has to do with how well she moves, how well she covers the court. And you know, since she has come back from maternity leave and gotten back up the ranks, she's gotten more aggressive. She is looking to try to push play a little more often than she did in the first iteration of her career, and I think that has been helpful. Jasmine Paolini, on the other hand, just in the last year, she has gained tremendous experience at the Grand Slam level, getting to the latter stages. It's been a remarkable 2024 for the 29-year-old, and you know, a little bit surprising that these two have never met before.
What a breakout season it was for Jasmine Paolini. A new look for her. She's seeded 4th in this year's Australian Open. She takes on Aryna Svitolina. Talk about that breakout season. She won the biggest title of her career in Dubai.
2 minutes.
As you mentioned, a little surprising rather, that these two haven't face one another, but it was just such a quick trajectory for Paolini, that rise up the rankings. I don't think anyone really anticipated the trajectory of it all.
No, I mean, just a year separating these two, but very different career trajectories. Aryna Svitolina has been a top player for majority of her career. Jasmine Paolini, it's been a little slower getting to this stage, but it's not about how fast you get there, but can you maintain? And she's been impressive really all of 2024 season, and looking to continue as she starts this new year.
Well, here's a look at the weather conditions. Still pretty toasty out there, 30 degrees Celsius, not a huge amount of breeze to contend with. We do have Andrea Petkovic courtside. We'll chat to her a little bit later, get a bit more insight on exactly what those conditions are like courtside. So an exciting matchup to kick off the evening session here in Margaret Court Arena. Holger Rune, the husband of Aryna, has already got the job done. Can she follow in his footsteps? Well, it's going to be a tough one. She plays the 4th seed today.
Yeah, both players having a couple of wins under their belts to get to this 3rd round match, and haven't had to work as hard as some. Straight sets for both. And that can be helpful when you start getting to the latter rounds. But it's going to be interesting to see who can play a little more on their terms, who can play more first strike tennis, who can dictate the tempo. We have seen so much of Jasmine Paolini in majors rise above what her stature is. She packs a big punch. She can get some free points off her serve. And I think that's going to be important here today as she looks to get on the front foot against one of the speedier players on the tour. And Svitolina, she had some injuries towards the end of last season. So it's been great to see her starting her year in a terrific fashion.
So a place in round 4 at stake. Jasmine Paolini to kick things off.
Love 15.
And one of the things we marveled at with Jasmine Paolini was before last season, she had never made it past the 2nd round at a major. And all of a sudden, she's making major finals, back-to-back Grand Slams. 4th round here to start the year last year.
And talk about players that have adapted their games over the course of their careers. Jasmine Paolini is one of them, very much a clay court player, had never won a match on grass ahead of Eastbourne last season.
I think it's been about the confidence for Paolini once she started getting, you know, these wins. And it started at the end of the 2023 season. I think a big part of it was Billie Jean King Cup and helping Italy get to the final that year. Confidence that she gained.
A confident start for the 4th seed. First on the boards in this opening set. 1-love. Now we have Andrea Pektovic courtside. Andrea, talk to us. What are the conditions like down there?
Well, it is still warm. A very nice evening to you too. It's just the first time this year that I get to work with you, and I'm very excited. And I'm also excited about this match. These are two of the best movers on the WTA tour, and it is very warm, so I think the sweating levels will be high. Courtside definitely, but I assume on the court as well. And good start for Jasmine Paolini here. She looks very focused and relaxed.
Well, the computer favors Paolini.
We have a little more of a body of work, recent work for Jasmine Paolini in terms of the wins that she's had, where her ranking is. You can kind of understand being the favorite on paper. This is her match to win, but Svitolina absolutely with a good shot here.
We don't have much recent information on Aryna Svitolina either. She finished her 2024 season following the US Open, and she's only played 2 matches in this 25 season. Both of them here at the AO, of course.
Svitolina was one of those players that seemed to return back to form pretty quickly after maternity leave. Had her daughter in April. Excuse me, returned to the tour in April of 2023 after having her daughter in 2022. And it didn't take her long to start moving in a positive direction again. Just seemed to settle right back in, but she did have some injuries. There's
the coach of Svitolina, Andrew Bettles, on the right there. And he actually worked with her for a number of years, starting when she was 22 years old. Then they took a break. Now he's back working with her. Injuries, Chanda, she has had a few of them over the years. She's had recurring lower back issues throughout her entire career, Svitolina, and then a knee injury in 2021. She's had a lot of time away from tennis, but I wonder, does that change your perspective at all? I feel like Svitolina's had a big change in her mindset post giving birth as well.
Yeah, I think it certainly changes some of your perspective and what you feel is important, but it's been tremendous to see these women come back out and still work towards achieving the goals that they have while doing what they feel they want to do for their families. obviously it's different because the female has to actually physically have the child, and the changes that take place with your body and how tough it is to come back. It's different for everybody. I've heard Naomi Osaka talk a little bit about that recently, but it's been impressive what Svitolina has been able to do physically and mentally. In 2023, she came back. She won another tournament on the clay, got to the quarterfinals at Roland Garros, the semifinals at Wimbledon. She started the 2024 season, got to the 4th round here, and I remember watching that match. That's where her back issues kind of reared its head again, and she had to retire. Overhitting that one a bit, trying to add some weight on that forehand side. Got a little happy with the feet.
Still one more opportunity to get the first break of the match. Well, she gets the first break, and it's a quick start for Aryna Svitolina, 2-1.
You see a few nerves there, a little antsiness from both players, and that last volley from Paolini maybe just indicative of what she's feeling out there. But these are the early stages of a match where you're working to get yourself settled as quickly as possible. This kind of stage against this kind of an opponent.
Well, and I was just going to say, he just walked past me. Gael is clearly already recovered from his big win from Taylor Fritz and is already here to join the team. I'm sorry I lost my voice if you couldn't tell until now.
We still want you and are happy to have you. No voice and all.
The man, the myth, the legend. He's all smiles after a fabulous win against Taylor Fritz.
Time.
And now supporting his wife. So 2 games in a row for the 28th seed.
It's going to be an important play for Paolini over the course of this match when she has created openings to take balls out of the air, not allow Svitolina to reset the point. Paolini very comfortable up there at the net.
She really does enjoy coming forwards, enjoys her doubles as well, Chanda. She's been arguably more successful on the doubles court. Took home the Olympic gold medal alongside Sara Irani, and can tell how confident she is inside the service line.
And that's an area Paolini will also look to exploit. As we see Sarah Aryna, speaking of the other half of that gold medal winning team. The second serve of Svitolina can be attackable, and Paolini's looking to move in.
That's an immediate break back for Paolini. So focused, so fiery. And there's her coach, Renzo Furlan, on the left. What a year these two have had together. And talk about that doubles partnership with Irani. Obviously a fantastic singles player herself, so I'm sure she's benefited from some mentorship from her as well.
Yeah, I think the experience of Irani has absolutely helped Paolini, certainly over the last year and a half, just having somebody who's been there, who's gone through it. And also in terms of the confidence, Irani being the player she's been, if she says you have what it takes because she's played against top players, you're going to tend to believe that a lot more.
It's nicely done.
Expect to see some extended rallies over the course of this match as both players start finding their range. Paolini's going to be looking for that forehand. Svitolina, terrific backhand. That's a side she is very comfortable with. So I think we'll see some of those patterns. Each player just trying to play from their positions of strength and who can do it most often, who can execute. Just a little mishit off target for Svitolina there.
And Paolini strides ahead in this opening set. Only 1 point lost in the last 2 games, 3-2. It's a nice way of coming back from losing her serve as well. 2 games in a row for Paolini.
Yeah, she looks, Paolini, like she's not panicking. After losing her serve, she kind of settled in, started finding her range a little bit more and being a bit patient. A couple of rallies where she was comfortable just going down the middle, getting good depth and pace until she could get something a little more hittable in front of her. And that's going to be the name of the game in this match for the Italian, the patience that she needs, offset by the aggressive play that she can bring to bear.
Time.
More and more people trickling into this lovely Margaret Court Arena to catch a glimpse of these two in action. That was exactly the shot that she wanted. That's where Svitolina really challenges her opponents, isn't it? Just getting that one extra ball back in the court.
Yeah, it took a funny bounce, and Paolini just lost the timing on it. Svitolina able to defend. Just get the miss in the end. We've seen a few points now where Svitolina has been happy to just hit up the middle, not give Paolini much of an angle. Trying to see what kind of openings she can get. How Paolini will hold up in some of these extended rallies. And you see Paolini just stalking the baseline, looking to step in, just making her presence known. That adds a little bit of pressure to the Svitolina second serve.
Two in a row. Could that be a sign of some nerves, some jitters from Svitolina?
Yeah, it's early stages yet, but she has made very few first serves, relatively speaking, so far, and it just adds to the tension to have to go to the second.
Unleashes off the forehand wing. Trademark Jasmine Paolini stuff.
And this is what got Jasmine Paolini to a couple of major finals. The ability to add MPHs to that forehand side. She can whip across the ball, that extra spin. Just putting all her weight behind it, and she's got a break point.
Another well-constructed point and another one finished by the Paolini forehands.
Keep watching the way Paolini's moving along the baseline, and she gets such a good base. She stays low, she gives herself the chance to be able to move in either direction, and then when it's time, she can lean into these shots and get terrific body weight behind it. With an excellent contact point as well, she just accelerates through the contact point. That's what helps produce such good power for her.
Well, that was a better second serve from Paolini. And that was an area of, I don't want to say weakness, but in her previous couple of matches, I did commentate on one of them. It was an area where her opponents could make some inroads, stepping in, attacking off the second serve.
In these courts, sometimes the ball can bounce up just a little more, and got to be really solidly behind the shot, especially when you're swinging at it the way Paolini is. So that's something that she keeps looking for every so often. She's starting to find the forehand.
Not always just about the power, is it? Paolini understanding the geometry of the court, but just missing on the lob.
It almost seemed like she wasn't expecting Svitolina to hit this good of a reply. Obviously, she was looking forward, leaning in case Svitolina did the redrop, but just kind of rushed that shot.
Out.
It's not often a rally ball miss that you'll see from Svitolina.
And that's something Paolini does a lot better. Both players move really well from side to side, but Paolini just recognizes the short balls a bit better, whereas Svitolina sometimes lets the short balls go away and doesn't take initiative on them.
Got herself out of trouble there, Paolini, and the forehand had a lot to do with it. 5-2.
Paolini leads 5 games to 2.
Now, Andrea, I'm curious, courtside, how's the trajectory of Svitolina's shots? I mean, it looks like she's getting some good loops on the ball. Is that something Paolini's having to adjust to, the height of the shot?
Yeah, so she has actually some nice trajectory over the net, but they are all kind of similar, both of the backhand and the forehand side, whereas with Paolini you have the slices and she accelerates and then she drops in a heavy wall, and I think that's what's really the difference from court side is the movement, that both players are really good laterally, but Paolini has that added layer of getting forward as well. And the trajectories of the balls of Paolini's change a lot more frequently compared to Svitolina's.
Well, that variety in trajectory paying dividends at the moment because she has a 5-2 lead. Such a beautiful court, this one, isn't it? You can see it getting busier and busier as more of the night session spectators make their way into the grounds. It was another record-breaking day attendance-wise.
Love 15.
pulverizing power off that forehand wing.
That may not be as comfortable for Svitolina, but she's got to take a little initiative when she can. And the forehand opening up the court initially.
That's more like it.
Yeah, it was the pace that did it. She's still very happy, Svitolina, to go up the middle a lot. We'll see if she makes adjustments as this match goes on.
And that first serve percentage, Chandra, is still a bit of an issue for Svitolina.
That's dipping as we speak. It's going down as this first set has gone on. And Svitolina, normally she can get a little more from her serve. She can get the occasional free point, at least give her something to step in on. Now that one was better in terms of the first serve, but Paolini up for the challenge.
Oh, here's the set point for Paolini. That's one way to save a set point.
And that's the kind of serving that Svitolina can do. She went up and out after that ball. That's a fourth double fault for Svitolina, and it's couldn't have come at a worse time.
Just inconsistencies behind the serve, isn't it? An ace followed by a double fault. First serve percentage at 43 at the moment. Well, 30 minutes of very dominant tennis from the number 4 seed. She's been in the driver's seat, and she takes the first set, 6-2.
Since getting broken for 2-1, Jasmine Paolini has not looked back. She just seemed like something clicked for her, and she got a bit more patient. She started using more of the forehand as a weapon. The first serve percentage and the points won behind the first serve, that has been dominant, and she's doing a good job behind her second as well. And all the numbers are just in the Paolini column. Winners to unforced errors, a better differential. Too many unforced errors from Aryna Svitolina at 13. That's something she's going to have to improve on in the second set. But Paolini just having her way in this match to tuck that first set, 6-2.
Well, that first serve percentage a little bit concerning for Svitolina, but this set of tennis was dominated with the Paolini forehand. And she had a bit of a slow start, but very much got things going in this opening set, Paolini. And whenever she gets a short ball, she's able to absolutely punish it. And the unforced errors that you were referring to, Chanda. Work to do for Aryna Svitolina, former quarter-finalist here at the Australian Open. So one set closer to round 4, and of course this is where it all started for Paolini. She had a run at the Australian Open, first time making the second week of a Grand Slam last year, and then what followed was absolutely extraordinary. 2 Grand Slam finals, an Olympic gold medal, and the number next to her name plummeting, reaching a high of world number 4. It was a year of dreams for Paolini, and she kept smiling throughout. She won so many fans in so many places, but it's a bit of a different look for her this year. She's no longer the underdog. She's the one being chased.
We talked about how things started in 2023 for Paolini towards the end of the years. Cain Monfils got a win today, but a little concerned with how his wife, Svitolina, has looked out there. She has left the court, so we've got a few extra moments. But Paolini, it started at the end of the 2023 season where she broke into the top 30 for the first time. Consider how long she had been on tour. It was a long wait, but clearly worth it. Talk about the round of 16 result here at the Australian Open last year. And then it was that Dubai title where she really made the tennis world take note, winning a 1,000 title almost out of nowhere, and really did not look back.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Players are ready, second set. This means Paolini to serve.
She's an underrated mover, Paolini. Andrea mentioned these are two of the quickest players on tour, but Paolini, she's an explosive mover. She stays low, kind of like she's crouching, and then she's ready to move in either direction.
And that's a shot that has really improved over the years. That Paolini serve, able to generate good power behind that, especially for someone who only has a 5'4" frame. Out. Turning the dial now, Paolini. Confident hold to kick off the second set.
Still a slew, though, of unforced errors from Svitolina, and that is the antithesis of her game. Can she pull it together? Hopefully she feels okay physically, but you gotta wonder, there is something a little bit wrong in terms of the number of double faults, the low first serve percentage. She's in the 40s. Svitolina, low 40s in terms of first serves in, so that's something she's got to change here to start. She starts serving in this second set.
And for what it's worth, I watched Svitolina in the opening week before the Australian Open, started practice with Zhang Qinwen, and she was already having serve problems there. That was much better, and I was just wondering, maybe she couldn't practice her serve as early she had that ankle injury, and sometimes these type of injuries just affect weird places in our tennis game, and maybe she just picked it up later in her preseason because of that tweak she had at the end of last year.
Are you noticing anything in particular on her serve, Andrea, that's could be the issue?
Not really. Sometimes I feel like she takes her chin down too early, but it's nothing that I can really make. Like you can see there, she sometimes takes her head down before she has hit the ball, and that makes her upper body collapse, and she doesn't have the stability to stay up. But that's the only thing. Other than that, her serve looks good like always.
And she hasn't had a great deal of time on the match court, Svitolina. She played her last match of 2024 at the US Open against Coco Gauff. Lost that one in 3 sets. A few gifts there from Paolini. He received.
Yes, Svitolina having to work behind her second serve primarily there, but sometimes the serves with less pace are more difficult to handle, more difficult to create and generate pace on Paolini's side, and so Svitolina staying even. Start this second set.
Dropped a little bit short. And she really does take advantage, Svitolina, when she has the opportunity to do so. Also generates good pace, 143. And she's sort of changed her game, hasn't she, Chanda? She came back with a bit of a different game style post giving birth. Before, she was much more of a defensive player. Now she's trying to be much more aggressive.
We're seeing a few more misses here from Paolini. It's giving Svitolina life. One of those balls that Svitolina really didn't get to quickly enough. Wasn't quite behind it, mostly arm, and that's why she couldn't get the spin and bring it down. Couldn't quite get the direction.
Thank you.
That is 16 unforced errors from Svitolina right now. Unheard of in her game when she's playing her best.
Host of unforced errors coming from both sides of the net.
Sometimes it's just about competing, finding a way to get the game Both players in that position. This match can absolutely turn, and they're both trying to get it to turn in their direction. Paolini, of course, with the advantage. That first set tucked away.
Did everything right except execute in the very last shot, Paolini. Been a couple of those in this game from her.
And Svitolina will take it. Just that extra hustle. She'll take the miss.
It's a break of serve for Svitolina, helped by a handful of unforced errors. She has the advantage in the second set, 2-1. We just saw a bit of a dip in level from both players, I would say, in the early stages of this second set. The unforced errors mounting off the racket of both Paolini and Svitolina, but difficult to get rhythm when you're not quite playing your best and you know your opponent's not quite playing their best as well.
This is similar to what happened in the first set where Paolini got broken and Svitolina took a 2-1 lead, and from there Paolini settled in and went to work. Just a little bit of loss of focus, finishing shots that she had on her racket. So if she's thinking positively, she's just going to reset and do what she's been doing really throughout this first set so far. So Paolini still with the advantage, but Svitolina now just a little something positive to work with.
Well, she hasn't found her best tennis just yet, but Svitolina in front in this second set, has the break.
I don't think I mind that miss from Svitolina. I mean, you know, she has a terrific backhand. She can open up the court with that side. She's trying to create a little bit of space, just needs to give herself a bit more margin, a little further away from the lines, but still going for it that way.
Passive second serve that gets punished by Paolini, only 113 kilometers an hour behind that second delivery.
Can't dictate with power, can dictate with positioning, and Svitolina taking that ball just a little earlier, stealing time from Paolini, made that shot bigger than it was.
Will make you play just that one extra ball.
And that is one of the best points that Svitolina has played in this match so far, an extended rally. She had to win it a couple of times, resetting in the middle of it, but again, finding the open space and attacking it.
Pressure through the Paolini forehand. That's been a constant throughout this match.
It's been a fine line for Paolini between being aggressive and using her pace, but not overplaying. And Svitolina is one of the best at making opponents overplay. She can squeeze the court just enough, get that extra ball back, and it is keeping her in this game.
A welcome first serve. Only made 5 of them in this second set.
Oh, what a time for another double fault. And it just breaks the rhythm so much for Svitolina.
Blistering backhand. That'll do nicely.
A terrific adjustment from Svitolina. She missed a backhand just like this one to start the game. This time, just a little bit of space she gave herself away from the lines. No shot is perfect, but that one was pretty close.
Well, this match is coming alive. And what a way for Svitolina to hold serve. That was a challenging hold. Face break points. Goodness me. Talk about turning defense into offense, into defense, into offense.
Thank you.
missed it. What a point. What a get from Svitolina behind the drop shot. Did a lot of work, Svitolina, and yet comes up empty. Talk about some of the errors that Svitolina was making in the first set. Paolini seemed to find her rhythm, but errors have continued to pile up here in this second set. 9 already for the Italian against just 2 winners. That's been part of her struggle. Really good discipline Paolini did in that first set to run away with it, and she's searching for it again here.
Oh, that's lovely.
And you have the numbers up there, but it seems to me courtside as if Svitolina is playing a bit closer to the baseline, taking a few balls just a tiny bit earlier and taking away time away by doing that from Paolini.
Phenomenal hands. Nicely done. And a good hold for the world number 4. Still, she trails by a break, 3-2. Well, the tennis that we've seen in this second set looking a whole lot better than we saw in the first. Both players starting to come alive, the rally length increasing. These players, phenomenal athletes. Paolini showing her skill at the net, showing her hand skill. And don't forget, she is an Olympic gold medalist alongside Sara Errani, who is present today. She's won a number of doubles titles, most recently in Rome of last year, won Linz as well. So work to do for the 4th seed. She trails by a break in this second set.
Svitolina.
18 unforced errors for Paolini, 10 of those coming in this second set. Didn't do enough with the volley. Too much elevation.
59.
Is what Svitolina is looking to get going. The placement with a sharp angle. It's the energy now that Svitolina is playing with. That's been one of the big differences.
Confidence acquired from getting that early break as well. Her forehand very much starting to come alive now.
It's been a very different set of tennis here for Aryna Svitolina. She got up 2-1 in both sets, but what has happened since, completely opposite ends of the spectrum. She's been able to be a bit more aggressive. Svitolina has cut down on the errors, and Svitolina now with almost twice the winners in this second set.
She's always a threat, isn't she, to anyone down the other side of the net, even though she's not at her peak ranking at the moment. Coming back from maternity leave, I think there's always that intimidation factor with Svitolina.
Every so often, that will be the side that can break down, and we see Paolini trying to pick on that side a bit more. But Svitolina is still, she's taking on the challenge. She's come up with some terrific forehands when she's needed it. So she's got to keep the belief on that side.
That'll do nicely. Svitolina struggling to find holes in the court at the moment. That was well anticipated.
Paolini continuing to steady herself when she needs to most. Another important game for her, and she's finding some good stuff.
Well, it's a job well done. Seamless and simple behind the serve for Paolini. Trails by a break, 4-3.
It's been a very different second set than the first, and Andrea Petkovic touched on it. Aryna Svitolina in the first set was far back behind the baseline, about 2 meters, which is about 6.5 feet. If you think in those terms, in the second set, she is much closer in, about 0.5 meter behind the baseline on average. Sometimes she's on top of the baseline, and it's allowed Svitolina to add more weight to her game. She's been able to steal time from Paolini, and that's part of why she's had twice the winners now in this second set than the Italian, and it's Svitolina with the lead and the momentum.
Time.
Svitolina ahead in this second set. It's been a very different set of tennis from her.
Thank you.
And we talked in the changeover about how she's adapted her position to take time away, and of course she'll have probably received some words of advice from her team, from Andy Bettles in the on-court coaching box.
That was noticeable to Andrea courtside, and that's part of what Paolini's having to deal with right now. It's Svitolina playing a bit closer to the baseline, looking to dictate more often, and she's still playing with margin in some critical moments, and I think that's been the key for Svitolina. It's meant less unforced errors, less risk in her shot, but more winners as well.
And the serve is slowly but surely improving as this match progresses as well. 55% of first serves made, just a little higher than it was in the first, but still a bit of work to do.
Even that overhead wasn't quite as clean. So Paolini with the apology for the slight mishit, but this is a terrific play and one that she can make all day long. Not allowing Svitolina to reset that rally. Paolini throwing that return up and maybe trying to stay neutral, but Svitolina was having none of it. Big lane, and she hit right through it.
Right into the hitting zone of Paolini, looking for that forehand all day long.
The decision to try to run around and take the forehand has to be made early, and of course you can change your mind if you see something different coming at you from the serve, but Paolini, no hesitation.
Oh, wow. Punishing power. And she has changed rackets, I believe, Svitolina. She used to play with Wilson, I'm fairly sure.
Yeah, Svitolina has been going inside out with that forehand. On that one, she took it inside in, and it froze Paolini right in the middle of the court. Another terrific forehand, throwing her entire body at the ball. Get the hold, and it's a 5-3 lead. And she is going after it, Svitolina, and it's clear the shift in strategy took her a minute to get warmed up, but
such good power off that forehand wing, and I wonder if that racket change was with a view to maybe getting a little bit more power on the ball.
And yeah, Pippa, you're absolutely right. She changed rackets in the off-season. While we see her stretching here, hopefully she's okay. She changed rackets in the off-season to get a bit more power on it. A lot of players have been doing that. Alexander Zverev, Hubert Hurkacz. I don't think there's been a season or a start of the season where more players have changed rackets. Some have said that the balls are getting heavier, so maybe one of the reasons.
Balls are getting slower. Season is getting longer as well. And anything these players can do to shorten the matches a little bit, they will do.
That's been a big shot for Svitolina, again taking Paolini by surprise. Paolini expecting that backhand, back cross court. She's looking for the forehand, the Italian, and that backhand down the line, perfectly played. So many matches where Paolini, she's cheating over to the left side of the court, looking to take forehands instead of backhands, and it leaves just a little more court open to her forehand. So she's needing to kind of figure out how to reset here. Svitolina a couple of points away from getting this one to a decider.
A big opportunity for Svitolina. The second serve was pretty passive.
Another one of those shots forehand that Paolini slightly mishits. Didn't quite contact it solidly. Got away from her.
Two looks at 2 second serves in a row. And this one, she was able to capitalize on. Set point. Picked up and anticipated well. Such a huge strength of hers, that movement.
She's starting to realize that Paolini is going to the forehand more often, maybe expecting the miss. She's just not getting it. In a lot of cases, Paolini might have been able to count on a weaker shot from the Svitolina forehand, but right now, Svitolina is challenging herself to hit out from that side.
Advantage, Paolini.
And that's come at an opportune time. Right into the corner, within inches of both the baseline and the sideline.
Paolini trying to take away the angle, going up the middle, and Svitolina creating angle on her own.
Dominant striking.
It's another outright winner from Svitolina, who's got 20 compared to 15 for Paolini so far.
Well, 20 winners and 16 have come in this set, but it's such a fine line between trying to be aggressive and keeping that unforced error count low. Here's another opportunity for Paolini.
First set.
Well, that was not a straightforward hold for Paolini, but she gets it done. Trails by 5-4.
It's been a good set of tennis, though, and Paolini may not necessarily agree, but a lot of it has been about Svitolina just raising her level, and we can say Paolini dropped off a little bit at the beginning of the second set when she had some opportunities to solidify an early lead there, but it's been Svitolina stepping up, playing more aggressively, and taking control of some of these points. So how does Paolini respond now? And this just may be a stretch run to the finish, especially if Svitolina can get this second set tucked away.
Time.
The beautiful Melbourne Park precinct, host to the Australian Open. Margaret Court is the arena. Paolini against Svitolina. Dominant behind that first serve.
She's getting her feet into position so much better through this second set, and even that one, because she got set up so early, it gave her options where to go with that ball.
So 51 minutes on the clock in this second set, and now Svitolina has a trio of opportunities to close it out. It all starts with the depth behind that second serve return from Paolini. Confirmation that this match will go into a decider. And what a way to close out that second set. Into a third we go. My, oh my, that was a very, very different set of tennis from Aryna Svitolina. It's almost, Chanda, like she was a different player in that second set.
Yeah, she really was, Svitolina. completely different, and the numbers will show that. We've been talking about the first serve, points won behind first serve was huge for Svitolina, almost 90%, and did a good job behind her second serve as well. And the winners, that was the biggest difference between the first set and the second. First set, she had 4 winners. The second set, she had 17, just 13 unforced errors. That is an extremely clean set of tennis, and it allowed Svitolina to get the 1 break of serve, and that's all she needed. So a completely different player in every sense of the word. And it started with where Svitolina was playing in the court. She was closer to the baseline, taking balls on the rise. The backhand, that's her money shot. She can hit winners off that side, but the forehand is really what came alive in the second set. She made some nice gets, and there were some extended games where Paolini forced Svitolina to have to raise her level, and Svitolina was just up to the challenge. So a terrific second set of tennis, and it'll be interesting to see where both players start here in the third.
Aryna Svitolina very much raising her game in the second set, taking us to a third here on Margaret Court Arena.
Paolini to serve. Thank you, guys are ready.
And the winner count continues to increase. I felt she got so much confidence, Svitolina, from that early break in the second set, and then just went from strength to strength. There's another glimmer of hope here on the Paolini serve.
This is what happened to Paolini early in the second set. A couple of games where the unforced errors started creeping in, and she got broken and just never recovered. So this critical stage is for the Italian. This is Svitolina with triple break point.
Svitolina very firmly stomps her foot down on the gas. Oh, what a way to kickstart this deciding set. A break of serve for the Ukrainian. That is going to give her a whole lot of confidence, particularly, Chanda, with the way that she's serving and the amount of points that she's winning behind her first serve.
So much of the ebb and flow of matches is momentum, and can you grab it? Can you hold on to it? Can you make your opponent have to come up with something more to change what's going on? And that's the place that Svitolina is in. She has found an elevated level of tennis, and she's forcing Paolini to have to do a little bit better if she wants to shift what's going on out there. And Win Predictor has completely shifted from pre-match. It's now Svitolina who is the favorite by a good margin. 73% favorite, and with what we've seen from Svitolina, I think we can go with those numbers.
And this was just an interesting little self-talk from Paolini. She just said to herself, make the ball, make the ball. What are you doing? Why are you missing so much?
The positive self-talk is going to be important for Paolini here, especially as Svitolina has just on a roll.
My, oh my. What a phenomenal start to this third set. And the run of confidence continues. A love service hold. There's a spring in her step now.
There was very little that Paolini could do about a couple of those serves. But here is the chance for Paolini to dig in. She's got to find a way to get back to holding consistently.
Well, she's had 100 wins at Grand Slam levels, Svitolina, and 13 of them have come after losing the first set. She's well on her way to making it a 14th.
Some of those numbers show you how important the first set can be if you can grab it. And in this case, Paolini, she looks like she maybe tweaked something as she slid into that last ball. Hopefully, it was nothing major. Somebody screamed out.
That
is not what you want to have happen. These players are working too hard, too much at stake.
Lapse and focus now. There's a couple of opportunities for Svitolina to make this a double break of serve.
It's definitely an advantage, Paolini having taken that first set, but at the beginning of the second and the couple of games she played after one love, similar to this stretch right here, just too many unforced errors and she couldn't overcome it.
She had a little bit of luck on her side there, but did everything right to construct the point. Svitolina, a woman on a mission. 3-love.
Now this has been impressive from Svitolina. Kind of wondered how she might turn this match around with how one-sided the first set ended up being. And it has just been a complete shift. And you see the player that, you know, got to top 5 in the world, that was in the semifinals, quarterfinals of multiple majors. A lot of it for Svitolina is the intensity. It was like a switch that flipped. And she needed early in the second, and her game has followed.
Time.
third set has all gone the way of this young woman. 30 years old, well on her way to the fourth round. Double break of serve.
Thank you.
I mean, even that get from Svitolina goes in, and she gets a tremendous angle. Paolini's got to just smile and shake her head at that one. Nothing she could do about it.
It's a good response. And one thing that you can guarantee Paolini will bring is 100% effort at all times. She is not going to give up.
Such good anticipation, Svitolina. She was moving over, cheating over to that backhand side just before Paolini went to hit this shot. Made it look like she had plenty of time.
And Chanda, I wonder whether Jasmine Paolini is playing a bit too one-dimensional for the past 30 minutes or so. If you remember, I don't know what's your take, in the first set it felt like she had a bit more variety in her shots, and now because Svitolina is playing so much better, she's sort of starting to hit with her rather than slow the tempo down.
Yeah, I think that's spot on, Andrea. It seems like she's trying to hit bigger, and it's actually feeding in to Svitolina's game. I mean, she likes the pace, and she can then add a little bit of her own. It's difficult for Svitolina to create all the pace, but she can use what Paolini's throwing at her.
Minutes of tennis in this third set. 4 games played. All of them have gone to Aryna Svitolina. It's been a commanding start to this deciding set.
First things first for Paolini, she's got to get on the board. Ideally to hold serve and just dig her heels in, at least slightly. And she's been trying to hit bigger Paolini, and it has caused many more unforced errors for her. That's what happened in the second set, and it's continued here in the third. Svitolina steals one. I mean, the forehand from Svitolina was going out, and it clipped the net and curled back in right there. And then it's Svitolina able to turn the tables.
That says it all, doesn't it? Trying to find answers. And whatever questions Paolini throws at her opponent, she has a response. A statement set of tennis so far, a triple break of serve. A 5-love lead for Svitolina. Well, this has been a mighty impressive set of tennis. 17 minutes, Chanda. 5 games, 3 breaks of serve. This is superb stuff.
If anybody was wondering whether Aryna Svitolina still has it, but whether she is capable of competing with the best, this performance is showing she absolutely is, and she absolutely has tonight. It's been impressive, and not just the way she's playing now, but the way she shifted and made the adjustments early in the second set. You wondered what kind of answers Paolini might have, and she has just come up empty. Hasn't made a lot of adjustments, Paolini, and just hasn't played her best with the number of misses, and it's Svitolina. Just a game away.
Thank you.
A big, big task now for Paolini. It's almost as if everything she touches in this third set has been turning to gold. Really good numbers behind the serve now for the Ukrainian. Opportunity for Paolini to get on the board.
But the way Svitolina has moved, Paolini has felt the need to go for shots that good. It's caused a few more misses from the Italian, trying desperately to get on the board here.
Here's another opportunity. That's the smart serve. Paolini just camping in that backhand corner. Wanting to move around the forehand, hit it on the forehand side. An hour and 46 minutes. And it's a match point for Svitolina. What a turnaround it has been. It's 2 out of 2 on Margaret Court Arena for Monfils and Aryna Svitolina. A statement win for the Ukrainian as she sails through to week 2 here in Melbourne Park. Taking inspiration from her husband. 2-6, 6-4, 6-love. All smiles for these guys today. Rightly so. What a performance from both of them. And let's just talk about that turnaround. Svitolina was a completely different player in sets 2 and 3.
Yeah, it was impressive the way she settled into this match. She figured out what adjustments she needed to make, Svitolina. And it's one thing to know or think you know what adjustments you need to make, but it's another to execute. And she was able to do both. Started playing closer to the baseline, dictating more often. And there's appreciation for Jasmine Paolini, the effort that she put out there. 3rd round of the Australian Open. Not the start she might have wanted, but a very nice start to the year, and she can certainly continue to build on it as she begins this year inside the world's top 10, inside the world's top 5. But Aryna Svitolina, she would not be denied. And it was a lot of fun to watch her work through that match.
It certainly was. Only her 3rd match of the year as well. Her first win against a top 5 player since defeating Iga Świątek at Wimbledon in 2023. So that says a lot about where her game is at post giving birth to her young daughter. And some of the tennis that she was able to produce today was simply superb. She's going to face Veronika Kudermetova in the 4th round. So we're going to go down to Andrea Petkovic to hear from Svitolina herself.
Aryna, into the last 16, wow, okay. Into the last 16 with a very impressive win over the number 4 in the world, Jasmine Paolini. That was some great stuff out there. How did you feel about your game today?
Yeah, well, it was a crazy battle today. Well, I would want to say that I got inspired after my husband's win, but
did you actually watch?
Yeah, I watched a little bit. Of course, it was tough to miss, but to be fair, you know, I played so bad the first set, so I'm not sure if I was inspired or... But after, you know, I had to really push through, and really happy the way that I came back to the match and was just trying to get one extra ball over the net and try to find my shot, so I'm really happy with the performance in the end.
So, what did you tell yourself after that first set? Because you made a lot of changes. You started playing much more aggressive, closer to the line. What do you tell yourself in these situations when you have a rough start?
Well, I'm just trying to fight because, yeah, as I said, my start was not great, and I felt, to be fair, really bad on the court. You know, today's my coach's birthday today. So, yeah, I wouldn't be so proud if I would finish the match playing that way. So, yeah, I was just trying to really put a lot of fight there and just stay as long as I can, because the first set went really quick to Jasmine, and, yeah, just fight and really try to move my legs as quick as possible.
Is this enough as a present, or you still have to get him some, or is this win enough? It's enough.
Yeah, he's happy. I think he's happy, yeah.
I have to ask you, I've known you for many years, and for me, you are one of the most resilient, toughest competitors on the court I've ever seen. It's really incredible. Where does it come from? Do you know? Can you maybe share some of it with us?
Well, I would say that it comes from all the Ukrainians. You know, we have this fighting spirit, we have this... I think in so many different levels we show the resilience. You know, we are fighting for what is ours, and yeah, we just wanted really, really badly to have it, and yeah, just fighting spirit is in our blood, and we just try to do our best every single day.
You showed incredible fighting spirit today. Into the fourth round, Aryna Svitolina, please show your appreciation.
Fighting spirit and fighting words there from the Ukrainian, and a lovely birthday present to her coach as well. She's gonna, that's a nice little message, but let's talk about that 6-love scoreline in the deciding set. Only the second time that she's registered a 6-love scoreline against a top 5 opponent. I love Ukraine. It's always so much support for her country.
It was just a terrific showcase of experience, of competing, because it's one thing to try, which she was trying initially, but it's another thing to compete and to find ways to win and to work it out, and that's what Aryna Svitolina was able to do against a player who has won a lot of tight matches over the last 12-13 months. You know, the numbers don't tell the full tale, but it certainly shows the aggressive mindset that Svitolina took in the second and third sets. 83% of points won behind her first serve. She was going after it, hitting her targets, mixing it up. 34 winners. Paolini with just 20. I mean, it was Svitolina who was out hitting Paolini from the forehand side. We didn't expect that, but that's the mindset that Svitolina took into the rest of the match. 29 unforced errors. Those are terrific numbers, terrific differential for a player who is being so aggressive.
So up next, Veronika Kudermetova. Now, they have played each other twice, and it's Kudermetova who's won on both occasions, but she has every opportunity, playing the way that she did today in the second and the third sets, to secure a spot in the quarterfinals.
What a terrific day for the Monfils household. And Aryna Svitolina mentioned it, but both she and her husband Gail getting wins over the number 4 players in the world, respectively. And that shows it all. That shows what it means to be back into the fourth round of the Australian Open once again.
So a win for Monfils and a win for Svitolina. Both through to the fourth round here in Melbourne Park. That's it for us. Up next, we've got Miomir Kecmanovic and Holger Rune.
3 men's singles action. Please welcome to Margaret Court Arena from Serbia, Miomir Kecmanovic. And please welcome their opponent from Denmark, Holger Rune.
So players have arrived at Margaret Court Arena in its third round singles encounter, looking for a spot in the second week of the Grand Slam, Australian Open of 2025. Holger Rune, Denmark. Miomir Kecmanovic of Serbia did the double Serbian action last night on Rod Laver Arena, and weren't they up and about after Novak Djokovic and Olga Danilovic having a win, and strong Serbian fan contingent have arrived here as well to support the 25-year-old who's got a challenge here against the youngster from Denmark. David Colbert alongside Josh Eagle. We'll introduce you in a second, Josh. Just hold your, well, maybe now, because Holger's a bit slow to get out to the court. Good evening.
Oh, he's up, he's ready to
now
go.
He's ready.
I'll lay out, see ya.
Gentlemen, right after the coin toss, you take a picture facing this side, okay? Couple reminders for this match. You get some towel boxes on each corner of the court. Miomir, could you please use the one with the blue sticker inside and the one with the red sticker, please, Holger, okay? 6 locations for the shot clock, the 4 corners, and also on the scoreboard, so please keep an eye on them. I'm the one starting the clock from the chair, okay? And also call the nets. And the ball keys are not allowed to bring you the tower, so you need to go by yourself, okay? We have live ELC also for this match, so making all the calls with footfall included. If we reach 6 games on the final set, then 10 points tiebreak. And we also had a video review, okay, for this match. Any questions, maybe? Nothing? I got John Newcomb here, or the Ayo? Ayo, this one for him, John Newcomb for you, okay? John Newcomb, receive. Perfect picture, please. 6, okay.
Rune wins the toss and elects to receive. It's a popular choice. And good afternoon, good evening. It is in fact 9:13. It's definitely the evening. To you, Josh Eagle. How are you?
David.
Good to see you along.
I couldn't be happier.
I thought your first start was a little stop-start, but you're underway now, which is good news.
Was it a false start?
It was probably a false start, but it wasn't your fault. So good to see you here. You've been a busy man today. You've seen a lot of tennis. It's been a good day.
It really has. It's been pumping around the grounds. And as we take a look at Miomir Kecmanovic, 2 players who are in pretty good form and 2 very big ball strikers. So I expect to be some hard hitting, heavy hitting, and who can out hit each other from the baseline a little bit today. Kecmanovic has been in good form. We saw him in Adelaide. He played particularly well over there. Courts are a little quicker in Adelaide than what they are here, especially at night time. Margaret Court gets a little slower. I mean, although it has been warmed, so it's still a fair bit of heat in the court.
So he got to the semi-finals there where he lost to Sebastian Korda. Had a long one against Lajovic in the opening encounter here, 5 sets, but his defeat of Hurkacz in straight sets was impressive for the 25-year-old. It's been to the 4th round here last year where he met Carlos Alcaraz also in 2022. So he knows what it's all about. And Holger Rune, the 21-year-old, currently ranked at 13, has been well inside the top 10. In fact, world number 4 in August of 2023, 4 titles to his name. Also a 4th rounder at the Australian Open. Quarter-finalist at the French Open and Wimbledon. Just his 4th Australian Open, though. Forget how young he is, 14 Grand Slams. So in its entirety, there's relative inexperience from Rune, but he's had such raps on him since being a world number 1. In fact, as a junior, we've got a battle of 2 former world junior number 1s here, and they've got a 1-all head-to-head record.
Yeah, look, he played particularly well, I thought, against Matteo Berrettini in his previous match. He was disciplined. He was... Sometimes we see with Holger Rune, he gets very emotional and can get a little off track with his temperament at times. However, I thought in his match against Matteo, he was very impressive. It was a very mature performance from the young fella.
Looked like it was all going to go to 5 sets there, and he managed to get it done in 4. after a big battle against Triple Z, Jing Zhen, in the opening round, which did go to 5 sets. So he's had some court time already. This is the Rune we're talking about. And of course, Kecmanovic would be delighted with that straight sets win over Hurkacz. To be joined by Viktor Troicki courtside, Kecmanovic's coach, so we'll get some insights into that. So final stages of the warm-up, and in the coach's box for Miomir tonight is Viktor Troicki. Victor, welcome to you, and what a win that was in the last round against Hubie. You'd be pretty happy with his form coming into this one.
Hey guys, yeah, thank you. Yeah, he played great against Hubie, served well, returned well, was hitting the ball great. So yeah, we're looking forward to this one and hope he keeps it up.
Victor, Josh Eagle speaking, mate. He just seems to have really just taken a big step forward. He looks so much more solid this season. What have you done to get him, you know, just playing so much more aggressively, and just he really looks like he belongs back in the top 20 as the level that he's playing?
Well, yeah, I believe so. I mean, that's why I took the challenge. I really believe in him. I know he can play great tennis, and yeah, I mean, he needs to use his weapons, go inside a bit more in the court, and yeah, serve is getting better and better. So looking forward to this season, and yeah, of course, next matches. Let's see how it's going to go tonight.
Victor, thanks for your time.
Thank
just
you.
about call time, so we'll let you concentrate on what you need to do. So thank you. Former world number 12, Troicki there in the box of.
Yeah, good man. Good man to have, because he was so competitive, Victor. He was hard to beat. He was coached well, and I think he'll be a good coach for Miomir Kecmanovic moving forward. Just trying to draw that little bit of extra exuberance out of him on the court, I think, and sometimes he can get a little flat, Miomir, at times, and I think Victor's a good man in his corner.
Got Colin Fleming courtside. We'll get to him in a moment once we've got play underway here. Fans filing back in. Expect a strong crowd here. Final match of day 7. Kecmanovic to serve.
Oh.
There we go. Colin, conditions pretty good. It's been a warm day in Melbourne and retains the heat, so I'd imagine conditions almost perfect.
Yeah, good evening, guys. Absolutely perfect. Just cooling, getting down to sort of low 20s now, no breeze. Perfect conditions for these guys to do battle.
Scotsman's in a shorts and singlet down there, so
I'm surprised he hasn't got his kilt on in this weather.
I'm still burning. Got to get the sun cream on, even at night.
Heavy hitting is an attribute of the Serb. Strong opening here. Rune's going to have to be a sponge, isn't he? He's going to have to soak up a lot of that power, as we saw there from Kecmanovic, absolutely unleashing.
If anyone can, Holger Rune can, that's for sure. He is a big hitter, especially off the forehand side. He's got almost a straight arm technique action on that forehand, which you don't see that often. But gee, he can generate some pace. Colin, good start. Pretty confident start from Kecmanovic. He's a big hitter, a talented player. He should be ranked higher, I believe.
He's certainly hitting big tonight, Josh. That really struck me in that opening game. I've seen him play where he's sort of, yes, he's hitting solid, but kind of grinding a lot of long points. He really was going after the ball there. First chance he got, kind of picking up, I guess, where he left off against Hurkacz. So already I'm sensing this might be a slightly different match than one I expected. I thought it'd be Rune going for the really big hits, but I think this is going to be both guys just going all out, full power. So watch the winner count on this one.
A little skinny for Kecmanovic, I think, at 23% there.
Yeah, no respect whatsoever for how well he's playing.
Played beautifully in Adelaide. Where's the respect? Come on. When you beat Hurkacz in straight sets and you've been to the semi-final of your previous tournament.
No emotion, this win predictor.
No, it's just...
No, we love it.
I love the debate, that's for sure.
Oh, perfect from Holger. This backhand is a ruthless backhand. He has one of the best backhands down the line. Here he just takes it straight back and just straight to the target. This is what he used particularly well against Matteo Berrettini. And to players who want to sit into that backhand corner and use forehands, that's where he burns you.
Just the other thing about the conditions with it cooling off. You know, the matches earlier today, it was maybe the hottest day of the week. The ball was jumping around. It's not really getting up the same way now. It's right in the hitting zone, and these guys are crushing it.
One thing that's interesting with Holger Rune, Josh and Colin, we were discussing this earlier, the number of changes of coach that Rune has had.
Yeah.
There's been a revolving door in and out.
He's been through a few, hasn't he? And whether it's a sense of maturity or trying to find that right voice or that right person. It's difficult when you have a coach and you've had them for a long time and then you think you need a new coach, more experienced voice.
He's listed as having Lars Christensen as the coach here, who was his long-time coach from the day he virtually first picked up the racket. He's been a Toglu man for a bit, and Boom Boom came in and left quickly.
Yes, Severin Luthi, who was, of course, Roger Federer's long-time coach, lasted about 5 seconds before he was booted.
Colin, that's a little strange when you're only 21 to have find it a bit bemusing, to be honest.
I think there's just been probably a few things. I think there's been an impatience from Holger himself, you know, kind of feeling like he's in the mix with Alcaraz, Sinner, and maybe not progressing the way he wanted to, always changing things. And I think it's been complicated. Look, you know, Annika, his mum's quite involved. The decision-making process seems quite complicated, but maybe with Lars Christensen, maybe just accepting that's the best way to go. Get some consistency. I think that would serve him well. You know, try and go a full season at least with one setup and go, right, what can we get done here, rather than chop and change every few months.
So on serve, opening set, Kecmanovic leads 2-1.
If I took the job of coaching Holger Rune, I'd take income protection.
Well, you can have a contract that says you're going to go for a certain period of time, and if there's severance, then you get paid out in full.
Can you get income protection for your sort of wages, Josh?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Very difficult.
2 cents. Holger's mum and sister. Warm day today. This court was really warm.
And the difference when, you know, a 23, 24 degree day, all of a sudden it did get up higher than the expected top. So it was in the 30s, but the sun is stinging. Nice crowd filing back into Margaret Court Arena after this match beforehand. They've gone out and had a break, got some food, coming back in, and beautiful night to be watching the tennis. Lovely vantage point for all fans here. On serve, opening set.
I think for Holger, when he just burst onto the scene and had so many good wins over top players, we saw that at the Paris Indoors a couple of years ago. He and I'm sure his team felt that it was just going to continue on, and it actually didn't, and it hasn't as much as I'm sure he would have liked. And you've got to remember, he got to number 4 in the world very quickly. Of course, he's a top 15 player at the moment, and I'm just not too sure how happy he is sitting around that ranking.
Well, he shouldn't be happy, should he?
No. And I think
it's pretty straightforward.
Well, I think the performance we've seen already here at the Australian Open is just showing, well, hang on, I just need to put my head down, really compete hard, and let my tennis take care of things like my ranking and chances of winning tournaments again. And I can't reiterate how impressive he was against Matteo Berrettini. That was a tough draw. And he barely said a word. He just competed as well as we've seen for some time. And yeah, he executed when he really needed to under pressure. That had 5 sets written all over it.
That Paris win was back in 2022. You know, he's 21 years of age now, so that was a breakthrough victory. 4 titles to his name, and it was in August of 23 that he was number 4 in the world.
impressive service game there, guys. And he's still got a link to the Moratoglu Academy, the Moratoglu team, if you like. You'll see in his box Mike James in the white cap alongside Christensen. He's a sort of analyst, if you like, of the data, looking at the patterns of play. He'll be on the tablet in the box trying to pick apart the serve directions of Kecmanovic and the like. So there is still a tie there, but no direct link with Patrick. There's Mike in the white cap. He'll have his eye on the tablet all through this match, I'm sure.
And Colin, when you look at the way he's playing, he's come out tonight in comparison to 12 months ago here, for example, at the Australian Open, he just looks a lot more settled with his game style, understanding the sort of points and the way he wants to play. He wants to sort of stay up on that baseline, be relatively aggressive. At times we watch him where he's over-aggressive, he's trying to hit winners from everywhere. But I just feel he's really starting to come into his own in understanding how he needs to play day after day, week after week.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. He looks very sure and certain of what he's trying to do. On the return, not quite as aggressive as we saw maybe 12 months ago. He was almost inside the baseline trying to return for a serve. It's just crazy. So he seems to be in a good place here. That return was the perfect example, wasn't it? That's the one we're talking about. Just the pace is on the serve. Just redirect it back into play and get into the point, create pressure on the server.
Yeah, and back your athletic ability. He's one of the great movers in our game. He's dynamic, his change of direction, his pace, and his ability on end range is awesome.
First breakpoint chances of the match. So the first break goes the way of the Dane. Impressive game from him. Leads 3-2. Saw a lot of those things that you've been talking about there. Just good returning of serve from the right spot.
It's a good example of a player making an improvement, because I'm sure Viktor Troicki and Kecmanovic would, when the scouting runner would go, well, we're going to serve to the forehand because it's very hit and miss. But he's actually made an improvement there. I mean, 3 in a row, back into the point, gets the break. 12 months ago, I don't think he would have broken serve there. I think he would have probably missed 2 of those returns, you know, just swinging for the hills. So, fair play.
Yeah, he was just ultra aggressive, just trying to do too much too quickly, possibly last season and certainly last year here at the Australian Open. He's a new and improved version. A bit like yourself, Colin.
Time.
That's Viktor Troicki on the right, former top 11 or 12.
World number 12.
Yeah, and on the left is his old coach, in fact, Jack Reeder, who is from Adelaide, who was, of course, in Adelaide last week when they played and is assisting with the coaching duties. He's been on the tour for many years, used to coach Alex Dolgopolov as well.
strike. The top players, Josh, are such good front runners, aren't they? You saw that stat there, 87% if you get the early break, and any of the guys that are in the top 20, top 15, certainly inside the top 10, if they get that early break, that percentage of going on to win the set is so high.
Yeah, and let me tell you, these players would be well aware of a lot of these stats as well, so that's why they would be doing everything they can to win early points, try and guarantee the break, and really put that foot down and go on with it. Very measured. Not as pumped up as we've seen him at times. He's just got the head down and back to work, back to business. It was interesting, wasn't it? Just a few Serbian fans, supporters of Kecmanovic, I think, deciding it was time to get involved, and it just has already straight away just given a slightly different feel to the atmosphere out here. Rune has a tendency, and from what I've seen, just can get distracted by that kind of thing. So just keep an eye on his focus here.
Oh. Gee, picked that up quickly, didn't he? Off the toes and ripped it back. Manovic.
Yeah, he's just so lively. Have a look at the arm here, the flick of the racket.
He just hung the racket there, but didn't have the strong wrist. Flaccid. I do love it when they're hammering the ball at each other, Josh. It's powerful play.
Yeah. Look, you're right, Dave. The crowd has lifted. Kecmanovic, he spent a lot of time growing up in America. Went to IMG Academy. Trained a lot on the hard courts, and definitely his best surface, I feel, is a hard court just like this. His family thought that was the best move for his tennis from a young age.
keen to secure this game, Rune, after breaking serve in the previous.
Kecmanovic, guys, he looks like he's got a bit of taping on his abs. I don't know if you just saw it there as he lifted his shirt, but yeah, look at that. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, he had that in Adelaide as well, Colin. He probably been battling with it for an extended period of time, I would think.
I don't see it hampering him in any way. I mean, he is smoking the ball. Both of these guys are. This is some seriously powerful tennis.
Gets the break back straight away. He's in command there, Rune, so he'll be disappointed.
Yeah,
and then back.
Yeah, not happy at all. That's the that game points was cruising at 40-15. Let's see how he responds. Holger Rune, last game before the new balls.
Better work at the net. Good stretch.
Colin, he's got some quads on him, hasn't he? He can move. There's no doubt about it.
Powerful. Both of these guys, some serious sort of horsepower, you know, real powerful movers around the court. You know, and both of them very comfortable generating pace as well. So it's relentless ball striking out here. Get a sense courtside Kecmanovic has a bit more work on the ball, particularly on his forehand. Rune, it's quite a flat ball, so just maybe with this set of balls getting a little bit older, but fluffier, slowing things down. I think we're starting to see Kecmanovic, you know, get the edge with that because of just that extra bit of spin he's got on the ball. I think he's happier playing some of these longer points as well.
It's a strong service hold after being broken in his previous service game. So Kecmanovic 4-3 opening set. Good comeback after being broken in that fifth game. Just as we pumped up the statistic of 87% if you've got the early break. Put the curse on Holger.
Will be good track athletes as well, David, I think.
They'll be good over 30, I reckon. Rune's sliding impressive as well. His capacity to move from one side to the other.
Yeah.
Good flexibility.
No more than 30? I think they could do run 100?
Might run out of steam. We discussed this the other day. They should have a tennis Olympics, and we can find out.
Monfils will be up there in the 100.
So we traded service breaks in the 5th and 6th games, so we're back on serve in this opening set, approaching the half hour. Power hitting both ends of the court. And now we've got the new balls. Add a little more firepower.
You'll enjoy this. These are just the little intricacies that the very best players have. Sort of great hands, ability to adapt, adjust, find the racket face where it needs to be.
Yeah, the coaching manual is a different thing in 20 plus, isn't it? Or even the last decade. It's changed so dramatically. The way the players hit the ball, their grips, stance, all of that. That laugh, Josh, at the coaching manual that you probably learned from.
That's right. I mean, the biggest change has been the string. There's no question. The string is just so, makes things so different. I mean, you have to swing hard with the polyester string in your racket, otherwise the ball doesn't go anywhere. You've got to string it a lot looser compared to previously it was synthetic gut or natural gut, which had to be very tight. So it's changed everyone's technique to a certain degree. And a shot like that, Holger Rune's forehand, which you would not teach that forehand almost a straight arm. That's not out of any textbook, but it works because of the string. As long as it's a repeatable motion and he can do that under pressure time and time again, swing hard at it, it'll go in.
So, two impressive service games from both players for all. That balance was a beautiful shot there of Rune, that forehand, and the leg movement in the air to get ready for the next one, just in case it's coming back. That one wasn't, but the balance, balletic. Look at this. Change the leg. Down on the right and ready to push off if he needs to. It's good hitting. Joyful to watch. From this vantage point, it's impressive.
Let me tell you, it's even more impressive courtside. I cannot believe how hard these guys are hitting the ball, honestly. Every shot is close to full power. You guys talk about changes in the game. I completely agree with Josh. You know, the string technology, the rackets, but just even the balls. I think the balls maybe a little deader, so that you know, they're able to swing harder without the fear of them flying long.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, days gone by, players would maybe hit one full power shot per point, maybe one a game. You know, it was a lot more tactical, nudging it around a bit. Now it's just full-blooded swings all the time.
And I think just lastly to add to that, it's the court surfaces on the tour week in, week out have become very slow, where they're trying to almost slow the speed of the game down. So, and in doing so, the players have to become better athletes to actually to get to those shots, given how much harder they're being hit. So very rarely would you say they're even an average athlete. They're phenomenal athletes, these top 100 at least players.
Been a good little stretch for the server. Kecmanovic now 5-4. so I think all of that, the combination of all of those things you've listed, Josh, is a good thing.
Yeah, it's progression.
So enjoyable to watch, both in the women's and the men's game. Power hitting, the aggressive nature, and even the long baselines that encounters. It could be a bit of a dirge in previous years. They've got a fascination about them because it's
exciting to watch, isn't it?
It is. I'm enjoying this a lot. Going to send a masseur down to Colin, who's getting a sore neck from looking side to side so quickly.
Time.
So we had the back-to-back breaks of serve in the 5th and 6th game. Since then, the serve has been well in command, but Aryna now serving to stay in this opening set.
Yeah, a little bit of tension when you're serving to stay in a set, that's for sure. I think both players would be pretty happy with their start. I mean, of how well they're at least hitting the ball. It's coming off cleanly. It's certainly a high-quality match. Just the importance of winning that first set in a 5-set match is right up there. I'd be well aware of how important it will be given the physicality required to win this match.
Well, if you're going to serve a double fault when serving to stay in it, he loves the best time. Strong service hold, 5-all.
They're very good at changing direction. You'll see here, this is the final shot, but it was set up by going down the line. He's holding the baseline well. He's taking time away from his opponent by taking the ball early.
Didn't he, I think? Looked like he was comfortable watching that fall in.
But you can tell Kecmanovic has had a good off-season. Look at the speed, look at the acceleration here. Bang, he's off, he's racing. And as he's running, he gets the racket open.
Do you have a play on it? I think so. Not sure?
Not sure.
Okay, I'll put that down as a no.
Where you have to be careful serving to Holger. He does like to go back across his body and drag that down the line.
Just looks like he's improved his forehand return so much. I think just with the mindset, the positioning, but it's looking so reliable. I agree with you, Josh, with Kecmanovic. He does look sharp. He looks so focused and intense as well. You know, he was such a good junior world #1. It's probably fair to say his career has been slightly underwhelming to this stage. I don't know if you'd agree with that, but Victor Troitsky's clearly got his teeth into him. He's looking good here.
Yeah, he certainly is. You know, players mature, don't they, at different rates? Their rankings move accordingly, and just trying to, sometimes when you speak to some of the coaches who have worked with Kecmanovic, just trying to find, you know, bring that passion out and trying to get him to play with a little more enthusiasm at times, emotion. Because it's fair to say his ball striking and ability is right up there. Right up there with top 20 level.
It's another good hold for Kecmanovic, who continues to put the pressure on Rune, leading 6-5 in this opening set. It's interesting, when you look through the annals of tennis history of the world junior number ones, there's less than more go on to have long and successful senior careers, and we're seeing it with the junior boys and girls that are on at the moment, particularly in the boys, where you've got youngsters that have barely matured playing against grown men who are, you know, early maturers. It's the thing in junior sport.
The one barometer is the French Open. If you can win the French juniors, that seems to carry a fair bit more significance, given how hard it is to win a tournament on clay. So that's what I tend to look for the most. But you know, a lot of guys are not physically matured until they're 20 at least, stop growing even. So how do you know?
Time.
A little different in the women's though.
I'm describing these scenes at night like Disneyland. It's a theme park for tennis lovers.
Has been today.
Yeah.
It's been packed.
Beautiful scene across Melbourne Park. Number of fans that are coming in, close to 100,000 each day. Extraordinary. Once again, Rune here, serving to stay in the set. It's time to send it to a tie break.
Just got a little caught here when he decided to go cross-court on this one. Probably should have just dinked it in front, or, you know, pushed it down the line. Easier said than done. But look at the movement from both players. Awesome in slow motion. This is confident, isn't it?
Yeah, I really like that play, because actually when he stepped to the line after the first point, he was breathing quite heavily. I think it still is. So that was a smart tactical decision to shorten the point there. Even under pressure, serving to stay in the set, he's thinking clearly.
He's also battling on his second serve too, so he's only at 36% of points won on his second serve, Holger Rune, so that needs some work. He's won 18 of 21 points when he lands that first serve, so that's healthy. These guys return so well on second serves, don't they? It's difficult to get it out of their strike zone.
he's just really sort of engaging with the Serbian fans. As I say, he's got a tendency to get distracted, get involved in stuff. There's a few Danes in here, but I think it's fair to say they're a little bit calmer in the way they support their the sports teams, but just needs to keep his mind on the job here, I think, Rune.
And this is great defense, and just the way that he's competing right now, Kecmanovic, you've got to applaud it. That's something that we haven't necessarily seen, the commitment to that level that we're seeing out here this season. In with a real chance here at Juice.
So to the tie-break we go in this opening set.
6 games all. Ready for bed, please. Thank you.
Just get a sense down here that the emotions are riding high for Rune. He's a more emotional person, I think, than Kecmanovic. And as Josh has been saying, I think the way the Serb's playing is actually getting under his skin. You know, it's pretty relentless. This is going to be an interesting tiebreak. It's got the potential to get a little spicy, I think.
A lot of traffic going to the Holger Rune forehand here, and vice versa, the same. You can see both players attacking into each other's forehand a little more than the backhand. Their backhands are just so solid.
Still just the 1 point against the serve, but it's a menacing scoreline when you look up at it on the scoreboard. Troublesome.
It's been so solid, Kecmanovic, all match long. Holger Rune just hasn't been able to get it out of his hitting zone. And it's just been the speed of shot, the weight of shot from Kecmanovic, which has been superb. And he's playing with freedom, with confidence.
It's just been a rock, hasn't he? Just speaks to the depth in the men's game. I mean, this guy's ranked 51 in the world. You could argue should be a little higher than that, but he is playing at such a high level here, and Holger Rune just can't live with him here in the breaker so far.
A lot of it is just trying to time your run, isn't it, Colin? When you get to Australia, you've got 2 lead-in tournaments potentially that you can play, I guess, anywhere coming into the Australian Open. If you can hit form at the right time, and that's what I think Kecmanovic has done really well. They've timed it to perfection. This was the sort of tennis we saw last week as well in Adelaide. It was confident. So he's on a roll, isn't he? That is awesome.
Full handful of set points. First 2 will come on his own serve.
Well, they have tightened up a little bit now with those couple of unforced errors. Well, he's done everything but win this first set, and just all of a sudden a couple of forehands, he catches them a fraction late, gets the heart rate up a little bit. Certainly can't afford to give Holger a sniff or a second look, because he will take advantage of it.
Started with 5, down to the last one. Well, he had to earn it, didn't he? But he gets there in the end. Kecmanovic in the tie-break takes the opening set.
7 games to 6.
He was on cruise control and then it became a heart stopper.
Yeah, that was a fantastic last point. He had to really push himself to be aggressive. He didn't want to be, but he had to come in and finish at the net. As we take a look at the numbers, great first serving numbers for Kecmanovic at 65%, winning a healthy 79%. The problem for the Dane, Holger Rune, just winning only 32% on second serve. That's not enough. He needs to get that a lot higher. Plenty of winners from both, and in fact more winners than unforced errors. So that just shows you the quality of this match. It's been great. So I think Kecmanovic would be pretty pumped to have the first set in the bag, and Holger Rune back to the drawing board a little bit, just needs to find some solutions on his second serve where he doesn't get hurt. But overall, incredible ball striking and power, strength, and fabulous moving from both players here in what was another great set of tennis. We've seen so much of it today. It's been an unbelievably good day of tennis, and this is right up there once again.
Very strong winner to error ratio for both players. I think highlighting the quality of the tennis in that opening set. So 7 points to 5 in the tie break after leading 6-1. Rune has left the court. Camp having a look at the numbers there.
Oh yeah, they'll be dissecting everything they can. Quick run through AI with it. Do you think they run the numbers through AI, Colin?
You're going to put the coaches out of a job, Josh. Come on.
No, I think it's a good thing that they've got all the stats. Why don't they just copy and paste and go?
What should I do?
How can
Siri?
Yeah. How can Holger come back? Like, why wouldn't you?
I'll tell you what, though, that if ever there was a point that said Kecmanovic is playing well, it's the last one of that set. I mean, goodness me, just kept coming. Great defense from Rune, but he just not to be resisted. I mean, you never know for sure, but I think if these guys had played at 2-3 o'clock earlier today when it was 30 degrees, the ball was flying, there may well have been some more errors. The conditions, I cannot tell you how perfect these conditions are for these guys. There's no wind. The ball is at a nice height. It's not jumping. They are just destroying the tennis balls out here. And I'm interested to see what Rune's got now, because he's the guy that's been 4 in the world. He's the guy that was the favorite to come through this, while we know Kecmanovic is playing well. But what's he going to do to change this up? Or is it just another set of, power against power and see what happens? Because I think he's got a little bit more variety than Kecmanovic. Maybe coming in, maybe the odd slice. Does he change it? Or is it just sort of toe-to-toe, slugging it out in the middle of the ring, so to speak, and take his chances? So this is a fascinating set. It's a big set, of course, for Rune.
Okay. How to beat Kecmanovic. I've just put into chat GTP. Target the forehand. That's the first thing. Consistent depth and placement. Second, mix up the pace is number 3 and attack the net. There you go.
Well, that's what
AI says.
Well, that's what Kecmanovic did in that last point, and it paid off.
And then it adds mental resilience and physical endurance. It's a staggering level of detail on how to beat Kecmanovic, and you get 8 points with some dot points underneath that.
See that?
And the summary, by exploiting his forehand, mixing up your shots, staying patient, you can increase your chances of beating him. That's crazy, really, isn't it?
And what does the eye say about the fact that he's absolutely drilling his forehand tonight?
Oh, I haven't got that far. Stand by.
Oh,
beautiful.
That's phenomenal. We've seen 2 of these already tonight from Holger Rune, and this is a good start. He hasn't come out here. There's no whinging or complaining or disappointment. In fact, it's a strong bounce back and a great response.
Good opening service game. It just, that does, I know I'm being a bit flippant there, Josh, but it summarises the point of the available information. That's, you said, would you be running it through AI? Absolutely. It's, in case you'd missed one of those points, the coaches would be on top of all of those things, but it distills that information into a brief summary right there. Is that matching up with the information that we're seeing?
Just such a simple backhand, technically as smooth as you like. Very little goes wrong in this backhand under pressure.
But the task here, isn't it, when you're 51 in the world, you're there for a reason. Has been as high as 27. Can he maintain the high level?
It's been a great start, hasn't it? He's come out strong here, Holger. He's come out with enthusiasm and intensity. He's trying to send a message, show his opponent that he's not going to go away easy tonight.
It's a good fight back. He loves to engage. And now the Serbian fans will fight back strongly there. They're passionate about their man here, Kecmanovic. But that's a good start to this second set.
Strange decision there, Josh. I thought coming in playing the backhand drive volley from Well, it looked like waist height from where I'm sitting. You couldn't really do much with it. Maybe a more sort of traditional volley might have been the way to go, but that's a great start from Rune.
Fixed him up immediately when I read out that stat in the first set about how successful he can be at holding an early break. Well, he's begun with a flourish in his second set. Impressive.
Winner leads 3 games to go.
Can I send this one? All the same, yeah.
In the background, Holger Rune just sending off a couple of rackets to get restrung. He's in for the long haul. He said he wanted them the same tension, so he's obviously happy with how they feel. It should take about 12 to 15 minutes to get done.
Time.
The ebb and flow of a tennis match is a little bit like a roller coaster sometimes, isn't it? The tie break, Kecmanovic got out to 5 set points and almost dragged him back. Start the second set and Rune's burst from the blocks. New balls here. He's just unable to lay a punch on him at the moment.
I mean, his ability to hit an open stance double-handed. Have a look at this. Look at the left leg, open, sliding. That is so strong on end range.
Tickles a line at the other end as well, just for good measure.
Out.
15.
Out.
17-15.
Straight back to him. Not the nonchalance there of Kecmanovic. Just put it back into court. Play on. My point. Thank you. On the board. shot making going on here, Josh.
Yeah, it's been a fast and furious start, hasn't it, to set number 2?
14 minutes.
Just seems since the start of the second and Rune coming back to the court, he's almost trying to be more aggressive. You know, he was hitting big in the first set, but almost trying to get up the court a little more. Make sure he's deciding as many points as possible. It's certainly quick fire stuff.
15. Thank you.
So strong work. Just the one break of serve. 4-1.
I wonder what Holger Rune would think of the resurgence of, or the run that a Sinner and an Alcaraz have had, given that he burst on the scene himself in the last couple of years ago and was up as high as number 4 in the world. What do you think, Colin?
I think he would probably give you quite a political answer, but I think in close quarters he'd be quite frustrated. You know, he would think he's the same level as those three, I would think, and therefore he's probably been frustrated. We talked about the coach changes, etc., etc. I think that's led to, why am I not up there with those guys? It'd be interesting if he wins this. The winner of this plays Sinner. It would be their first meeting in a slam. They're 2-2 head-to-head. First meeting in a slam. That would be a nice one to see. He's obviously got to get past Kecmanovic first, though.
So the scoreline looks a little troubling for Kecmanovic. Still just the one break though, but has to hold from here on in.
52.
So it doesn't all need to be crash and bash, does it? It was a nice placement there, a little less speed, deep into the corner. It's a rocket. "20-shot rally. It's the longest rally of the match, but it's by far the longest rally of this set. We hadn't had any over 9 shots before this point. In fact, most of them had been 0 to 4.
I mean,
vast majority.
The anticipation here to get there and just clocks it. If you were teaching a double-handed backhand to a young junior player or a club player, his backhand is one that you'd have a close look at. It's right up there with simplicity, technically, and pace and power.
That previous point was just ridiculous. I mean, some of the ground shots, they look like an inch or two over the net, just lasers going back across. I'm not going to keep up courtside here.
That's the one weakness, Colin. He stands up a little bit and lifts up and just gets a little flat.
And it's impatient as well. You know, he's trying to hit a clean winner there almost, it seems. Don't you think?
Yeah, it needs to go hard back through the middle of the court. Give himself a chance. He can undo such good work by just coming stuck with a couple of unforced errors like that.
He worked hard to give himself a chance, didn't he, of the double break. And then the last 2 points gave up pretty easily. 4-2. Rallies have been so much short of this set. 27, 0 to 4. Just 5 in the 5 to 8 range, and just the one rally at 9+. Huge difference to the opening set where there were a string of long rallies.
The Danish fans starting to get into it out here on Margaret Court Arena. They've joined the party. I think when they first came in, they were just sort of standing around the periphery. Getting on the dance floor now.
A couple of great points to open on return here. Needs to strike back before the set runs out of time, and this is a great start, aggressive.
Sebastian, the chair has almost been dislodged.
Yeah, that may have even gone across his head. Has it? It's hit him. Well, no, it's
just clipped the microphone, I think.
Yeah, it's missed. It's missed his head. Thankfully.
It's well now.
Yeah.
Just check that the body parts are all in order.
And that's what I think back in 2022 when he played so well, the serve was just such a key part of his game. Holger was getting so many free points. He was hitting his targets on the big points, the big moments. He was getting free points like that.
Had to scamper to get back into it, didn't he? Kecmanovic, and then had a bit of steam. So he saves the break point. Rune leads 5-2 in his second set.
We're going to meet 5-2.
So trading blows from the back of the court. When the moment is right. Coming only to be forced back straight away. Sort of how this has been going. This is the 20-shot rally.
Time.
So it was Rune in the opening set that had to serve a couple of times to stay in it. Now it's Kecmanovic's turn. 5-2 down.
Thank you.
Been a very different set, hasn't it? The rallies have been much shorter. Both players looking to try and assert themselves with aggression, try and keep the rallies short and sharp.
Gave himself a little bit too much ground to cover. I think it's a good point, Josh. And for me, it feels like that suits Rune a little more. I think it's been deliberate from him since the start of this set, obviously off the back of losing the first. He's been really proactive here. I don't think he wants to go sort of 10, 12, 20 shots, say, of... I mean, I think he can if he has to, but keeping them short seems to be the plan.
I think especially as well on the second serve, I feel like he's stepping into the court. He's been a little more aggressive on the second serve as well. So that's where he's made some notable changes. Clips the tape, so you shouldn't be too disappointed about that. It was the right play, and I love that he's still doing what has put him in front in this second set by being aggressive. That could have easily have gone over. I mean, 186 km/h second serve. It's really redlining it here, Holger.
That's it.
Great second serve. Went away from the traditional kick second serve. He's put a quick slider straight into the body. He could sense that Kecmanovic is coming in. He's trying to attack. Great awareness.
So Rune squares things up, takes the second set impressively, 6-3. 35 minutes. It's a good set for the Dane. Jumped out of the blocks quickly, maintained the advantage.
Yeah, I thought he just changed tactics, just changed things up a little bit. First serve, points won. Wow, 94% of points won there on the first serve from Holger Rune. So that's much better serving and a better success on second serve, points won. He tried to be more aggressive as opposed to using his kick serve. He used his slider a little more, and a whole host of winners. Have a look at the winners, 13 compared to 6, and had the chances. So a really good set of tennis there from Holger Rune, just leveling this match at 1 set all. And when we take a look at some of these highlights, again, no surprise, the ball striking was pretty phenomenal from both players. If anything, the tempo lifted, the rallies were shorter, but they were still incredibly aggressive on both shots, forehand, backhand, especially Holger Rune. He got up into the court and really took the ball on, and I thought he was the better player in that second set. And that's a good fight back, leveling this one at 1 set all.
Time.
So a set apiece here. Impressive second set for Holger Rune. Interestingly, after he's lost the first set, he's only had 4 Grand Slam wins, 3 of them at Wimbledon, 1 here. So of his 24 career Grand Slam match wins, only 4 of them have occurred after he's lost the first set. So,
but I think we're seeing a new and improved Holger Rune mentally.
One of those superannuation ads say past performance doesn't indicate future performance.
That's a caveat.
I think the stats tell some of the story, don't they? But not all of it, always.
Well, I think the success that a Sinner and an Alcaraz, for example, they've had would really force Holger and his team to get the microscope out and go, well, what can we change? What do we need to be doing better? Because, you know, they really have skyrocketed. Certainly up the rankings, we know that, and they're the ones really knocking on the door every week, and he wants to be there with them.
Things can happen quickly in tennis, can't they? I have to say, the way Holger Rune is playing tonight, competing tonight, handling himself tonight, I wouldn't be surprised to see him sort of closing that gap across this season, assuming he, you know, puts in a full season of this sort of performance.
Swift opening game for Kecmanovic, holds to love.
One thing that stood out for me, it was interesting seeing the serve stats in that set. It really stands out courtside. Kecmanovic's serve is a lot flatter trajectory. He doesn't get quite the same sort of elevation up into the serve. It's more body weight into the court. And it just looks like Rune's starting to get a nice sort of rhythm on return, whereas Rune's serve, he really, I mean, the legs are so strong, drives up, getting a lot of sort of bounce or more bounce off the court on the second serve as well. So that was just a little bit of a point of difference in the second set there, and maybe someone to keep an eye on here, whether he's starting to really latch on to the Kecmanovic serve in this set.
So rapid fire, the opening 2 service games here. Both to love.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if Kecmanovic makes a tactical change, whether he wants to then try and come forward like we saw then, just to try and take a bit of time away from Holger, because that second set, you could see that he just felt a bit squeezed for time.
Well, he's lost the point here, but I don't mind that. If I'm Rune and his team, I'm thinking, well, starting to get on top of these return points. Just needed to do a little better job with the volley. He really is latching onto the serve, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is. Whether we get another look at that or not, but that was just so easy. That's in the slot.
Yeah, he just got one of these serves, Josh. Really feel it courtside, where he doesn't really get loads of height up into the serve. It's more sort of straight back, straight through. It's right in the hitting zone, and he's really, you know, he's not getting anything cheap from the serve now.
It's lacking that little bit of shape and deviation once it hits the court. Ooh. He was sitting on that, waiting for a forehand. Set up once again by the backhand. It's the backhand that's doing so much damage at the moment here. Holger Rune, he's just seeing it so well. Deep, firm, bang. Good stuff.
It's another early break. It's time to start. Strong start to the third set. 2-1, Rune.
Time.
Well, as the rallies have become shorter, Holger Rune has become more dominant here. Break early once again in the third set to lead 2-1.
What we have seen is Kecmanovic's serve pace just drop on average 5 kilometres an hour over this second set. So whether that's the conditions or he's feeling the pressure of Holger Rune attacking a little more, but it's a noticeable drop in speed and the numbers back it up.
Yeah, I just wonder about that sort of taping on the ab as well. Merely speculating, I haven't seen him sort of gesture in that way, but he's definitely lost a bit of pop and a bit of authority on the serve.
It's a strong rebound here at love 40. Not the game Holger wanted after getting the break. This happened in the first set as well. When he got that early break, he lost it straight back.
A little easy, wasn't it? Very much so. And against the run of play, There's a lot of shift of momentum. Kecmanovic holds to love. 3-2.
Time.
Shift of momentum. Very good break serve, then loses his service game to love. Kecmanovic wins his next service game to love. 8 points in a row. Rune can't find the court all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's happened quick, hasn't it? Like Holger Rune, just all of a sudden, the form's disappeared over the last 5 minutes, and he needs to get it back quickly here. .202, but the fastest of the night is 207 for Holger.
Resumes normal transmission.
I like the vibes coming from the Rune camp. There's not too much emotion. I think he's quite an emotional player that I've seen over the last year, couple of years maybe, where, you know, he's venting a lot to the box, and it's all quite a sort of combustible atmosphere, if you like, but they're staying calm. He was working his way through that game there, so I like the setup he's got at the moment.
50.
Kecmanovic needs 4 games of food.
An inspection of the balls here is Rune is of the view that they might have gone a little soft. If you get the wrong tasting gel, it sometimes just doesn't go down the right way. Kecmanovic there, he squeezed some in and great reaction.
Time.
Eventful sit down as Kecmanovic took a gel and didn't take a fancy to it at all, and very strange reaction on the face when it goes down the wrong way sometimes. Bouncing around a bit.
Oh, this backhand is just so simple. And it's the backhand down the line that's catching Holger Rune off guard. He normally does that to his opponents. A little changer. Almost a 3/4 serve out wide.
So starting to get a little tight in this important third set here.
It's definitely getting cooler. Obviously, we're after 11 p.m. local time. Temperature's dropping that few degrees, so things just started to get a little bit slower out here. If that was going to suit anyone, I would say maybe marginally Kecmanovic. We saw Rune really shorten the points in the second set, so he's looking good at the moment.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of long rallies either in the third set. It's been fast and furious. Both players very keen to try and shorten rallies, get that first good strike in the rally. And here's another excellent forehand from Holger. Very relaxed, great quality, good depth of shot. It's interesting now at deuce. You could just sense Holger Rune just pushing forward on that return, so he just tried to put a bit more shape and straight at the body.
I mean, it's close. I just feel it's got to go into play there, though.
Yeah, that's the one shot that hasn't been as sharp tonight. The forehand return on the deuce court.
Kecmanovic prevails. It's 5-4 in his third set.
It's just some of those key moments, isn't it? That return at deuce there, he's flushed it down the line. He's very nearly made it, but for me, it's got to go in the court. I'm not saying push it, but you know, deep down the middle, the pressure's on Kecmanovic there. It's those little decisions, those little moments, isn't it, that can be the key. Maybe why Rune is just not quite up there with those other guys at this stage.
I agree. You watch this and you watch Sinner and Alcaraz, it's different.
Yeah, they're just way more on top of the match, aren't they? This feels a bit of a lottery.
Time on that glaring hole in their game.
So Rune now. Pressure on serving. Staying in his third set.
That's the danger when you get up on the baseline to try and return early. If you don't execute it perfectly, then you're out of position, and Holger Rune making Kecmanovic pay the price just with that shortish return.
All of a sudden, a set point. Kecmanovic all of a sudden takes the third set 6-4. 2 sets to 1. He was broken in the third game. Went back immediately, then held his next serve to love. Had a good stretch in the middle. What does the statistics tell us here? Unforced errors up for Rune.
Yeah, he's played 3 bad service games where he's lost serve, and they've been so costly for him because the rest of his game has been really good. It's been good stuff, but these 3 games have come really out of nowhere, and I can't quite pinpoint why. Nothing obvious that stands out, but look, got to tip your hat to Kecmanovic. He's sticking around a 2 sets to 1 lead.
Well, I'm with Colin. At juice in the previous service game of Kecmanovic. He has a chance to really put the pressure on and goes for a wild one, sends it wide, and all of a sudden it's 5-4 and then it's 6-4. And just a few points here and there, and that's been the difference in that third set. Kecmanovic gets the 1 set point, makes the most of it, and the double fault, and that's it. So Miomir Kecmanovic, Serbian, taking the first set, screaming through the early stages of the tiebreak, and then got a little tighter towards the back end of it, but prevailed 7-5. Rune raced out to a 3-love lead in the second set. Held on to that advantage to take it 6-3, and then a tighter third set where an exchange of service breaks early, but then the back end, Rune handing Kecmanovic the set 6-4.
This is a smart play, just going over, just having a chat to your team, getting some reassurance.
Rune's left the court, so a bit of extra time. And we looked at that statistic of when Rune doesn't win the first set, he's just won 4 of his 24 Grand Slam match wins have come from that situation. I think for a player that's ranked as highly as he is, who's got a great Grand Slam record of 24-13, that would be a better,
I think so,
record. Losing the first set.
It was surprising last game, wasn't it, from Rune? A poor last game. I felt he was rushing. It's almost like if these players can stay with him, he sort of panics a little bit, runs out of patience.
Yeah, then
very hit and miss, isn't it?
Then he gets even more aggressive. Yeah. As opposed to some players, they just try and they're probably guilty of being passive, where they just get the ball in and play. But he goes the other way, where that uncertainty forces him to be ultra aggressive, and then there's no margin.
Yeah, and that's why I use the word panic. You know, it feels like he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't trust himself. He doesn't want the ball in play. You know, none of those points the last couple of games, I felt like he was just saying to Kecmanovic, you know, come on then, come up with a really good point to beat me. It's just every ball I'm going for, you know, a red line winner, and it's that he just doesn't really control matches the way. Well, let's compare him to Alcaraz and Sinner. You know, the other young sort of real incredible players that he would like to be amongst. They would be playing in a way that's sort of controlling those bigger points, or more of them, wouldn't they? And it just feels like a complete lottery there under pressure for Rune.
Certainly was there, that's for sure.
Kecmanovic to serve.
So fresh shirt. Might be a fresh approach in this fourth set. Well, the door's open here for Kecmanovic. Been there before, twice to the fourth round. Only Grand Slam where he's reached that stage. Josh, you've pointed out the amount of tennis that he's played in the lead up to the Australian Open. Went to Hong Kong, second round there, semi-final in Adelaide.
Yeah, that's the perfect, really. That's the perfect amount of matches you can want coming into a Grand Slam, where you can get a little bit of rust out of the game. You can get the feeling of nerves and energy and stress.
5-setter against Lajovic, and then a strong result against Hurkacz, and a good opening service game here. So he's hardened for the battle.
He really is. And that's a good start, just racing through. Holger Rune not making him play at all.
Look, to be honest, the DJ could give us a little bit of a boost with something that's got a bit of a bang going on, Josh. Little subdued. Win predictor, what's it got? What did it start with? 77% at the start. Complete change to 74. I think that's probably about right, really. And you're 2 sets to 1 up. You look at his record when losing that first set. What do you think, Colin? It's about right, that percentage?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously being 2 sets to 1 up, and the way the match has been played, it's you know, Rune doesn't have sort of significant control on it, so there's every chance Kecmanovic wins one of the next 2 sets. And you'd have to say right now he's favourite for this fourth, isn't he? Rune looks a little all over the place.
Hasn't been a lot of... It hasn't been an overly physical match either. I mean, it's 2 hours and 9 minutes going into the fourth set. It's pretty ideal conditions. There's not a lot of heat around.